All right, hey everybody, thanks for coming. So excited to be here once again for the second to last day of the Checkmate tournament. Today we're going to be doing the semifinals. We're going to have Ravens versus Strawberry Milk. I'm here, I'm Bones. This is S, and yeah, really excited to see what we have in store for us today.
Hello, I'm actually super excited for this matchup. Both teams are super good. Um, Particularly, I'm really interested in seeing the composition between the two. Especially because we've seen Ravens in a lot of in Call of the Abyss, but now we're actually seeing Strawberry Milk go against them, and it's really interesting to see this team composition here.
Yeah, obviously I've had the privilege of commentating for Strawberry Milk.
Mm.
I believe the last 2-3 matches that they've played, so definitely very familiar with them. Ravens, though, been watching them throughout this tournament, and I believe their lineup is actually a little bit different today, but last week they were dual factioning their Hunter between
Yeah.
both their Survivor and their Hunter factions. Their Hunter was playing both, so definitely, really versatile teams, both of them. S, you want to take us through the lineup?
Yeah, so today's lineup is really interesting. We do, of course, have those changes, but for Ravens, we're gonna see Seven Lul as our hunter today, and then for survivors, we're gonna have David, Pablo, Felchap, and Sapphire. We saw David a lot last week. Really impressive, both with Hunter and Survivor. So I'm really excited to see what David brings to the table this week as well. And then for Strawberry Milk, their hunter is going to be Zen. And then for survivors, you have X-Raid, Shaq, Junie, and Boar. Very good team composition. I remember the first matchup with Strawberry Milk was super exciting. I remember watching and commentating that with you, Bones. Very intimidating teams to go up against today.
Yeah, definitely. Like we've seen Strawberry Milk, we've seen both of these teams, and they're both just so talented and so impressive. Able to, just bring up a very diverse lineup. We've seen obviously Ravens, been a veteran team, been in Call of the Abyss. They, sticking more to traditional meta. Pablo, known for that mercenary, very strong rescuer. And then a few different things coming out of the lineup on Strawberry Milk. We see that toy merchant. We see the batter, antiquarian. So I'm definitely really excited to see the hunter selections. Zen, if you're listening, once again, I am going to ask. We could get that lizard. I'm just gonna put it out there again, get that on the table, out of the way right away. You're hunting today. Just gonna keep it in the air, We'll
Anything for
see.
Bones. Who knows?
Well, not anything.
But who knows? Cause there's still the matchup tomorrow. So when you have a few rounds that you can do, you might see some interesting plays on the last day.
Yep, and looks like we're gonna head right into those map bans and picks. And kind of interesting, we are going to be going to Moonlit River Park. Not really something that we've been seeing all that often in this tournament.
I don't really actually remember the last time we saw Moonlit.
Yeah, it's been a while.
I mean, I'm really excited. So I'm more on the bias side because I'm not a huge Moonlit fan. I am more favorable towards Lakeside. But Moonlit River Park, especially when it comes to survivor plays, really strong survivors I like to see on this map particularly are the Priestess or Toy Merchant. So I'm really looking to see if either one get banned here.
Yeah, and I do know that Luo has a Bloody Queen under their belt, so
Mm.
we could see that Bloody Queen. She's not terrible on this map. Oh, so it does seem that we are going to, in fact, the Proud Sensei subbing in for Felchap on the side of Ravens. So we are not going to see Felchap this week, but um,
Interesting.
yep, just some last minute edits to that lineup, but
No
obviously,
worries, happens.
great survivor as well. I do know Proud Sensei is known for that Hell Ember, so a little bit sad that we're not going to see them on that Hunter side. But obviously, it just goes to show, that mastery of a team where you have these players who can swap between their factions
Mhm.
and play for both. But yeah, definitely, as you were saying, that priestess, if she's not taken off the table, which, Moonlit, if you don't ban a priestess on Moonlit, I don't know what you're doing. Um, Getting a little bit cocky there. But, and hey, yeah, I know it's the worst part of the stream, but come on, just bear with us. We're gonna get right into the bans and picks now, see? It doesn't last too long. Um, and yeah, definitely, yep, there goes the priestess right off the table right
I
away.
figured as much. I mean, she is just so strong. And honestly, she knows exactly what she's doing. Especially when you're going for distance on a map. Um, Honestly, I really, really believe that like Priestess is really strong when it comes to Hunter Survivor composition. And when you're trying to get distance or trying to support, um, extremely, extremely well chosen here for a ban.
Yeah, and yeah, as I was saying, you do not want to deal with a priestess on Moonlit, just able to span those bridges, but I do wonder, we could be seeing that Toy Merchant make an appearance, we could be seeing,
Mhm.
able to, utilize those stops, utilize that, two-story building, and we could also be seeing a patient, but we are going to see Mercenary locked in first for Ravens. Classic. You definitely want to get that Mercenary on the field. And the Psychologist as well. Yeah, two very, very tanky survivors. Able to take those hits, prolong the game, and yeah, really strong lineup at the start here. And oh,
Mhm.
well,
Oh, there she goes. It looks like Strawberry Mills Hunter does not want that distance at all. So really negating that with the Toy Merchant ban here and the Priestess ban as well. Honestly, I am not surprised by either choice, and we did get the female dancer ban. Because I mean that speed boost when she comes out of the window, killer.
and also just so strong with those boxes. But we are going to see the Patient and the Acrobat coming out here. Very, very standard lineup. This is something that we see um, so often with this current meta. I am actually very excited to see that the lovers are going to be together. We are going to see both the Patient and the Psychologist. Usually one of them gets banned. I genuinely don't remember the last time we've seen both of them um, on the same lineup. Usually one gets locked in, the other one gets banned. But there's so much stuff that you can do with the two of them together on a coordinated team. They can run faster to each other. There's decoding buffs when they decode together. So definitely really excited to see if Ravens is going to be able to take advantage of that.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I really think just because we have that priestess and that toy merchant band, just having Ada and Emil together there, already really negates the fact that they are going for distance. That bond, when in close range, really does save lives. So I'm really, really interested to see how this plays out. And unfortunately, we did see that antiquarian ban, which is really unfortunate. Um, Honestly, I understand she's really strong, but I just love seeing her to she as my baby girl.
Yeah, well, I mean, hopefully we do see her later in the tournament if she manages to escape those
Mhm.
bans. But, Definitely one of those characters who, dancer as well, priestess, toy merchant, just so strong. You just don't want to let them out if you have the chance. And banning
Right.
them this first round, uh, really just sort of sets the stage for, a team like this where going more for distance, less able to immediately support. We are in a very harasser heavy meta, and there's no harassers on this team. So, you know, really going for that distance, going for just prolonging your own kite, allowing your teammates to decode. And that can be so valuable on a map like Moonlit because it's so big that it's difficult to support your teammates anyway.
Hmm.
If you want
I
to,
was
continue that decoding, the ciphers are so spread out that trying to support the kite and then go back to decoding, you're going to waste so much time.
right, and I was gonna say you said no harassers, but I wouldn't count the acrobat out just yet.
That's
I know
fair.
he's got no stuns, but those bombs, if placed correctly, they are very detrimental to a hunter. And it does look like we are seeing both the mercenary and the patient today um, run tied, as well as the acrobat with flywheel and the psychologist running broken windows. Honestly, broken windows on psychologists, that's usually typically my go-to as well. Just when I can bring it, but usually I'm the one stuck bringing six.
Yeah, and we are going to see that wax artist coming from Zen this first round. Definitely not surprised on that end, bringing out that wax artist right
Right.
away. One of those things, you just want to be able to get that wax artist out before he gets banned. I was actually discussing this with a couple of friends the other day. Kind of wax artist and hermit both are those hunters where, if you don't bring them out the first round, they are going to get taken out immediately. So definitely really really smart. Moonlit is also, and Moonlight's a difficult map to work with as a hunter, especially a hunter
Mhm.
where, not unlike the Bloody Queen, unlike the Lizard in some cases. We'll get into that one later. But hunters that have issues with spanning large distances, it can be a little bit more difficult to play on Moonlit, but there's so many open areas, and the wax artist, with the wax bomb that he can throw, able to lock off ciphers, and that the wax bomb goes such a long distance
Mhm.
that map control, even on a map this big, really not the biggest problem for a wax artist. So definitely a really really strong pick going into this first round.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Especially like you said on a map like Moonlit River Park, yes, there are some spaces like you have like the back area behind the two-story house. That's really great and efficient for kiting, but unfortunately, it's full of a lot of open spaces, so transition kiting doesn't really work here. Unless like you of course do know the map and area well and know what you're doing. But with how we've seen a lot of the wax artists in this tournament play, they don't play to just let people run off of them.
Yeah, it's also very difficult just to transition against a wax artist able to just stop you in your tracks with that wax. And yeah, those patches today have been absolutely killer.
Yeah, I mean, I've been at
Going through
it
the
for
update. I know
40 minutes
yeah, yup.
almost. And I
Yeah,
feel like I
thankfully I
should
believe
have
they updated mine
known,
last
but
night. I don't know.
I like
But
started last night and then like collectively me and Mixie and then some of our friends were like, actually we really don't want to play right now. We're gonna draw. So now look at where I'm at.
yeah, hopefully that goes as fast as possible for our players, Never
Mhm.
fun to be stuck in patches, especially when, you kind of have to be playing right now.
Right.
But yeah, we should be good to go pretty soon. And actually, I'm going to take this opportunity to talk about a few things going on in the game, specifically those nerfs and buffs that are coming in at the end of this
Right.
season. So just to sort of review, we are going to be seeing a lot of adjustments on the survivor side, and on the hunter side as well. Nettie's sort of doing that thing that they do around every Koa season, where they're like, this game is a little bit unbalanced, but you know what we're going to do to fix it? We are going to change characters who we decide need fixing instead of maybe doing what we should in all cases. But I'm actually
Right.
very, very excited for a lot of these adjustments. We are going to see, I believe, the dancer. Let's see. Yeah. So for
Mhm.
nerfs, we are going to see the prospector is going to get a little bit of a kick in the shins. Um,
Goodbye,
it's
Norton.
not much. It's not much, but it's
It really
enough where it
isn't.
makes sense, at least
Yeah.
in my opinion. Magnet cooldown time is going to increase to 6 seconds, and he's going to get a similar to the Enchantress's nerf as well, where the stun time of the hunter is going to be reduced when there are other survivors nearby. So that makes group harassment a little bit more difficult for the prospector, and you're also unable to spam magnets the same way that you can.
Mhm.
But
Yeah.
definitely, as you want to talk a little bit about that as well.
Oh no, I've got nothing to say on the prospector. I neither like nor dislike him. We are in neutral feelings with each other.
Neutral feelings.
Yeah, I don't like him that much, but I don't.
That's a little less neutral.
But I'm pretty sure if like it came down to it, I don't think he'd like me that much either. So I feel like the feeling is mutual.
A little bit of a conflicted relationship here, shall we
Yeah.
say?
I will say I'm really interested in seeing the Wu Ching buff that is coming at the end of the season. Um, I am an active Wu Ching disliker. I like him as a character, but personally, when he's in my matches, I really cannot stand him. Um, especially that hitbox is killer, but I really am interested to see what they're going to do with it because I know they're adjusting that in particular.
Yeah, I believe I'm not. Are they adjusting the hitbox
I'm pretty
for
sure they are.
Wuchang?
I think they are for Blackguard.
Interesting. Yeah, I know that what the patch notes say or what they've released so far. There's a lot of obvious, strange wording when it comes to these just because of the translation. But yeah, so it looks like for Wuchang we're going to be seeing, and I see Mary in the chat probably very excited for that Wuchang adjustment. But we are going to see, I believe, an increased time for that bell stun, as well as a little bit of adjustment in terms of the siphoning soul. So we're able
Yes.
to stop that now instead of being stuck in the animation for its full duration.
Which honestly, I'm really glad because there are moments of times because I am not 100% a hunter main, but the few times that I do end up playing Wu Chang, I'm always so stuck because like I literally cannot like get out of that, and sometimes like the little survivors will just run away from me, and I'm like, this is not fun.
Like, no, 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 you're supposed to just stand there and let me hit you. That's how this game works.
Yeah, come back. I will say, my only grievance with Wu Ching to the point where I really don't like him is like, you know how Mary had got that nerf where like she can't use her mirror for the first 8 seconds of a match? I really do
Mhm.
wish they would do that with his umbrella because
Oh my
just how
god.
like we
You just want to
don't
shoot
want
him in the
Mary.
legs.
No, okay, hear me out. You don't want the Bloody Queen to you don't want her to mirror right on top of you as soon as the match starts, but like you don't want the Wuching right on top of you right as the match starts anyways.
Yeah, that's fair. Though I do think that Bloody Queen has a little bit more of that chase potential with the mirror, able to be in two places at once. It's a little bit less, point for point, but than Wuchang has the sort of capability of. But yeah, we're also going to be seeing adjustments on Undead and the Gamekeeper, and obviously the Lizard. We're going to get to... I'm stalling on the Lizard. I need to give every hunter an equal opportunity here, because I'm not biased. But we are going to see, a little bit interesting. I believe, I'm not sure how the Undead adjustment is going to go, because I believe the biggest thing that I've noticed, at least playing against Undead, I don't personally play him. He doesn't really check out with my style of hunting, mostly because his animations are so slow. But it doesn't seem like they're going to be changing his animations, and I think that the biggest
Yeah.
thing that hurts him is that the animation for the dungeon, moving that dungeon, takes so long that, like, I've won against undeads because I've been able to crawl into the dungeon fast enough for that animation not to matter.
Yeah,
So
well,
I do wish that they were adjusting that. I hope they adjust it at some point. But it does actually look like we're going to get into the match now, so we can go back to this later.
don't worry. And also, my patches just finished. I'm free. So I'm
Congratulations. Welcome
here.
back.
I was finally let out of Patches jail because that was
Patches
insufferable.
Purgatory.
I think like after
Yeah, that
50%,
waiting
it like
screen.
instantly downloaded everything, and I was like, "What is all this?"
Yeah, but yeah, everybody loading in. Definitely really, really excited to see how things go on Moonlit, because again,
Mhm.
this isn't a map that we've seen very often during this tournament. So obviously, everybody's experience, but a little bit, we haven't seen it as much. So
Right.
there's gonna be some differences. I do hope to see that coaster come into play. We were kind of getting shorted on the tram action last week, but hey, coaster's here. Could get some interesting things coming out of that.
That
But yeah,
tram.
just as we load in, thank you all for coming. I know, there's been a couple hiccups with the chat, but we should be all fine now.
Mhm.
Uh and yeah, day day one of the semifinals. I am Bones, this is S. We are watching Strawberry Milk Hunt and Raven Survive.
I'm so
And yeah,
excited.
yeah, definitely really excited. And looks like we are going to head into spawns. Moonlit spawns are such a mystery to me. There are so many locations, but it looks like we are going to be seeing that mercenary over at the first stop, psychologist in the 2-story, patient over at that bridge, and we're going to see the acrobat over at the working carousel. And
I'm
yeah, we're gonna just head right into it.
hmm I'm particularly interested in the fact that the psychologist and the patient chose spawn choices um relatively far away from each other. I wonder if they're going to see where that distance close with that.
Most likely, yeah, I would definitely anticipate some transitioning over either from the patient to the psychologist or from the psychologist to the patient if that first
Mhm.
chase ends up happening. And yep, it looks like we are already seeing the psychologist heading a little bit over towards that bridge, but with Waxers right on the way, um, and heading right over to those pallets. And it does look like, I believe, now patient's going to be decoding, and acrobat's kind of staying in the area. But we are going to see that first freeze there, and the psychologist is going to take a basic hit.
Yeah, really impressed here with how quickly we managed to get the wax off here on the psychologist, and she is losing that stress.
Yup,
So
great work by— oh, wow!
wow.
Beautiful wax bomb there, and able to just get that psychologist down. Great work by Zen there as well,
Mhm.
with that time-honored wax starter strategy of getting the survivor almost all the way up, not quite, getting that basic hit in, and then just able to freeze them again almost immediately after. So, but we are going to see she is going to have a little bit of stress remaining. So if she's rescued with Tide right now, that could be kind of detrimental, because she won't be able to use that stress to take an
Mhm.
extra hit. But we will see what happens here. Acrobat frozen at that cipher. Patient possibly coming in for that rescue. Mercenaries over there having the time of his life decoding
Yeah, it really,
over at the
really
first
looks
stop.
like you're trying really hard to force that patient to take that rescue. Just unfortunate for the psychologist, this positioning. Um, Not a lot of wall space. Unfortunately, this wax artist, yeah, the wax just goes straight over those chairs. So, it does look like our psychologist here is going down.
Yep, but already 2 ciphers popped. Patient well on the way to a 3rd cipher. We are going to be at 2 ciphers remaining, possibly by the time this psychologist sees her second chair. So very good cipher rush at this moment. And we are actually going to see Proud Sensei on the Mercenary heading across the map with that roller coaster. So could be seeing that coaster come into play later in the match, but we will see if they even go for this rescue at this point.
I believe the acrobat here
Yup.
is going to go for the rescue, try to get that stress in.
Yeah, beautiful
Just
use of that firebomb to knock off the usage of that gun, but it's worn off now, and wow, beautiful jukes from Sapphire.
yeah, really, really interesting and really phenomenal play coming off by both the psychologist and the acrobat here. Just missing that pallet stun. I could have sworn he was in there for sure. But those hitboxes are just so peculiar.
Yep, and almost there, yup. Psychologist is going to take that hot wax and go down, but beautiful use, able to take that extra hit off the stress, and survive just a little bit longer. But we are going to see Zen teleport over to the Mercenary Cypher, Proud Sensei immediately using an elbow pad just to get away, and possibly going to utilize the coaster. Yup, the coaster is going to go Mercenary out of the area, and Zen is not in the best position over here, stuck over on the other side of the map. All the survivors are on the working carousel side of the map, but you know, Wax Artist not the slowest hunter in the world and is going to be making good time heading to break that distance.
Yeah, for sure. And I will say we are still stuck at about 2 ciphers here. I know there is some cipher progress within the map, like on the map, but it does unfortunately look like there's just an immense amount of pressure leading the survivors to distance themselves from both ciphers. And it does look like Pablo is going back to that first stop cipher there.
Yep, and another elbow pad coming into play. Mercenary now has 1 elbow pad left. Probably either going to be utilized here or once he's already taken a hit. But, going for that double hit here. And are we going to see that other elbow pad come out here yet? Yes, we are.
Yes, we
3rd
are.
elbow pad, breaking that distance. But we are going to see the patient is almost done with that cipher. Acrobat has actually taken up the cipher that the mercenary left behind. And is making very good progress on that. The mercenary is going to take a hit here and will be seeing the chair very, very shortly once that delayed damage is up. And that's just the beauty of the mercenary, you know, able to take all those hits, not quite go down right away, still buying a little bit of time for his team.
Yeah, it looks like I believe this acrobat is going to pop the
Oh!
cipher here. Yeah. It's gonna be kind of a tight play coming off of Proud Sensei right now, just because the wax artist does have detention, and unfortunately he did not have the extra strength. We are seeing beautiful hook coming off of Pablo here. Patient really is one of those 4 distance kinds of characters.
And it's like I was saying before, even we got the picks in. Patient on Moonlit, you know, can do just absolutely crazy stuff with these stops, able to just basically hook wherever he wants. So beautiful work there by Pablo, just avoiding that hit. It looks like David might have the gate open over on, yep, does have the gate open over on the other side of the map.
Unfortunately,
And
the gate over here is just locked off. It's almost open.
I believe, yeah, it looks like Pablo is going to be able to get that open and get out for a very nice draw here on the side of Ravens to finish up this very first match. So beautiful, beautiful work from both sides. And yep, there he goes.
There he goes. Goodbye, Michael. I will say I'm very impressed with those 2 hooks that that patient did there. Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, really, you know, just going to show the versatility of that patient. Such a good map as well. Just um, able to avoid getting hit at all there because, you know, that could have been the difference between a draw and a 3-man loss on the side of Ravens. So just beautiful work there, able to avoid that hit, able to just dodge as well. But yeah, very, very close. Um, and just really great work from both sides, Zen able to secure that draw for Strawberry Milk, and Ravens able to keep it to a draw as well,
Mhm.
in that end game there.
I wasn't really able to see the stats at the end, but I did see our containment time at the end here was relatively really close to each other. We had, I believe, the acrobat at 50 seconds, the patient at 60, and then the mercenary and the psychologist at a close 90. Um, which for a wax artist match, and especially on a map like Moonlit, I would say relatively short but efficient kites coming off of both parties.
Yeah, definitely. I think that the the fact that psychologist went down at first and still had a little bit of that stress shield definitely was a game changer for Ravens, where she was able to take that second hit after she had gotten off her second chair, and able to kite a little bit longer, just buy a little bit more time. Um, just really, really strong, from Ravens. And yeah, I would say, um, that's the thing with the psychologist. If you can get that early down, get that early down. But leaving that little bit of stress there can really come back to bite you, and we did see that happen
Right.
here.
I'm more so impressed with the communication aspect at the end. Really seeing how sorry, I like zoned out for a second. Really seeing how they had the acrobat come in for the rescue, for second rescue on the psychologist, really acknowledging that the Ada still had that stress for her, um, really buying a little bit more time.
Yeah, everything, that really is the way to play the game, less about and that's the reason why, like characters like Acrobat, characters like Patient, those guys have broken into the meta. Buying time is so important when it comes to just making that draw, making that, securing that tie, possibly even getting more points in the future. But just buying time, wasting the hunter's time, because every single second, ciphers go so fast. The moment that you get distracted, you get stuck on one survivor for just a little bit too long. There's 3 ciphers gone, and you've already
Right.
locked yourself into that draw situation at best. So yeah, definitely really, really efficient work on the side of Ravens, just getting those ciphers done, and wasting enough time in order to be just confident in that draw.
hmm And I will have to agree with Mary here. These hooks at the end of this match were honestly make or break. Um,
Mm-hmm.
Phenomenal hook placement and really efficient with distance. Wax Artist himself is not relatively slow, but I wouldn't say he's the fastest hunter there. So being able to capture that distance with the patient and those hooks, really rotating there around the train stop was absolutely efficient.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to head right into this next match, and the bans and picks should be coming in shortly. Definitely anticipating that Priest is ban again. Possibly, yeah. If I were Ravens, I would definitely ban that toy merchant just because, A, she's formidable on this map. B, we do know that Strawberry Milk knows how to utilize that toy merchant, and we've seen that proven time and time again in this tournament. So definitely anticipating that as a ban, unfortunately, as well. Could definitely see that antiquarian band again. But yeah, and very excited to see what Luo pulls out for this first round. Definitely could see another wax artist.
Yeah, I am actually really anticipating another wax artist play here. Would be a little bit more on the surprised end to see someone else, but because it's really nice to get those two hunters that you're efficient and strong as, and get them played and out of the way. Just because going into the second round, you do have you do have that hunter ban, so and it does look like our first survivor ban is going to be that toy merchant. Really interesting first pick here. Really opens for that priestess pick.
Yeah, definitely. A little bit surprised, but also not really, because considering Strawberry Milk does have a toy merchant main on their team,
Mhm.
that would be something that would be locked in as soon as humanly possible. So definitely understand that. Sort of respect toy merchant ban, but also definitely not a survivor that you would want to go against on a map like this. Priestess can be a little more manageable.
Yes.
But I would say both Priestess and Toy Merchant, especially, with in this current state, are pretty equal in terms of being able to assist their teammates, being able to prolong kites. The one thing that I will say about Priestess is those global portals can be absolutely game changing when it comes to the end game, able to teleport her fellow survivors to
Mhm.
the gate. So, definitely something to look out for if Strawberry Milk chooses to lock in the Priestess right away. But, if she's not locked in right away, I would definitely anticipate a Priestess ban coming in the next set of bans. So, oh,
Oh,
well, and
there
there
she
we
is.
are. We are going to be seeing a Priestess and an Antiquarian as
Oh my
well.
god. It's
Both survivors who were
juicy.
banned last match, so definitely really excited to see them shine on
Mhm.
this map.
Yeah, really interested to see, especially because I'm kind of interested to see what Hunter Ravens goes with here now that we have both the Antiquarian and the Priestess out here. Especially on a map like Moonlit, you really have to be careful and just keep an eye out for especially these two survivors in particular.
Yeah, and I banning is such an art because you get rid of that toy merchant, you don't want to see her, and we're going to see a first officer ban coming in
No
as well, and I believe
way.
one more, and the mercenary. Wow. One fell swoop taking out and rightfully so, the two most formidable rescuers in this current meta. So
Mhm.
definitely, not wanting to prolong these kites, not wanting to you know deal with a longer match. Definitely looking to once the survivor gets down, you should stay down and stay on
Right.
that chair.
No, I 100% agree. We're, it seems like Raven's Hunter here is very particular in trying to stall and really trying to close out the gap that it has and takes for rescuing. Because once you don't really have the stress of seeing a survivor be able to rescue, you are free to transition, rotate, and leave the survivor on the chair.
Hmm. Yeah, I almost wonder with these bans and picks if we could be seeing Lula's Bloody Queen. Probably
Mm.
not something that we would see in a first round, especially considering, Luo does have that wax artist. Does have, a disciple, guard 26, definitely, a deep pool of hunters to choose from. But, we could be seeing maybe not that wax artist, we could be seeing something different, but we are going to see that Gravekeeper locked in, definitely. And Strawberry Milk does have that Gravekeeper main on their team,
Hmm.
so,
Yes.
still staying strong, even with the bans of those two most popular rescuers here. And we're going to see an Embalmer locked in for that last ban.
I'm really interested about the embalmer ban here. I honestly can respect it just because of the distance that it goes with. Being able to get that coffin off really can make or break end game. So
Yeah, almost similarly to the Priestess as well, even if you have to deal with the potential of that global portal, um, making sure that, the Embalmer can't just save himself at the end there. Definitely a good choice, and we are going to see that Acrobat coming back again, as that last survivor pick. I didn't really talk about it so much last match because we had bigger things to focus on, but the Acrobat can use those bombs over the lower walls on Moonlit. So definitely a little bit of a homecoming playground for him.
Yeah, I'm really, really interested to see where this goes. And it does look that the priestess is running broken windows, and we are going to be seeing the gravekeeper here with Tide. Um, what are thoughts so far on our trait selection here? I feel like gravekeeper with Tide is definitely a given.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and priestess with broken windows as well, you know, just looking to break that distance. I would definitely anticipate at least one flywheel. Probably on
Mm-hmm.
that acrobat. Could definitely see the antiquarian with flywheel as well. But we haven't quite gotten those results in yet. But flywheel, I love flywheel. I am a flywheel defender.
I am not. I
I
really
know,
believe
I
it was a
know.
mistake.
I enjoy it. Maybe that's just I know that you main perfume, or at least did main perfumer.
Mhm.
But I do find that it's very useful, you know, when you're used to that sort of quick reflex sort of thinking.
Yes.
Able to get that flywheel. And yep, we are going to see the antiquarian with flywheel. Yay. Um, definitely. I enjoy it. I believe it can be. It's a very difficult skill to utilize because you do
Yes.
have to time it. A, you have to time it. B, you have to make sure that you're not just. I mean, you can do it in an open area and you'll still buy a little bit of time. But if you do it, it can add, like, you know, a good 60 seconds to your kite if
I
you can fly to a
agree.
pallet, drop the pallet, and we are going to see the acrobat with flywheel as well. Um, so yeah, definitely a very, very formidable lineup in terms of those persona webs. Gravekeeper with the Tide. And as I was saying before, with these bands sort of reflecting a desire for once those survivors are down, they stay down.
Yeah,
Um,
we're gonna be seeing that
if they
wax
don't get
artist
down in the first
here.
place, they're not gonna stay down at all. But we are going to see, yep, wax artist coming out again for this first round.
I'm actually really anticipating this match to go well. And going back to the conversation, because I feel like I have to defend myself, but I am more so, quote unquote, an old age IDV player. I do not change with the meta. I apologize. So I am forever a flywheel disliker. I miss having 369.
369, yeah, definitely the sort of removal of 369 has been, you know, probably the reason why we're seeing these flywheels and this sort of shift in the meta to oh, you know, harassers, to just breaking that distance any way you can.
Mhm.
Because, you know, in the past we would see, you know, that 369 be carried on a lot of characters. It still gives
Right.
a little bit of a safety net when it comes to that rebound kite. But, you know, not having, and obviously, you know, the ability to rock kite is important for every single character, but having that little bit of a safety net there in the form of flywheel, in the form of 3-9, broken windows, having that speed boost off the window, speed boost off the pallets, can definitely, you know, it can change a game. So, and it also just makes things more interesting to have less
Mhm.
tide, at
Yeah.
least in my opinion.
I just feel like Tide itself is very important to a team composition. So that's why being stuck in mid tiers sometimes is so difficult, because like you get the people who just know that they have a character that like it's more so recommended to run Tide with, and then like you have the characters that don't need Tide running it, and
Hmm.
you're like, no, I feel like this shouldn't be happening here.
I'm a little bit guilty of that. I do run tide, but that's mostly, you know, solo queue things.
Yeah.
Um, can't really trust your teammates when you're stuck in Mammoth, so uh,
Oh yeah.
definitely need that tide. But we are going to see our spawns come in. Priestess in that 2-story, Gravekeeper out in the open there on that bridge, Antiquarian. Oh, not quite locked in yet, I don't think. Yep, heading for that 4th stop, and Acrobat over at that 1st stop. And we will see Wax Artist shortly, spawning over at the working carousel. So definitely, oh, nope, I lied.
We
Spawning at
moved.
the 2nd stop. Deciding, no, maybe not. We're not gonna go that way. Um, but yeah, definitely, I would definitely anticipate possibly seeing that Acrobat, possibly seeing that, Gravekeeper, maybe the Priestess, but Priestess in 2-story, not the most fun thing in the world.
No.
So we, I would much rather chase the Gravekeeper at least because, you know, worst comes to worst, you get a lot of presents out of it.
Yes, and I was saying I do kind of anticipate that first kite being that priestess, unfortunately, just because of the spawn selection here.
Looks like, yep, we're going to head right into it. Uh, just to recap, Ravens is hunting, Strawberry Milk is surviving, I am Bones, this is S, and we are heading into the second half of the first round. So thank you all for coming again, good luck to both teams, and we're just gonna head right into it, Priestess. I was wrong, Priestess is gonna be the first kite, you were right.
You can't say that, my ego will go sky high.
Yeah, definitely seeing... Oh, wow! Beautiful
Wow.
first hit there from Luo, and we are going to see that Priestess at 97% wax, so really not the best position here. And oh! Frozen right before that vault, and a very, very quick down here. Those two portals that she spawns with were utilized very, very quickly just to get her inside and then to get her below. But unable to fully avoid the Wax Artist's wax here. And we did actually see there the sort of wax splash that happens whenever he's stunned, and that's sort of the thing with Priestess against a Wax Artist as well. You every time he's stunned, he splashes the wax. So going through those portals, you know, can just stack your wax up instantly, and we did see that happen there.
Yeah, I'm really interested. We are seeing that first cipher go. I believe we are either going to see the antiquarian. No, the gravekeeper is going for that rescue. It does look like the wax artist is focusing more so on the acrobat. Really good pressure just because the acrobat cipher was locked, so really allows that pressure.
Looks like this is going to be a very last-second rescue, which is very, very dangerous against a Wax Artist. But oh, just going to go for that basic hit and allow the Gravekeeper to get that hit in. And we are going to see the Priestess head over to God Kite. Hopefully she's able to get far enough to utilize it, but that Wax is stacking up very, very quickly. Not really in an area with a lot of walls to avoid it. And oh, yep, going to take that get frozen, take that basic hit right here, and the Priestess will be sent back to the manor. Beautiful start here from Luo.
Yeah, just kind of a really unfortunate scenario here. I will say the usage of those portals was very effective, but I do think the second portal there to get to the lower floor, I feel like we should have saved that, vaulted, and then rotated right back into the 2-story here.
Yeah, but you know,
happens.
Is what it is. Now there's no more portals left, and we're going to have to work with what we have.
I will say, really intense. I really didn't really anticipate that Priestess being first gone.
Yeah, and hit here taken by the Acrobat, transitioning over to the tent. It does look like the Antiquarian and the Gravekeeper have returned to their ciphers, so we will be seeing us get down to 2 ciphers remaining fairly shortly. Beautiful use of the firebomb there to sort of trap the Wax Artist in, make him unable to use that wax for a hot second. But oh, a really beautiful blink and a beautiful flywheel to anticipate as well. Great anticipation there from that Acrobat. But you know, still using those walls, almost here at the wax, able to avoid that second firebomb here, and we are going to see the Acrobat go down. But we do have 2 ciphers remaining. Almost one. The Antiquarian is almost done with her cipher. It's at a very healthy 86%. And yeah, things are not over yet.
Yeah, it does look like we are seeing the Antiquarian come in for that rescue. We are rotating right around the circus tent, but I believe that the Wax Artist Luo here is slowly catching on, which we are seeing the speed boost come in just with that pull, and I believe we're going to get this rescue before half.
Wow, yeah, great work from the Antiquarian here. Able to get to the chair as quickly as possible. But we are going to see that hot wax begin to stack up, and yup, immediately just getting that Acrobat down. And a flywheel here from able to block that hit with the wall. But that flywheel, I'm, maybe misutilized, maybe mistimed. I'm not sure because it definitely did allow her to get to that wall, and use it to block that hit and avoid that double hit situation. But now it's on cooldown, and probably won't have that going into endgame. But definitely, was used at a time where it was needed. Gravekeeper almost finished with that Cypher, but it looks like we aren't going to be going for a rescue on that Acrobat. And the Antiquarian is just going to go and attempt to hide. But Luo does know that that Cypher is the one that they are pushing. It's almost done, not quite. And it looks like, Strawberry Milk Survivors are going to just try and make it over there before Luo catches on.
Yeah, I mean, the usage of the walk here really, really did help keep the tinnitus away and really helped. Oh, unfortunately,
Wow.
that cipher is going to get locked.
Yup, it
I
loo's like it is
wonder.
primed. I
Oh yeah,
believe it
it's
is. It's very, very
primed. I was
primed.
watching for sure.
Yep, but going for that, not a basic hit on that Antiquarian. And we are going to see her chaired right next to that Cypher. Such good use from Luo here of that Wax, locking off the Cypher, making it unable for them to pop, and actually going to chair her a little bit of a ways away. Knowing the Gravekeeper doesn't have Tide here as well. Trying to bait out that hit, but definitely not a great position. Not a position you want to be in if you are Strawberry Milk here. Ooh!
Beautiful! Oh, amazing body block coming off of that Gravekeeper here. And we are, going in for that stun here.
Yep, stunning, but not quite in time to avoid that Cypher getting waxed off, and it looks like, is still going to be waxed off as the Antiquarian sees her second chair. But what is Dusk going to do? Is Dusk... Yep, just going to pop it, heading into this endgame. Probably just going to try and use those shovels to survive as long as possible. The dungeon is right there. We could be seeing a solo escape, but Dust actually cutting away, possibly to use that coaster.
Yeah, I mean, we do have also the shovel into play here. As long as we can bait it out just enough. I mean, great use of that pallet here too. It looks like the Antiquarian is going to probably be sent back to the manor very shortly.
Oh, he's just got the battle for dungeon. Can the Gravekeeper enter the dungeon with the shovel? I'm actually not sure. Oh, wow!
Beautiful dungeon escape coming off of this Gravekeeper here.
Very, very tight there. I'm not actually sure if he would have been knocked back far enough to not be able to get the dungeon at all.
I'm not
But really great
sure.
work there from Dust, saving those shovels until the very end of the match, able to use them to clutch the dungeon. But absolutely wonderful work there from Luo. And great usage of the Wax Artist, great control of the Wax Artist, and taking advantage of the Wax Artist skills so that they just could not pop that Cypher in a way that would have possibly taken them to a draw, forcing them to settle for that solo escape. But really, really impressive work from both teams here in this first round.
Yeah, I mean, that was a phenomenal and really stressful match. I'm super I'm personally like even kind of stressed over it. But I will say, we're out of the first match jitters, so the second match is only going to get harder. And honestly, I'm excited. Always playing that first match can be stressful. It gives you like that little bit of anxiety, adrenaline rush. But it really preps you up for that second match. These are really make or break. It does look like the score for Ravens, we are 5-3.
Yep, 5-3 in the favor of Ravens. So definitely, very, very good start for Ravens. Not the worst start in the world for Strawberry Milk, still with a little bit of room to make up that distance in the second round here. And, with more bands in play, with more picks in play, different map as well. Definitely really interested to see what the map will be. Hoping to see a little bit of more Leo's Memory Love. I know we saw some last week. But we have been seeing that map come around in those second rounds, so I'm hoping a little bit.
I would appreciate
Uh,
it. My favorite map ever. Let's see. I'm really just excited overall to see the team compositions. Going into the second match, you get one extra ban on the hunter side, and then you also get the ban on the survivor side. So, really anticipating what choices we will be seeing here.
probably some more priestess, some more toy merchant bands, just for you, Mixie. Um,
I see
but
her
you know,
in the
depending on the
chat.
map, maybe not. Depending on the map, maybe not. Um, we could, we, we could, we could see a lizard.
We
could.
see a lizard.
We could.
You know, I would also like
Chances
to
are low,
see
but never zero.
never zero. I would like to see a geisha. Or Mary. I feel like I think we've only seen Mary like once. I
Yeah,
think.
I
This
believe
whole
she's
tournament.
been picked before. I may be wrong. But I do know that Luo is a very, very prolific Bloody Queen main, so we could definitely be seeing her coming into the
I
second
am
round.
anticipating it.
Sending notes is what we're doing.
If
Passing
Luo
some notes
can
under the table.
telepathically
Could
receive
be
my
on the
message.
stream. But yeah, definitely really definitely big things coming for this next round. Okay, it's a casual lizard counter today, all right?
I
I'm
think
not
we're going
pushing it.
casual, yeah.
We're
Not
we're
like the
going low
last few
lizard
days.
counter.
um, Personally, what I'm looking for survivors is I got to see her like the other week, but I would love to see a perfumer play here. You know, I feel like we had this conversation a lot, but she doesn't really fit the meta anymore, but I wouldn't ever denounce her. She is still strong. This is past my
Yeah.
bias.
It's
A little bit. I mean, I still think she's strong, but is it because I
yeah.
still play her actively, or is it just because it's Veronair?
Well, biases aside, I definitely, you know, I will always advocate for those not quite meta picks. Perfumer is never a terrible choice.
No.
The issue though always becomes there just aren't enough survivor bans to get into that situation where, you know, we would be seeing a perfumer just because there's always better options. But we are going to we are going to see that Leo's Memory ban. Not entirely surprised considering that the other
No.
option is Ever Sleeping. And given the choice, you know, I love Leo's Memory, but if given the option, always Ever Sleeping.
I can
Um,
respect that.
so
Both really good
much better
maps.
choice. And oh, we are actually going to see another sub here. Ender is subbing in, Zen is subbing out for Strawberry Milk.
All
So
right.
in the extremely unlikely event that Hermit is not immediately banned coming into this next round, we could possibly be seeing Ender's Hermit again, which is something that I have very, very much missed since my first time
I know that
commentating for
first match we
Strawberry Milk.
saw Hermit was phenomenal. I was literally at the edge of my seat.
Hermit is just such a fun character to commentate for, but you know, definitely not going to get my hopes up. I know that I've been kind of cursed over the course of this tournament, hoping for characters, and then as soon as I mention them, they get taken off the table or just not played at all. So we're just not. We're gonna cut it right there.
Smacked with the
But definitely
ban.
very excited to see what Ender will bring to the table. Coming into this, also has that wax artist to utilize. And you know we've seen time and time again how strong wax artist is on this map. So definitely some very, very strong options here coming into the second round. We will
Mhm.
see if there are any other lineup changes, but you know, not really expecting them at this point. But
Seen the
yeah,
hermit
really.
please in the chat, and I understand. Ender's Hermit was phenomenal, guys.
Though I definitely do anticipate that hermit ban we've seen over and over again.
Yeah.
Uh, as soon as a hunter like that is on the table, it is something that you just don't want to deal with it, especially when you don't have to. But
Right.
speaking of things that you don't want to deal with if you don't have to, we are going to see that priestess and that female dancer taken off the table right away. You know, the bands are so funny. It's always these guys again. But I don't
Uh,
blame it. I if those music boxes detrimental. Those
mhm.
uh those portals detrimental, especially on a map like Moonlit or not Moonlit. I am so sorry. Ever Sleeping, where that
Yeah.
center area with the boxes able to just sort of be like the dancer's playground as well as the
No,
priestess's
for
playground as
sure.
well.
And I bring this up every time we get a dancer band, but we always talk about the music boxes and everything, but we never talk about that buff that comes when she vaults off of a high place.
Hmm.
I mean, I know it's like I believe it's only 5 seconds, but
Oh.
it's a lot. Ooh, we are seeing a breaking wheel ban over a hermit ban here. So
Yeah, and I
we
understand it. Hermit's counterable. Um, and especially, on a map like this, there's a lot of tight areas, there's a lot of just spots for him to get stuck in, and spaces that he can't quite maneuver around. But we are going to see a barmaid and an enchantress locked in, for this first round. And yeah, really, really strong picks right off the table from Ravens
exactly.
here. And not quite something that we've been seeing. So I'm interested. You've got my attention.
I will say if we are going with a hermit play here, that enchantress, I believe personally, I think the enchantress, if I was playing hunter, would be the first to go. Especially if we are seeing a hermit play. Just because those curses stack up even with chip hits. Um and also if you heal your players, heal your teammates, it is pretty detrimental to a hermit here.
Especially, with that shared damage as well. Just easy stacks. Uh, every time, you even if you take just the tiniest bit of damage, that's a stack. So, definitely understand the Enchantress pick here. It is very interesting to see though, because you see that Barmaid and you go, oh, Dream Witch. But Enchantress is almost directly countered by the Dream Witch, unable
Mhm.
to, because those stacks they don't transfer from leech to leech. All the
Yeah.
stacks are calculated individually based on the leech. So yeah, definitely interested to see what Ravens is planning. Probably planning to use that Dovlin to negate the Hermit healing. But we are going to see the Antiquarian and the Patient locked in as those next two bans. So not wanting to deal with what we've already seen out of Pablo's Patient. Just beautiful versatility with those hooks. And an Antiquarian, just not something you want to deal with in general. Um, Such versatility with that stick, able to stun close range, able to run away with the speed boost that it allows. So, yeah, definitely very understandable bans. And we are going to see that Mercenary coming back.
Yeah, I mean that mercenary the mercenary is really gonna help here with especially the characters with the survivor composition that we have so far. um Being able to get that body block in for a barmaid, if we are if we're pinching for time, getting that body block barmaid so she can finish up that Dublin is extremely detrimental and helpful to really progressing a kite.
hmm And yeah, definitely excited to see what that final lock-in is going to be. It looks like we are going to be taking the psychologist off the table, just not looking to deal with that stress heal, and also her ability to distance heal as well can be very, very valuable against a hermit. Especially, like teammate on the prime cipher not at enough health, distance heal, good to go.
Right.
So definitely, if we are going to be looking at a hermit here, definitely very, very smart to get that psychologist off the table. Um, definitely. I'm looking at the chat here, and Professor is a very good counter. I would be very surprised to see him, especially here. He's not as commonly played in NAU.
We did see
Would not be
him
disappointed though.
last week,
We saw him in
though.
Japan. We did see him last week. From Ravens, so it's not.
Right.
It's not a 0% chance, but we are going to see that entomologist coming in here. Wrong lizard, though.
But wouldn't it be crazy if
Wrong.
they ran Joseph?
Good luck with that one, I
Have
would
fun.
But yeah, definitely entomologist, able to harass with those bees, able to push the hunter out of the way, blocking off those routes as well. Never a bad thing to have on a team, and we are going to get those persona webs in right now. Barmaid and the entomologist both are going to be carrying broken windows. Enchantress has that flywheel, and mercenary with the tide as always. So, and yep, we
Oh
are
my
going to be
God.
seeing that wax artist coming back here for round number 3
Okay.
with him.
We're so far 3 for 3 with the wax artists. I cannot complain. Wax artists are always really interesting plays, extremely stressful matches. I just get stressed for everyone playing against him.
I like seeing hunters win personally.
I don't.
But we are going to see, definitely very excited to see a different wax artist. It is Ender, it is not Zen. So we could be seeing some different things coming up. And yeah, definitely, Barmaid especially may have a bit of a more difficult time here against the wax artist. With that strategy of, being able to almost wax the survivor all the way and then not quite, get that first basic hit in and then immediately wax them again.
Right.
That's, barmaid counter immediately, because she's unable to get enough distance away for that heal to go all the way through. So, depending on the area, depending on where she ends up getting stuck, or if Ender is even able to work that wax, to get to that very specific, high percentage, and get that early down, could be very detrimental to that barmaid. Definitely would be expecting to see her as the first kite, as a result. But we could see.
Yeah, I
Or
mean,
we will see.
especially with a team composition like this, I am particularly interested in seeing how this goes. Just because, as you said, wax artist is a pretty strong counter to the barmaid. Oh, I will say we have true proof sitting on the table. She is phenomenal. One of my favorite skins in this game. But and we are gonna really see a bit of a struggle too with the enchantress, just because as she does accumulate stuns, you are playing a stunner with a stunner, so you really have to be careful and
Stun
really
versus
manage
stun.
them.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely very, very excited to see how that Enchantress comes against the Wax Artist. We have actually seen Enchantress, we've seen Enchantresses do a crazy kites against Wax Artists on this map.
Yeah, David last weekend.
Yup. Against I believe Caleb on Discord Kittens. So unfortunately, David not playing the Enchantress this week, but still having just having that ability and that record as well. 1-0 against Waxart. Well, obviously more than that, but at least in terms of my very bad memory, we are 1-0 with Ravens against the Wax Artist on Ever Sleeping. But we're gonna head right into it. Just to recap. Strawberry Milk is hunting, Ravens is surviving, I am Bones, this is S, and we are heading into round 2 of the Checkmate semifinals. And we're actually going to see that barmaid on the first chase. So definitely, my predictions are coming in clutch. And we are going to see, I believe here, an attempt to... Oh, no, just going to go for that first hit. and looking just to make up for that as well. But are we going to see the tram come into play here?
Yes, of course. We are
Yep, and it
actually going to
looks
be seeing
like.
the tram come into play here so we can finish getting that Doblin off.
Very, very good work there by Proud Sensei. Able to make it to that tram, utilizing that broken windows, and taking the vault. But it looks like we are actually going to be catching up to her right away, not giving her the time or the peace to. Did she just mix it right there?
Yeah, she tried to mix it right in front of the tram. Right
Wow.
behind the tram, my bad.
Really great work from Proud Sensei there, but definitely not quite using that yet. Definitely not wanting to waste it in this situation.
Oh, wonderful charge hit.
Yeah, very, very good patience there from Proud Sensei. Not using the Dublin yet, knowing that, probably gonna go down very soon, so not wanting to have it go to waste, keeping it for inevitably getting off chair. But very, very good, quick down from Ender. Still have 5 ciphers remaining, with them not quite past 50%, so a very, very strong start here.
Yeah, I will say, really strong start coming off of Ender here. We are giving the Mercy to get this rest in. I'm okay.
Looks like
Sorry, I
those
was
bees are.
trying to figure out what they were doing over in that corner there.
Bees are coming in for support here, and sort of playing some mind games, not really wanting Ender to. I believe Ender might have. Yeah, Ender actually has Nostalgic, so which is it's a persona trait. It allows the hunter to see the survivor's location when they are rescued. So I believe they may have been trying to wait that out. So very, very
Yeah.
good discipline here from Ravens. And it looks like the barmaid is actually going to be able to get that Dublin heal in. So absolutely insane teamwork here on the side of Ravens, giving Ender kind of a run
Phenomenal.
for his money.
Yeah, I mean, this is really phenomenal play here. Even with that West Artist counter against that barmaid, this team composition really did manage to just completely negate that counter, and managed to get that barmaid the support she needed.
Yeah, just very, very strong teamwork here from Ravens. And those entomologist bees are not going anywhere fast. Still in the area, still here to harass. Taking one hit. Ender needs to move. Yeah, moving on here. Keeping on that barmaid, but very, very good. We're almost at 2 ciphers remaining. Those ciphers are almost done. And
I believe
that
we
will
are going to
free
be at 1 cipher.
2 ciphers. They were
Two?
decoding the same one. Yeah. Sorry, I went and looked. It did look like that from the pings though. But it does look like we will be seeing, yep, barmaid frozen here and heading down. But we will have, oh, we're actually, because of those ciphers that were started earlier and not quite finished, the last 2 ciphers are almost done here. And I believe Proud Sensei will be seeing only a second chair.
Yeah, I mean, the team composition here is extremely formidable here against Ender.
Ooh!
Ooh!
Switching to abnormal there, knocking off the progress on that last cipher, and definitely, with the wax artist cipher control here as well, we could definitely be seeing Ravens unable to complete that cipher, but Barmaid is back off chair with the Enchantress here to harass. Both the Entomologist and the Mercenary are going to be pushing that cipher, so definitely could be a very dangerous situation here for Ender, but we are going to see all 3 of them here to harass. But
Really?
yeah, with the Wax Artist stun capability, we will be seeing Sapphire standing there to block the way as well. Just beautiful communication here, David moving off of that cipher in time to not quite be spotted, and Barmaid transitioning over to that corner house, which is a much, much stronger kite area for her.
Yeah, it looks like that Mercenary is going down. Really, really relying on the exit, so he. But it does look like Ender is trailing after the Enchantress and the Barmaid here, who I don't know if you saw earlier, they were actually trying to heal each other. We are seeing that locked off though once again.
Yeah, but that cipher is, I believe, at about 80%. And once it's unlocked, you know, Entomologist is going to be able to decode it, but we are going to keep here with the harassment. Um, Proud Sensei continuing to kite over into this area. Almost, not quite. Oh, and a hot wax down. Are they
Phenomenal
going to be able to
down.
pop the cipher in time? No, not quite. We will be seeing, I believe, oh, the Enchantress is here to harass. And they're just going to pop it here as Barmaid gets chaired. Pablo unable to catch up, but 3 survivors are still going. A mercenary is on that gate with it halfway open. And it's really just up to Pablo here on the Enchantress to be able to make it to that gate, or possibly pushing dungeon. Oh, and the dungeon is open, but yeah, it looks like Ender just not able to catch
Yeah.
up. Wax coming in too slowly to freeze the Enchantress in time, and that is a 3-man on the side of Ravens. Wow.
Honestly, really phenomenal play coming from Ravens. Really working with artists, and the band choices that he had, allowing survivors, oh, allowing survivors that typically do counter the my bad that are countered by the wax artist. He was really allowing the room for mistake, but unfortunately with just the communication that came off of Ravens, he just didn't get it.
Yeah, and that brings Ravens 2-0 against Wax Artist on Ever Sleeping. You know, just really able to showcase, you know, Wax Artist is one of those hunters where he has such great versatility. But if you're able to just work together like that, and almost catch him off guard, you know, he can fall a little bit short of expectations. So, you know, he is very, very strong on this map. But with Ravens able to just sort of spread themselves out, able to decode those ciphers, as well as keep with the harassment, you know, Entomologist Bees coming in almost constantly. There is a presence, you know, slowing the Wax Artist down. Just very, very strong work there on the side of Ravens, keeping up that coordination until the last moments. And just, you know, keeping Ender on his toes, unable to even take a second to breathe during that match. Just beautiful, beautiful work.
Yeah, I mean, the teamwork here was phenomenal. It is a little unfortunate just because, I was really, really hoping for that tie to come in. But we've seen it last week. I really think not really getting rid of the bees when they were harassing the first time uh, really put Ender in a bit of a stun lock there. The entomologists for bees are both very efficient in either slowing down or pushing the hunter away, and it just seemed like Ender really just avoided them or walked around them instead of just trying to get rid of them.
And you know, it is sort of a double-edged sword. You know, you take the second to break the
Mm-hmm.
bees, you lose time chasing the survivors. And I am not very good at math here, so please do forgive me. But I believe Strawberry Milk may need a 4-man escape.
I believe so.
If
I'm
I'm doing
also
that
not very good
right.
at math. 3-man. We need a 3-man
A
escape.
3-man, okay, for to draw the round,
Mm.
tie things up, and head into the next. Okay, yeah, okay,
I'm
yes, yes, that
horrible at
makes more
math.
sense.
This is a every weekend
I'm
conversation.
getting better. I'm getting
I'm
better.
not.
I was close. But yeah,
um.
so Strawberry Milk will need to secure a 3-man escape. And yeah, we are heading into the bans and picks for this round. Strawberry Milk is going to be surviving, and Ravens Luo is going to be hunting once again. Definitely anticipating that Wax Artist ban, and we will finally get a break from him. Hopefully.
Immediately right off the bat, we are going to be getting the toy merchant and the priestess ban. I know this tournament's been going on for a few weeks now, but really anticipating the toy merchant ban. It does feel like Ravens kind of did their research on strawberry milk here. Unfortunately, we do have a pretty high-ranking toy merchant on strawberry milk, so getting rid of her is definitely a play.
Definitely, based on the last match as well, just anticipating that toy merchant as well. And bans are kind of it's playing two games at once. Not only is it, I don't want to deal with this character, but especially in terms of tournament, going right for that toy merchant, forces Strawberry Milk to sort of rethink, what characters are going to lock in right away. It's a bit of psychological warfare there as well. Like taking me for example, I one of my close friends is a painter main. I would never in my life ban painter. If I was, playing against my friend, I would ban painter, if only to, well, also, my friend is insane. But just to get that out of the way.
Right.
Forcing people off their mains can be just as efficient as keeping the survivors forced into a comp that works a little bit in favor of your hunter. But it's also, Toy Merchant is very, very viable. We've seen her on this map. We've seen her utilized on this map. Catapult's able to take fellow survivors up to the stairs, able to glide out through those drop points within the buildings. So just a very, very strong character overall, and definitely, a very, very justifiable ban, even if Strawberry Milk didn't already have that Toy Merchant on their team. But we are going to see that Wax Artist ban, so
Oh.
if only once in this tournament, depending on how it goes, we will get to have a match that does not feature a Wax
So
Artist. And
excited.
Lou, if you're listening, you could possibly play the Reptilian, but we're not going to. We're not gonna hope. I definitely hope to see that Bloody Queen possibly.
I hope.
Maybe a Disciple, maybe a Guard 26 as well.
I
But we
agree. Really interesting
definitely.
choices.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of things on the table, even with that Wax Artist band. And it's very refreshing to see also, commentating for Wax Artist. I know S as well. You were talking about this, but it is very fun to commentate for Wax Artist just because he has so much versatility.
Right.
As a hunter. But not gonna complain about a little bit of a change in scenery. Never gonna complain about that. But we are just going to wait a little bit on these picks from Strawberry Milk.
I'm just laughing because the chat is just going, but I'm sorry, Mixie. Mixie goes, every time Annie gets banned, an angel loses its wings.
This is true, and we are actually, it does look like Strawberry Milk may be
Whoa.
anticipating that Bloody Queen. We are going to see the Acrobat and the Seer locked in.
I'm
First
really
time today for that
interested.
Seer.
I think, have we seen him really this tournament at all to begin with?
Not really, and we've actually been seeing Seer kind of. I mean, we have seen definitely a good few Seers within this tournament. I know that we did have, I believe we had a Seer the last time we commentated for Strawberry Milk. So this is definitely not something that is completely new.
For sure.
But we haven't been seeing a lot of Seers just in general with this current meta because again, like there's just better options. If you're able to get that Psychologist in, she also comes with those three free hits. Seer as well, obviously it's rechargeable from the Seer, but you still have to deal with the kiting debuffs, and also the match, ideally the match isn't going to last that long enough to bring in that next owl, but very, very valuable asset to have on a team, able to send owls to other teammates in order to block hits. But we are going to see the Antiquarian and the Prospector both banned here, so definitely Luo not looking to be harassed today.
I actually, with these picks, I'm really anticipating either a Disciple or a Bloody Queen. I mean, these stunners are very common ban picks, especially both Disciple and Bloody Queen, especially because the Disciple is a stunner, and when you're anticipating getting that stun, you just throw a mag, shoots you straight out. And also, for Bloody Queen, that mirror, unfortunately, she is one of those hunters that she's not as strong as she used to be, so when the Antiquarian stun locks her, even the mirror can't hit any.
Yeah, so definitely taking that antiquarian off the table is obviously something that every hunter in this current state of the meta wants to do, but especially as you were saying with the Bloody Queen, it doesn't have that secondary form of damage to deal that can sort of make up for the antiquarian stun. So really, definitely something that you do not want to deal with. Disciple as
Mhm.
well doesn't have that secondary form of damage. Guard 26 does, and we have seen Luo play Guard 26 in this tournament before. But there's nothing quite equivalent to a basic hit. Guard 26 is a chip damage hunter, doesn't have a full secondary damage. Um, but yeah, so definitely really excited to see how Strawberry Milk lines up or rounds up this lineup. We could maybe we'll see a decoder coming into play.
Maybe
Possibly not, but
Miss
could be
Tracy
seeing that batter
Resnick, if
come out
you're out
again.
there. That batter, that batter from that first week was absolutely phenomenal, I will
hmm
say.
Yeah, so definitely hoping for that batter as well. Also, can be very, very strong against the disciple, especially, um, able to knock the disciple out of those cat jumps, able to knock the disciple out of the way of teammates. And on Ever Sleeping as well, batter can be. It takes a lot of timing, it takes a lot of preparation, but batter can knock the hunter into the tram. So hoping for a batter pick. I always love seeing batter. Um, batter was kind of my first. My first survivor when I started playing like new survivor was painter.
Mhm.
But I didn't really know what was going on at that point. So my first like proper new survivor was the batter, and I did end up with lava cake by the end of that season.
Aw,
So
so
I
cute.
do have I have a little bit of a batter bias.
Aw.
Um, I can play him on good days.
I could
I'm not the
never.
best batter in the world. But I'm like, I have lava cake. I have to try.
I will say, we did. Oh no! So,
Well,
our third pick was the first officer, which, really great choice coming off of Strawberry Milk. We have seen him play him before, I believe. But unfortunately, we were talking him up so much.
I need to stop doing that.
Really
I
had
need to stop
to
doing that.
Luda come in and be like, no thanks.
Yeah, but we are going
Not
to see the first
that.
officer, and time again, first officer coming into the meta is, if you had told me first officer is going to be like the meta pick, uh, coming after last year, I would never have believed you. But here we are, first officer is being picked, either picked or banned. Very, very commonly, we've seen it in China, we've seen it in Japan, we've seen it in almost every
Mm.
region where this first officer just keeps being picked, and it's crazy. But we are, I believe, going to see that last pick coming in very, very shortly. And yeah, the chat showing some love for that prisoner.
They're
Uh,
calling to him like he's a cat.
Maybe he is a cat. You don't know.
Maybe to you
He could be a
guys.
cat.
It's
I
a
think he's a
fox to
cat.
me.
I like cats better though. So we're just going to run
Oh,
with
okay.
the cat prisoner coming in
Okay.
here. But are we going to see the prisoner? I don't know. Would definitely be very interested to see that. We could also see, entomologist coming out. We could be seeing. I would say not a mercenary, especially since
Yeah.
they did
First
pick that
officer.
first officer, kind of covering that rescue. We could be seeing a barmaid. She has not been banned yet. An enchantress. So definitely, definitely a good few things that could come out. And
William!
well, I'm just gonna stop trying to predict things.
I love William!
To see a forward locked in for this last pick. Very, very interesting here. Kind of returning almost to that old meta. Having that seer, having that forward on the field feels very, very reminiscent of what we've seen in past years from Call of the Abyss. Um, and yeah, really interested to see what Strawberry Milk does. Not what I mean, first officer's decoding isn't that bad. And it does get It does get better the later you go into the match. Each pocket watch gives you an additional 7% decoding. His
Right.
decoding debuff, I believe, is only 20% to start with, so by the time you hit accelerated decoding, it's really nothing at all. Can definitely, be very, very valuable on those ciphers towards the end of the game. But, it's not something that we see nearly as often, having two
Oh.
rescuers. I know, they switched forward, they made him an assist.
He
I
is a
can't
rescuer
say
in my
I
heart.
can't say I agree with it. They should at least do something with his decoding debuff if he's going to be
Well,
if he's going to be an assist,
well,
all
that
things
and can we
considered.
make him a rescue again so the forwards in my rank matches stop bringing flywheel?
That wouldn't stop them. But
I
yeah, no,
need
I
it
do
to.
think that they should buff his Cypher Rush. He went to college. He knows what he's doing.
Right, he's so
Um
smart.
but I'm very interested to see this because again, like this isn't something that we've been seeing. And I guess, in preparation for that Bloody Queen, we could definitely, that is sort of a return to an older form of the meta as well.
Mm, we did
So
just get our personas, and we are going to be seeing that forward with a flywheel. Um, both the first officer and the acrobat with Tide and the seer with broken
oh,
windows, and we're
we
going to
are
be
going to be
seeing.
seeing a clerk instead. So again, we need to stop having Bones predict things because they're gonna be wrong. But definitely very excited to see a clerk. It's been a while since I've had the privilege of commentating for a clerk, and her gameplay is always so much fun. And honestly, I agree with the flywheel forward. I know, but
No,
um,
here you go, defending flywheel.
in terms of how the forward is utilized, especially since the acrobat does have the secondary tide on this team, if forward to harass, being able to utilize that flywheel, get out of the way of the hit, as fast as possible, and be able to survive long enough in order to come in for those second, third, fourth stuns.
Mm.
Flywheel definitely probably a little bit better in this situation than bringing that tide turner. And of course, we do have the first officer on tide turner. We have the acrobat on tide turner, and I believe Seer has broken windows.
Yeah,
So definitely interested in
I
keeping survivors up.
and I am really really interested in seeing how this, because Strawberry Milk does need a 3-man escape so we can move on to the third match, and I believe this clerk play is really trying to inhibit that, especially with the lock on decoding.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, endgame against a clerk can be almost impossible, and we've seen time and time again, um, clerks able to secure a draw even in what would otherwise be a certain 3-man 4-man situation, able to just lock off those gates, prevent the survivors from even escaping in the first place, and push it to a draw. So Luo definitely looking to secure this last round for Ravens, but Strawberry Milk has proven to be a very, very coordinated team with that forward here as well to harass. Forward is always most effective on a team that's actually communicating. And so that's why we see, or used to see, we've been seeing him less and less lately, and I do miss him very much. But yeah,
No.
I'm definitely excited to see him again. I am very interested to see who the first chase will be, because you know it's kind of both sides, a lot of very good options for a first chase and a lot of options that could come back to bite you in terms of a first chase.
I will say it is a little silly watching Lulo swap between the spectators and the hunter. I don't know if you caught in the chat, but he goes, "Let me play Survivor real quick."
He's
So
let him watch, let him watch. But hey, they could let me in as the last survivor. I can't promise anything. I don't even think I own enough
and then he goes, "Can
survivors
I be
on this
commentator? I will
account.
commentate myself." No worries.
Yeah, oh, there we are. There's
There
the
we
final lineup
go.
for Strawberry Milk. Um, running a little bit late, but, not an issue, not an issue. We will get started when we get started. And again, thank you all for coming. Really appreciate seeing some familiar faces in the chat as well. Bird, you're just in time for William. But yeah, again, just sort of recap. We're going to see Ravens hunting, Strawberry Milk surviving, and for the second half of the second round for the Checkmate semifinals. And I believe that let me just check this real quick so that I am not completely wrong. Okay, yeah, whoever loses this round, we will actually see again tomorrow at the same time. It will be me and S again for the third place bracket. After this today, I believe starting at 3:15 EST, so that is in about, I believe, half an hour. Projected, obviously if this keeps going past this round, we could be seeing that pushed back a little bit. But today we will be seeing LG versus You're On Your Own, also fighting in the semifinals. The losers of these two matches we will be seeing in the third place round tomorrow, same time, and then the finals will be for the champion will be at 3:15 EST after that tomorrow.
Yep.
And I believe today we are going to see you and Mixie for the second matchup.
We are. I'm really excited. Mixie, if you're out there, I love you.
Yeah, we definitely saw Mixie in the chat earlier, and I had the privilege of commentating with Mixie last week, so definitely we'll be tuning into that.
For sure.
And yeah, my apologies for not going over the spawn picks. Just wanted to, catch everybody up to speed with the state of the tournament. And this will be our final weekend, so again, thank you for watching, thank you for joining us. And we're just gonna head right into it. This is Luo from Ravens hunting, Strawberry Milk surviving, and they need a 3-man win to escape. So the stakes are high.
Yeah, it does look like we are trailing after Juniper here. We are going for that seer first. Recording the page of Keegan going through the window, and we are using walking here to get rid of our trail, but unfortunately we're just catching up.
Yep, and I believe that may have actually been before the owl returns. And missing the recording there, and so you're able to take that window boost and possibly not quite heading for that tram, knowing that the clerk will probably be catching up and just heading probably over to that over to the center 2-story. Getting in that recording on the first officer, disrupting the decoding early on. And it does look like the forward is decoding here, so we will have the forward in the area when the seer eventually goes down, but not quite yet. Has that owl in play, and baiting it out with
Whoa, beautiful bait on that owl there.
Yup, brief recording, I believe did actually catch that that pallet drop. And a little bit of camera work here as well from Luo. And recorded that vault as well, and blocking off the seer's path, and we will be seeing the seer go down fairly early. But there is actually good cipher progress here. I believe that I believe there might be a recording from Dust, but I'm not quite sure if that recording was actually able to catch any decoding progress. But we will be seeing the first officer come in for that rescue. And a little bit of pressure on the cipher as well from that forward, or with that forward.
Whoa! Just missing the first officer there just a little bit.
Yup, and running in the opposite direction, getting just getting out of the area. Seer hopefully able to rebound, but with a recording up, so unable to really make full use of these pallets. And yeah, not quite able to get another owl in time, and the seer will be going down again. But the forward is in the area. We could be seeing some forward harassment, but that will likely wait until the last chair, as forward does need to pop that cipher. We are at 3 ciphers remaining.
I will say we are making some really good cipher progress here. I would not be 100% shocked if we were going to let the seer return to the manor here. But I think we're just gonna put some pressure on the area. Yep.
Does look like the acrobat is coming in for this with that additional tide. Just missing the ball there, unable to slow the clock down. But here comes the forward.
Beautiful stun.
Just sort of inhibiting her progress, but she does have excitement.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, not quite connecting that stun there as well, but not taking the hit on him. It does look like he has a little bit under 50% ball. He's definitely in the area and very, very interested. A bit of an interesting attempt at a stun there, not quite near any walls, but it does look like the Seer has been able to get another owl. So that we could be seeing them come into play very, very quickly. Oh, and just missing that hit! But the owl is up, buying a little bit more time for this Seer, and we are at 2 ciphers remaining. And both those ciphers have just been started.
I will say, really interesting and beautiful palette stun. There goes the excitement. You know, it is really interesting to see the forward here just get into the mix and beautiful stun again. You know, this forward harassment is absolutely phenomenal. Really is buying the Seer some time just to stay alive. Beautiful teamwork coming off of this group here.
And I believe he has just enough ball to get one last stun off here. Or at least one last significant stun off here in the event that the Seer is to go down. But, you know, just keeping up, you know, needing... Oh, and unable to hit the wall quite over there. And we are going to see the forward go down. Keeping up that pressure on the ciphers as well, but it does look like Acrobat is nearly done with that. Oh, yep, popping it just to get it out of the way. First officer hard at work, and the forward is going to be headed to the basement.
Yeah, I mean, that forward still has ball left and still has his flywheel. You know, we're really seeing that pressure on that cipher there, but this does allow the Acrobat to possibly come in for a rescue. You just have to be really careful position here for that drop down hit.
And we are going to see the first officer recorded again, taking a basic hit here, not really going for that drop down, but yup, and that cipher was actually locked off. Oh, forward going straight down here. All of the survivors injured, not really in a great position for that rescue, but that cipher is nearly primed from that first officer. Oh, and a beautiful firebomb there, and the cipher is going to pop.
It looks like we are going to be seeing this Acrobat here trying to make his way out. You know, oh, unfortunately he is going down. Are we going for the basement chair down here, or take that 3-man that's... we really have the anticipation here. We are going to be cheering above ground here.
Yeah, and unfortunately just able to catch a second of that decoding progress, locking off the gate here. Clerk heading straight towards that gate. Oh, actually going to head towards that the forward. Definitely, you know, Luo only needs... Oh, dear.
Oh, no.
That gate is going to be open. Seer already over at the chair, but a switch to teleport. Trying to cut off the Seer, succeeding. Seer unable to get Acrobat off that chair, heading right back towards the graveyard. And it does look like, you know, Clark is getting rid of those, trying to head over here to the first officer who is attempting to heal up the forward, but not quite. And oh, forward is just on his self-heal. Is he going to be able to make it out? Or is he even going to go out?
And the Seer pulling off the rescue. Just managing to escape getting hit by the tram. They look like they are rotating around, just probably out to distract the clerk here. We are going to be seeing the Acrobat take this kite. I believe we are going to be getting if not close to that 3-man here. They are healing within
the hit there. Yep, we are going to see there's about 20 seconds left on the tension. Oh, a beautiful block there, and we are going to see the Acrobat go down. But there are 3 survivors in the gate. This will be heading to another round for Strawberry Milk.
Absolutely phenomenal match. Really great teamwork coming off the stream. Strawberry Milk.
Yeah, just absolutely beautiful teamwork there. Able to just... you know, get in the way of that clerk, not let her pressure that gate enough to keep them from escaping. We are going to actually get a chance to look at the stats this time. Seer with that 193-second kite.
Phenomenal kite.
Very, very high containment from everyone except for that first officer who does have the most decoding there. But just beautiful teamwork there as well. That forwards harassment was so valuable, even if not all of those stuns landed. With the football just being there as another body, getting those pallet stuns in as well. You know, I didn't comment it during the match, but forward was able to get those pallet stuns in so efficiently because the seer was the one being recorded, and the forward wasn't being
Mhm.
recorded, so the clerk couldn't get those pallet hits off or record those pallet drops, and so it was basically just free reign for that forward. But just beautiful, beautiful teamwork, keeping up that pressure, and just sort of splitting the clerk's attention as well between that gate and that chair. Was really what just like clutched them that win, as well as
Right.
the forward did have flywheel, which meant that he had sticker, which meant that that self-healing there at the end was far faster than it would have been otherwise.
Right.
So just really very I'm impressed. I am definitely very, very impressed and very excited to see us going into this next round.
Yes, and honestly, touching on the decoding here, it was pretty equal across the board. You have 2% coming from both the first officer and the acrobat, and you also have that forward. The forward, he did do only one cipher, but you know what? One cipher and the rest harassment really, really did buy them enough time to finish those last two ciphers, even while the clerk here was recording them. And honestly, I can't even knock it. Clerk gameplay is really hard. So, I mean, watching Luo be able to perform was amazing, honestly.
Yeah, and definitely, with that forward, once he's got one cipher out of the way, um, doesn't really need to be decoding anymore. Leave the decoding to the survivors who are better at that. Forward with that 30% decoding debuff, not really the guy you want on the cipher the most. So
Mhm.
Strawberry Milk's ability to keep the other survivors on those ciphers, first officer again, not with much of a debuff, acrobat, not with the debuff at all. Um, and yeah, so we are actually going to be heading into round 3, tying up that second round. So I believe, yeah, I believe that Rav- Ravens have the 2-point lead. Yes,
Yes.
Ravens have a 2-point lead going into this next round. And yeah, uh, very excited. We haven't been seeing a lot of round 3s, at least when I've been commentating. It's usually done in 2. So I'm very impressed. This is the stuff that we want to see going into these final rounds.
Mhm.
Um, Teams able to just keep pushing it, keep it tense, keep it tied up, and just keep fighting. For that round 3, possibly overtime. Just drag it out as long as possible because these are two very, very talented teams. And
Right.
also, Strawberry Milk able to go toe to toe with a team that has been to KOA multiple times, or at least KOA
Right.
qualifiers. Like Ravens is a name that we know. It's not like like these guys are seasoned. These guys are veterans of the more competitive scene. And Strawberry Milk, not quite as well known, but just able to prove themselves here in this tournament, holding their own against a team with such a legacy behind it. But
Right.
we are going to see for Strawberry Milk, Zen is going to return as the hunter and Ender is out. So
Really
definitely excited to see what
anticipating.
Zen has to offer.
Really anticipating our choices here. Anticipating another wax artist band coming in now that we have the two survivor bands. So here's to hoping.
Yeah, definitely could be looking at that wax. Obviously, looking at that wax artist ban. Could also be seeing possibly that guard 26 ban maybe. But bans are definitely that's also the valuable thing about having multiple hunters on a team. You keep your opponents on their toes with who they ban, who they don't ban.
Mhm.
And there's always another hunter who could come out, such as the lizard.
Yeah. Or the geisha.
Or the geisha. We will be seeing which map is, and it looks like I believe that is Sacred Heart Hospital.
It
So possibly,
is.
possibly not that geisha. Definitely a hunter who
Um,
can get very, very tripped up on a map like
I
this.
I don't know. We saw Moosh in there the other week.
I think Mushin will play geisha,
Just about
regardless of the
anywhere.
map, regardless of the circumstances. We will be seeing Mushin on geisha. Um, but yeah, definitely looking for that more survivor-sided map coming into this last round, and really having it come down a little bit more to the skill of the hunters. So definitely a very strong pick going into this final round, and really interesting to see how Zen and Luo will adapt to being forced onto this map. Definitely, possibly anticipating Guard 26. We've seen Guard 26 proven to be, you know, a formidable contender on this map, and yeah, I'm very, very excited.
Yeah, I mean, I just anticipating so much. I'm so excited.
Yeah, definitely. You know, Lizard, not the worst choice. There's a lot of interesting jump action that you can do within the hospital. You can jump over into the birdcage, into the second floor of the hospital. There's a lot of versatility that you can actually get out of the Lizard coming into this. And, you know, I know I said I was gonna chill out on that. I'm not. I
Don't
lied.
worry. Don't worry. No one's
But
expecting you to.
I'm so glad everyone has so much faith in me. But we are, you know, I'm definitely very excited for these survivor picks as well. We could be seeing that decoder come out from Strawberry Milk. Maybe, you know, Prisoner definitely not the worst choice on a map like this. You know, you do have a little bit more of a I guess, freedom with your survivor picks on a map like this, because it is, you know, very, very strong for the survivors. And, you know, someone like Prisoner can be, or a mechanic as well, can be very, very valuable to keep that decoding up, keep, you know, keep that cipher progress going strong, and, you know, able to utilize those walled areas, and the hospital itself can be very, very strong, even for a survivor who is, you know, disadvantaged with the kite, such as the mechanic.
Yeah, I was I was actually just about to say, you know, I definitely agree, especially with a lot of the choices and placements that we have coming up. It's all really just depending on team composition and whether or not we can really keep everything at the same pace and keep going.
Yeah, definitely, you know, Ravens does have the advantage going into this, but only by 2 points, and we have already seen that Strawberry Milk was able to bridge that gap in this past round. So, you know, it could go either way, and that is such a wonderful thing to be able to say at this point in the tournament. You know, I already soapboxed about that, but
You
it
know,
is, you know, I like seeing when teams are evenly matched, because so often you end up with very one-sided interactions, and, you know, especially with a big name like Ravens, like, you would expect the scales to be tipped in their favor, but Strawberry Milk has proven that, you know, they are a contender in this tournament, and,
I
you
would
know,
say relatively a new team, but Strawberry Milk is not a team to go and you want to look down on, for sure.
yeah, definitely, you know, I feel like I am a little bit biased unintentionally, because I have been commentating. I do believe I have been on every Strawberry Milk match since the start of this since the start of this tournament.
I have been on Ravens, do not fret.
You have been on Ravens. But yeah, you know, I'm definitely appreciating the opportunity to be able to commentate for Ravens, and, you know, appreciating the opportunity to be able to commentate for this tournament as a whole. You know, it's been such a great experience. This is my first time doing commentary, you know, at length. So big shout outs to the organizers of the tournament, and everybody who's come together to play, everybody who's come here to watch. You know, thank you so much. And it looks like we are getting the Persona web picks, but oh, there we are. So, all right, let's just speed run through this. We've got Priestess ban, female dancer ban, forward ban, merc ban, Toy Merchant, and Patient all on the bans list. We've also got Bloody Queen and the Guard 26 band. Could be seeing a Wax Artist once again. We don't know yet. But we are going to see the Entomologist, Psychologist, First Officer, and the Coordinator, who we have not... I do not believe we have seen the Coordinator in this tournament before.
Martha yet. We are seeing the First Officer with Tide, and then everyone else is going to be running the broken windows, even the coordinator. But I will say, Martha is one of those rescuers that I don't anticipate really running Tide as frequently anymore. I think she is definitely one of those the survivors that I anticipate just being there to harass, kind of like we see the forward. You know, having the First Officer run Tide, we are going to be seeing more leeway to really push for that kite, and I really think that this team themselves is going to be really going for a 4-man, at least a 3-man. They are really pushing to really pull for their for a win here.
Yep, and we are going to be seeing that Wax Artist once again, not banned, so, you know, free real estate, and, you know, already proven to be one of the strongest hunters in this current meta. And with Bloody Queen, with that Guard 26 band, you know, it's natural. You go for what you know, and when what you know is the Wax Artist, we are going to be seeing him for the 4th time today. Not going to complain though. And I do believe this is going to be Zen hunting, Raven surviving. Definitely really interested in that coordinator pick, you know. That gun can make or break a game, but it's also it's not a guarantee. You can hit a wall, you can hit I believe I don't think that they patched. Did they patch out the entomologist bees blocking the gun? I know that they recently patched out the magician's decoy blocking the gun. But I believe that the bees can still block it.
Which,
so definitely,
I mean, really impressive on the bees end.
Hey, they're durable.
Yeah, I mean,
they can withstand a lot. They're including a flare gun directly to the pack. So yeah, definitely but definitely interested to see, you know, because coordinator with that broken windows, as well as like her natural kiting boosts, increased vault, increased pallet drop speed, you know, she can survive, and especially on a map like this, as I was saying before, you know, with those weaker characters, Sacred Heart does kind of protect them. With all of its very strong kiting areas, very strong hospital area. So we could be seeing some big things out of this coordinator, but it's such an uncommon pick.
Yeah,
and
for sure.
We barely ever see a coordinator anymore, and especially one not carrying Tide, still carrying that broken windows. So very interested to see what she will have to offer.
Yeah, I'm honestly so excited. I don't know if I stated, but I actually personally have been a Martha player in the past, so I always just love seeing her you know, in the composition, and it does seem like David is playing the coordinator, and if we've seen any the past few matches in past few weekends, he is so strong with these stunners.
And I believe that last weekend he actually did play the Professor on this map. So that I guess that goes to show, you know, Professor does kind of have almost an equivalent. I wouldn't say like absolutely equivalent, because he does have a few more passive things going on that the coordinator doesn't. But the stun is very similar, where you have to time it right, you have to survive for a while without it. But definitely really interested to see who will be this first kite. Would definitely it could go to that coordinator, it could also go to that psychologist, if Zen just wants to get that presence out of the way, and take her off the table as soon as possible. But I do wonder if Zen will bring excitement for that gun. I would say probably not, but it's never an impossibility.
Yeah, I'm not quite too sure. Personally, to me, I don't really think just the one stunner would be worth it, but
Yeah, if anything, it would be with trump card. And oh, it actually does look like we are going to be seeing that excitement.
Oh,
Still
okay.
on cooldown now, but will be coming into play later on. Zen heading towards that hospital, towards that coordinator, looking for that first chase.
It looks like David is going to be the first chase, so we're trying to get rid of the.
Yep, just trying to take her off the table as fast as possible. Excitement is going to be down for another 8 seconds now, dwindling fast, and David already in a very, very strong area for this first kite. Just to recap, this is Ravens hunting, Strawberry Milk surviving. We are in the 3rd round, and I am Bones, this is S. Thank you all for coming, and we're gonna head right into it already.
Whoa, interesting. You know, it looked like he was.
Ooh!
Oh, beautiful excitement there. It did look like he was in the pallet there, but just did not connect.
Yeah, wax artist pallet stones can be very tricky, but we are going to see there as well. The bees are coming into support. Ravens has already proven to be so strong with that bee support, and already it is coming in handy and actually going to going to block Zen in there, unable to get that second hit right away. And David in a very, very strong area here as well. Frozen again, but Zen is going to be locked in that pallet, and breaking the bees now, definitely a very, very good choice. David transitioning over 2 more pallets, possibly back to those wall areas, but is going to be waxing again, and finally going to go down. But already 2 ciphers have popped, a 3rd one well on its way. Really just amazing work here from Ravens in this early round, really keeping up that pressure.
Yeah, I mean, we're already seeing the entomologist just about as they. And we have the first officer crouching, waiting to you. You know, really, really interesting. Really interesting plays coming in. It looks like we are going to the entomologist, but I'm a little interested to see how this goes. Oh,
Ooh.
stunned him right in time.
Yeah, it does look like that rescue might... No, Frozen here again, not quite going to... Oh, actually getting that rescue at 49%! Wow! Beautiful work there from Pablo, just able to get in at that last possible second. Coordinator is going to take a second hit here, but there are 2 ciphers remaining. One of them is already well past 50%, the other one at 30%. And yeah, really keeping that pressure up on Zen. Coordinator is going to see that second chair. That could honestly be the thing that seals this game for Ravens. Coordinator still having another chair to work with here, and has also brought snooze. I think that was the thing that kept her on chair long enough to get that 49% rescue. Her chair is taking off 9% slower than normal.
Really putting that pressure on that cipher here, where Proud Sensei is standing up. It does look like we are transitioning up here. And we swap to abnormal. You know, I really believe Zen is really pinching for wasting as much time as possible.
Yup, definitely trying to keep those survivors in the area, keep them not decoding. Switching to abnormal, they're definitely a really, really good choice. Just trying to make sure that cipher does not pop, at least until the coordinator is down. Beautiful work with that wax artist hitbox, able to dodge both the first officer and the psychologist there to body block. And the coordinator will be sent back to the manor. Now, we are at 1 cipher remaining, but it does not look like they've been able to start another one. Definitely transitioning away from the cipher that Zen already abnormaled. And it looks like just searching for another target here, possibly trying to find that first officer.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like we are trying to focus primarily on that cipher, but I think the obvious or better choice to chase here is... I really think it would be the first officer, but it does look like we are rotating around, I think. I really feel like Zen is just a little just with the map here.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely a really difficult position for Ravens here because the only three ciphers remaining are on that side of the map. And with the Wax Artist's capability of pressuring these ciphers, very, very difficult for Ravens to have the freedom to focus on any of them. But it does look like the Psychologist has kind of broken out of the Zen sights, headed back towards those ciphers, ready to start a new one. And yep, is getting hard at work decoding. But it does look like Pablo is going to go down here.
Ooh.
And the first officer does actually have passive slower chair time. I can't off the top of my head remember what it exactly is, but the first officer does remain on chair longer than other survivors. Pablo is not carrying snooze, so it's not going to be as painful as it would be otherwise,
Oh,
but
it's
definitely does have a
so.
little bit of freedom to work with here, and the Psychologist cipher is past 50%.
Yeah, it looks like we have the entomologist kind of hiding. I believe she is going to go for that rescue. You have Zen kind of here, but that first officer is in that back chair, so even if like you do end up unfortunately getting that hit there,
Ooh.
ooh,
Very good work here from Zen, blocking off that window and flushing out the entomologist. Ooh, and heading for that double hit here as well, but actually missing it. Blocked by that pallet, I believe. A beautiful fall hit, though, trying to get that hit. And oh, beautiful Cypher
oh,
pop there. And Sapphire able to utilize that movement boost just to get out of the way of that hit.
yeah, it looks like we are going to probably we are seeing a lot of competing plays here, and the bees are finally gone, which leaves the entomologist with the possibility of having to raw kite here.
Yup, and is going to go down right here, but the Psychologist is already out the gate, and that is going to be a 3-man win for Zen's Wax Artist. Absolutely
Amazing
able to turn
play.
that around. The ability to turn that around, especially after that Coordinator's first kite, was insane.
For sure.
But
So,
yeah,
not my 100 prediction of a 4-man, but we are pretty close enough. This does give Strawberry Milk a bit of a boost over Ravens here.
yup, I do believe, I'm not good at math, I'm gonna need a second.
I'm also really bad at
But,
math.
I believe with Ravens 2-point lead, leaves one difference. Honestly, I'm just going to wait for somebody else to be smarter than I am. But yeah, definitely a really, really strong start to head off this third round here. And yep, it does look like we've got the scores up here. And yeah, I'm not gonna try. Um,
Okay, they have to draw.
okay, they have to draw. If they draw, it's overtime. So
Yes.
they will need a 3-man or more in order
Mm.
to win. But definitely, and obviously Strawberry Milk needs a, Strawberry Milk needs a 3-man escape to win. Yes.
I'm
Yes.
so glad we have people who are way better at math than we are here.
I'm not good at math, and I'm
Because
very sorry. I need to work on this.
I'm pretty sure we were both the history buffs in school, so.
Yeah. But yeah, definitely, I am so, so impressed, with Zen's ability to turn that around.
Oh, for
Um,
sure. I
and
mean, David David had a really excellent kite, but unfortunately, it's just one of those things where the coordinator only gets one flare gun, and it was immediately negated with that excitement, and it's just unfortunate, when you don't have anything to kite with, you kind of on your own. Definitely not.
yeah, I don't know, because I definitely do think that David was able to utilize that coordinator, and especially, a character who isn't as strong. And
Yes.
as you were saying, only has that one gun, and we saw here it was immediately negated by that excitement. And with a character, Professor obviously has that recharging ability, but for what it was, really, I do think it comes down to Zen's cipher pressure, and also the fact that Ravens did end up locked to those 3 ciphers. There was a good amount of time where they weren't able to heal up the first officer. Zen found them before they were able to do that, and they were still stuck on that side of the map. To decode get any of the ciphers done. So definitely very, very good discipline from Zen, good patience, and able to turn that around from what seemed like a 3-man to a draw all the way down to a 1-man escape.
Yeah, I mean, seriously phenomenal play from both the teams here. I was even myself was starting to get a little bit stressed towards the beginning, just because the kite was very strong on Raven's end.
And we are going to see right away Priestess, Seer, and Mercenary are going to be banned. So definitely very, very strong. Kind of edging towards that old meta that Strawberry Milk was kind of subscribing to in the last match. With that Seer ban, though, we could be seeing a Bloody Queen. Maybe.
You know what? I kind of hoping for one, just because my bias, but seeing that Seer ban here after the last match there on Ever Sleeping, I'm not really surprised. It does seem like Luo is playing the I really don't want to deal with this kind of this aspect of this game. So
I do wonder if because that Toy Merchant hasn't been banned, we might be seeing her come out for Strawberry Milk.
You know what?
Sort of slipping through the cracks there.
Seeing Juniper play that Toy Merchant, I really hope.
And also a little gift for Mixie, who's been hoping to see that Toy Merchant. But we are going to see that Bloody Queen ban, as well as the Wax Artist ban, not wanting to see either of those hunters for very obvious reasons. So definitely could be looking from Luo. We could be seeing a Disciple. We could be seeing that Guard 26. We could be seeing something else. But we are going to see that Enchantress come out here. And just waiting on that second pick here from Strawberry Milk. We're going to see the first officer locked in right away. So definitely really interesting picks coming into this next round. Toy Merchant probably going to be banned as a result. But definitely locking in that Enchantress, locking in that first officer, want to have that stunner on the team. Enchantress, it's so funny how Enchantress has sort of like come back into the meta as that harasser, because even with her nerf, even with her sort of lack of capability to gather stuns when partner kiting, she's still a very, very formidable kiter on her own.
You cannot get rid of her
kite,
ever.
Yep. First kite, she will just keep getting those stacks and keep up that chase for a very, very long time. And first officer, obviously with that Merc ban, but even without that Merc ban, such a formidable rescuer, and without that decoding debuff, that characters like the Mercenary, characters like anybody else will sort of fall victim to. First officer does not have to deal nearly as much with that. We are going to see the Antiquarian banned next up.
and
the
a Prospector.
Well.
So I'm really interested. Do you think Luo's gonna play Clerk again?
I would say we could definitely be looking at a Clerk. We could also definitely be looking at a Disciple here with that Prospector ban. But Prospector, in this day and age, getting that Prospector off the table as soon as possible is definitely a good thing. And we are going to see that Patient here. Very, very strong on this map. And able to hook in and within that hospital as well. And yep, there goes the Toy Merchant.
Bye, Annie.
Goodbye, Toy Merchant. Not going to see her today, but definitely. And hello, Weeping Cloud.
Hello, Weeping Cloud.
It has been a very long time, my friend, the Weeping Clown. I know that I was hoping to see him last week, but was sort of cheated out of him, but we are going to see him this time. And, not the worst option, definitely sort of in line with kind of what that forward can do.
Yes.
Able to break that distance, able to carry his teammates across the map. And,
Uh-huh.
not with that decoding debuff that the forward carries. So I
True.
definitely see where Strawberry Milk is going with this, even if it's,
It's
definitely a less common pick. But we
yes,
have been
and
seeing more and more Weeping Clowns.
really? I haven't seen
Yeah.
any.
In tournaments,
Oh,
he's a rare pick, but he's definitely a pick
mm,
that happens because he does fill that role of the forward in
I
harassment.
see. I will say just because of personal stuff, I haven't been able to keep up with Koa, but maybe this weekend I
Mhm.
can drag my friends into watching with me.
I've been attempting to keep up, but I have been behind. But however, if you are looking to catch up with Koa tonight, I believe it is very, very late time for us here in America
Oh,
and a very early time if
always.
you are in Europe. However, I do have friends who are going to be streaming I believe it is the China finals. It will be twitch.tv/SadowQuill. SadowQuill actually did official commentary for NAEU, so
Oh,
definitely check that
yes.
out. If I'm allowed to, I will drop a link in the chat. But definitely check that out if you're able to. It's a very, very late time. I can't quite remember the exact time. I believe it's at like
I
1 a.m.
I was gonna
EST.
say I'm
So
pretty sure it's
very,
1 a.m.
very
for me.
inconvenient. But definitely, if you like commentary, if you're interested, do check that out. But we are going to get the Persona webs in now. Everybody has broken windows except for that first officer with Tide.
Yep, so we're playing the same game as we saw Ravens play before. Essentially, this is just a giant game of keep away, if that makes sense. Not like we're trying to keep anything specifically away from the hunter, but we're trying to keep ourselves away. Broken windows is really formidable. And just yeah, there it is. That
There it
clerk
is.
play there. I'm really interested to see how this goes, especially because it seemed like Strawberry Milk in the map in the match of Ever Sleeping really had a good understanding of Luo's clerk. So I'm really hoping to see how that this plays out for them.
Yeah, definitely interesting to see. The fact that the clerk wasn't banned. Even out of respect, showing that sort of confidence. If Luo were to play clerk, but definitely, do understand trying to get that Bloody Queen and the Wax Artist off the table just because, you do not want to deal with those, especially Luo with that Bloody Queen. Not something that would be very fun to go against. But yeah, definitely very, very interested. This map is also much more difficult for a hunter as opposed to a map like Ever Sleeping, which is more balanced. Definitely a much stronger map for these survivors. But Clerk does have a lot of abilities that make those tight kiting areas
Mhm.
not very fun places to get caught in. She can block off the walls, she can block off the windows, prevent you from vaulting the pallets, as well as her map control. We didn't see as much of it in in the past match, so I'm hoping that we will see more of it out of Luo coming into this one. But she can lock off the snipers, she can lock off the gates. So there's definitely, still potential for Luo to turn this around.
Right. You know what? You really can't knock it until you see it. I mean, this match, this team composition, this match, everything, it's definitely something to keep your eyes on because even if you look away once, sometimes you always miss really important things. So
Yeah, you know, I definitely understand the clerk pick because she is a very, very strong hunter.
mhm.
But I worry. But I do think that Luo did, if Luo's attention isn't split the way that it was last match between the gate, between the survivors, um, but with this lineup from Strawberry Milk, with that Weeping Clown able to come in and just sort of cart the other survivors away, with that first officer, with that patient and the enchantress, all able to keep up that harassment,
Mhm.
definitely a very, very strong situation for these Strawberry Milk survivors. But anything could happen, and obviously, we've made it this far, and anything can happen in this last round. And I believe, yeah, Ravens needs a draw in order to head into overtime.
Yes.
A 3-man in order to win. Yes, a 3-man in
Yes.
order to win. Strawberry Milk on the other side needs a 3-man in order to win, and a draw in order to push it into overtime. So definitely the stakes are high
Yeah.
here in this match, and we are going to
But
see our spawn picks coming in.
we are going to be seeing that patient right in the center. And then you're going to have both the first officer and the enchantress in. Oh, and the clown and weeping clown and the ruins areas here. I believe this is going to put weeping clown at statue, and then you also have the clerk at the shack.
Yep, definitely. You know, this is also a team where wherever you go with this first chase, it's not going to be the most fun thing in the world, and also a team that really doesn't have a lot of decoding debuffs on their side, apart from that first officer. But again, first officer's decoding debuffs really aren't the end of the world. But we are going to head right into it. This is Ravens hunting, Strawberry Milk surviving. They need, either team needs, whatever team gets a 3-man will win. If it is a draw situation, we will be heading into overtime. I am Bones, this is S. Thank you all for coming, and we're going to head right into it with that first officer as our first chase.
Alright, really seeing this first officer first chase. You know, if we're anticipating him being the only one with tide, getting him done and out of the way would be more efficient.
Oh, a bit of a misprediction there on the part of Luo, but looks like we're just going to be changing targets to that patient right away. Definitely forcing that first officer to waste that pocket watch early on. Very, very good decision on the part of Luo. And we're actually going to be heading over here to the Enchantress instead. And very good work by Luo here to pressure all of these ciphers at once, forcing the patient temporarily off that cipher, but every second counts. And also forcing the first officer to waste some resources very, very early in the game. And oh, a beautiful heavy hit there to get that first hit there on the Enchantress.
You know, we're watching really as Luo is slowly starting to regain more control of playing clerk here than he had during that ever sleepy match. So you're really watching him have more focus on those ciphers, and as we chase the Enchantress here. Oh, we do have Blink up, so I was actually kind of anticipating the Blink there, but I think I think Luo just thought best to ignore it.
Yeah, definitely. Especially, you know, in a situation this dire, really want to save that blink for when you are absolutely confident it's going to hit. And there we are. Beautiful, beautiful blink there from Luo, able to get the Enchantress down here. But we are going to see the Weeping Clown Cipher is about to pop. Patient Cipher is well on its way, and the first officer is going to be heading in, I believe, for this rescue.
And the first
Unless the
officer
Weeping
Cipher
Clown will be doing it instead.
It does seem like that first officer cipher is almost done. I think the Weeping Clown is only going to be here for support.
Yeah, and that first officer is going to take that hit there over to the Enchantress's tear. And with that Tide Turner, so now there is no more Tide Turner left on the team. But we are going to see another stack here, and the Weeping Clown here with a beautiful stun.
Yes, beautiful stun. Wonderful support coming off of that Weeping Clown here. Managing just to get the Enchantress more time to transition and to slowly start accumulating more stacks.
Yep, she's already got 2 stacks up. Definitely, yep, using
Beautiful
one
stun.
there beautifully. And sort of playing games at this palette. Oh, able to get that stun off, but it is going to be recorded. And, oh, just not able to get to that window in time. Using that stun to try and break that distance, but unfortunately just caught by the edge of the clerk's hitbox, and she's going to go down once again.
There is a third cipher kind of floating around somewhere. I'm not sure where it is entirely. There it is. I believe it is, yes, it's the hospital cipher. I think they are leaving that one primed. I think we're playing the game of really going back to that one for endgame here.
Yeah, and we are going to see that Weeping Clown coming in here for this rescue, trying to waste just as much time as possible, but definitely getting a little bit risky here. Ooh, and getting it up at the last second!
Oh,
Wow, beautiful patience there, and
ooh,
able to get the clerk in the
beautiful
radius of that
stun.
rocket for yet another beautiful stun from that Weeping Clown. Still
It
has
does.
one rocket remaining.
It does look like Blink is going to be up in about 20 seconds. Have to be really careful here. Really anticipate that.
Yup, almost going for that heavy hit, but frozen for one moment by the stuns. Still has stun and actually missing. But caught in the slowdown radius of that Weeping Clown. That was the last of those rockets. Weeping Clown is now without an item. Using the blink to go right here through the shack, trying to break that distance, but it looks like Weeping Clown is going to just continue to harass here. And just
We
get in
are
the
going to
way
see
as much
that
as
weeping
possible.
down here.
Weeping
Really
down.
inhibits decoding. Yeah, weeping down, my
Weeping
bad.
Clown. Weeping Clown. Weeping down. Anyway.
Sorry, my sillies. We are going to be seeing the Enchantress chase here. She is really good at predicting these really predicting. Oh, unfortunately, she is going down. But I will say she is doing a phenomenal job here of really just predicting those charged hits. We are going to see that safer pop, and it looks like we are running towards that front gate there.
Yup, and it looks like the first officer is already going to be there, but is going to be spectated by that clerk and forced to change targets. Weeping Clown is going to be opening that other gate. Patient in the middle. Looks like clerk does have eyes on him, but not quite. Is going to be heading for this first officer. Strawberry Milk does need a draw here. Obviously a 3-man would be good, but definitely a draw would not be terrible. And actually, first officer is going to take that hit there. Not quite able to get out of the way. Clerk pressuring that gate as well. Patient, looks like Patient may still on his way over there. But not quite able to get there in time to take over the gate. Weeping Clown no longer being recorded. And first officer is going to see his first chair.
Yeah, I really am anticipating. It looks like, yes, the gate is almost open, so we're just finished decoding that as much as.
Ooh. Weeping does have that gate open.
Yes, we are using that vault boost here. Just try and get that prisoner out of the gate as soon as possible. Prisoner, patient, my
But it
bad.
looks like teleport is going to be up now, but not quite fast enough. And the patient is going to escape for a
Beautiful
draw from
tie.
Strawberry Milk. Wow, definitely
Wow.
vastly improved from from Lua's clerk in this match, able to just keep up that pressure, nearly securing that 3-man, but not quite. But I believe this will take us to overtime.
Yes, we are in overtime. I think this is the first time this tournament we have hit overtime with. I feel like this really just proves that these two teams really do compare to each other here.
Definitely. Both have gone above and beyond, improving that their spot in this tournament is something that is deserved. So yeah, such an interesting match. We have that I'm sorry. That Enchantress's kite, just keeping the clerk occupied as long as possible, able to utilize those stuns, and as I was saying before, so effective. Coming to that solo kite, allowing her teammates the time to decode, and even with the cipher pressure that Luo put on, wasn't quite enough to curb that cipher rush and still allow for that 2-man escape. But the Weeping Clowns part in this, not to be detracted either. Those rockets really came in clutch when it came to delaying things and keeping the Enchantress alive. And also something to note is that even in that one point, that final rocket where it didn't quite connect with the clerk, she was still caught in the slowdown radius. And it's one of those weepy things where it's just a newer survivors have all of these little extra gimmicks in order to make them viable, and that's just one of them, and it really came in handy here. And yeah, we are going to be heading to overtime here, with things tied up very, very neatly, 5-3, 4-4, 3-5. So yeah, great work here from both teams, really keeping us on our toes. And yeah, I'm definitely very excited to see what happens this last round because it's overtime, and anything could happen. Again, like as S was saying, I don't believe we've gone to overtime throughout this tournament. I might be wrong. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to catch every single match. So if I am wrong about us not having seen overtime yet, very, very sorry. But yeah,
Happens. I am really, really excited to see where this takes us. I am still holding out that we don't ban a bloody queen.
I feel like
Please.
Bloody Queen's gonna get banned.
Ugh. Now that I'm like talking about it for sure.
Yeah. But definitely really excited to see what happens. Could be seeing a lizard.
Or a geisha.
We could be seeing a lizard or a geisha. Or a
Or a
perfumer.
sculptor. Or a naiad.
Yeah, definitely could be seeing that sculptor as well. But I'm definitely very excited to see what happens. Again, I believe I'm just reviewing this right now. Yeah, we aren't going to be getting more bans, I don't think. But we are still going to get just a lot of ban. Oh no, we are going to get one more survivor ban, one more hunter ban going into this next round. So we will be banning 4 survivors right off the bat, 3 survivors or 3 hunters. I should
same
say.
bans.
Oh, same bans. My apologies. Yeah, so we are going. I mean, it's still a very difficult situation for both teams to work around, but we are going to be heading to the maps here, and it looks like Lakeside Village is going to be picked. Something we haven't seen. A very good map for the lizard, by the way, in case anybody's wondering. But definitely very excited to see how these teams adapt to that.
I'm not as big of a fan as of Lakeside as I am like smaller maps. I am more of a kind of person. One of my favorite maps is actually the Red Church. So you know what? Not really seen any so far in this this round. I'm really my interest is kind of peaked.
Yeah, I would definitely say probably not going to see that geisha coming out on this map.
No.
Definitely a very, very difficult map for her. But we could be seeing maybe more wax artist if he doesn't get banned again. Possibly more clerk if she doesn't end up being banned. Both still very formidable hunters on this map. Maybe a little bit less so with that clerk, having such a big map to cover, even with her map control, can sort of come around to bite her. But we are going to see us heading into these bans. And interestingly, Antiquarian as that very first ban locked in.
Yep.
Would definitely expect to see, Dancer, possibly a Priestess being locked in here as well. But I'm a little bit surprised seeing that Antiquarian coming first. Just wanting to get her out of the way as fast as possible.
The Antiquarian ban going first. Interesting, we are leaving room for that Priestess. I wonder if we're... because we are actually seeing that Patient ban come into play. It looks like our first survivor selection here is the Mercenary and the Embalmer too. We haven't really seen the Embalmer much this.
Yeah, definitely a very, very strong pick here, especially on the larger maps. I know he was banned earlier. I believe it was Ravens who banned him. So definitely, they are very, very aware of the Embalmer's potential on this map. But and we are going to see that Toy Merchant coming out to play finally with that Entomologist ban in play. But we are, this is definitely a team composition that's shaping out to be trying to take as much advantage as they possibly can of the open spaces on this map, of the distance it takes to traverse this map. And yeah, definitely definitely very excited to see if that Embalmer is able to be utilized to his fullest potential, because he can definitely be absolutely brutal on a large map like this. So just waiting around for the next bands to be locked in. Definitely very excited to see what we could see for that last ban. I believe yep, there's one more ban. Is that a I believe that's a
Professor?
barmaid. Is that a barmaid
Oh,
or a professor? I can't. It looks like
it's
professor, but I
barmaid.
believe it's a barmaid. Yes.
It
I
is Miss
also
Demi
thought it was
Bourbon.
professor for a moment, and I was going to be very surprised, but I do believe that is a barmaid,
Yes.
being locked in as our last ban.
Goodbye, goodbye, Miss Bourbon.
Definitely, yeah, okay. This stream just got a little bit more clear. It's definitely a barmaid, and we are going to see the prospector coming out again. Or I believe for the first time actually that we've seen today, having escaped those bans. But yeah, welcome to the stage, prospector. Very excited to see him finally making his appearance after so long in those bans. Also very interested to see the hunter bands that will come out.
Yeah, really interested to see just exactly who Zen is anticipating and who Ravens is anticipating banning. You know, it's finally really nice being able to the survivors finally being able to break out of being banned. I love watching Toy Merchant gameplay, and that Embalmer himself is also wonderful when it comes to endgame.
Yeah, definitely. Very, 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 very strong team comp coming into this round. Just looking at the chat for a second, they actually, I believe, they changed around the way that the Embalmer's skills work. That bubble, it doesn't quite function as tied anymore. I believe that you just straight up can't hit him
Yeah, you can't
while
hit
that
him
bubble
at
is up.
all.
So so they did get rid of that capability to down him the moment he steps out of the coffin. Which is unfortunate from my perspective as a hunter main. Very fortunate if you happen to be an embalmer main. But we are going to get these persona webs in. Everyone is carrying broken windows once again, except for the mercenary with that tide turner. So yeah, definitely we are looking at. Oh, and we are going to see that hermit coming out. I'm assuming we got hunter bands and they're just not showing on the screen for
I
us.
think so.
I'm definitely very excited to see. I believe this is Zen's hermit. So not something that we've seen before, but definitely very, very excited to see what he has to offer here.
Alright, it looks like we should be getting our hunter bands up on the screen in just a second. It looks like so far we have a wax artist. Yep, there she goes. Wax artist and Bloody Queen.
Yeah, definitely, obviously, want to get that wax artist out of the way. But very, very excited to see hermit gameplay, especially on this map. And yeah, so, things do take a little bit of time to come in. We are at the mercy of the players. So thank you all for just bearing with us. Thank you all for watching. And we are heading into overtime here. So very, very excited to see what these teams have to offer. I believe, yeah, it is Raven Surviving and Strawberry Milk Hunting. And so excited to see Zen showing off capabilities with that hermit. So yeah, and I'm definitely
out of there. Yeah. Sorry, I just realized I was locked in the hunter position, not where I want to be.
You sure you're not hunting today?
Oh no, my badge can't compete.
Thought you wanted to see the
No,
thought you wanted to see that that geisha come out, and you were like, fine, I'll do it myself.
I'm not a
My
geisha player.
turn.
I need you to know.
Well, fashion show never hurt anybody. Sometimes we can just have a little bit of little bit of eye candy. But we are going to be heading right into the match waiting room here. We are going to see Proud Sensei back on that mercenary. And so many so many S badges here in the waiting lobby right now. Definitely a formidable sight. And the worn clothes drip on the hermit, always appreciated. But very, very excited to see very excited to see how this match goes. The Cypher capability, or the Cypher pressure capability, you know, can work for and against that Hermit as well. And it's, you know, it's a lot to juggle with a Hunter as complex as Hermit. We are going to see a little bit off the standard of that straight line spawn that we do tend to see on Lakeside, but we are going to see Prospector spawning in that shack, Toy Merchant spawning on the boat, you know, where she's most utilized, Mercenary in that wide open area, and the Embalmer over by the small boat. So definitely, you know, very, very strong starts for these survivors. Mercenary in the open area because, you know, he doesn't really have to worry so much about, you know, being chased. You can just elbow pad right away and be done. And yeah, we are going to head right into it. Just to review, this is going to be Strawberry Milk Hunting, Raven Surviving, and we are in overtime. So definitely some very, very interesting stuff. See, I am Bones, that was S, and here we go. We're gonna head right into it with a beautiful Cypher connection here.
Alright, it looks like we're slowly starting off. It does seem like we are within range of the Prospector here. You know what? I feel like I keep hyping David up a lot, but you know,
it's okay, you're picking favorites.
No, absolutely not. It's just like, seeing him since last week, being able to play duo faction, was honestly super, super impressive. So I'm extremely, curious to see how this goes.
Ooh, no!
Whoa!
I think you maybe we are going to see a very, very fast down there, stunning the Hermit out of attack recovery. And you know, that is the thing with the Prospector, such a formidable force with those magnets, but unfortunately against a stun hunter, just I'm so sorry, a stun hunter like the Hermit, unable to really utilize those magnets, sort of a polarity versus polarity fight, and the Hermit is going to come out victorious. So beautiful work there by Zen, taking advantage of that magnet.
Yeah, and it seems like so many of these ciphers are just under 50%.
Yeah, beautiful early game work here from Zen, though it is worth stating that all of the ciphers on the map that are connected right now are being decoded. So multiple ciphers do have progress on them. It's just that the ciphers that are currently being decoded will take a very long time to go because of that connection. David already passed half chair, but we are going to see the Mercenary in the area, utilizing now 2 elbow pads to get to the chair in time. Definitely noticed that chair is taking off fast.
Yeah, it looks like Zen is a little on the loss end, really allowing this Mercenary to go in for the rescue. But, you know, that Hermit, that teleport really kills. He gains just as much distance as just about anyone else.
Yeah, and we are going to see, that Mercenary now has no elbow pads to utilize, so I really do hope that, that doesn't come back later. But, you know, utilizing resources, on a map like Lakeside, you know, there aren't really a shortage of chests. But we are going to see, oh, and that catapult is going to come into play here. Able to catapult David all the way back up to the boat. Such a strong kiting area. And really great communication and teamwork here from Ravens, able to get that catapult up, get it placed correctly, and for David to be able to transition over to it. And already he's all the way over on the other side of that boat.
You know, I'm really interested to see how this plays out. So far, it looks like we did just drop 2 ciphers, but I will say it does look like we are really anticipating the transition here, but we did unfortunately lose David.
Yeah, but looks like we may be finding David once again, possibly seeing a silhouette in the distance. But yeah, really, really great work by Raven Survivors, able to just get David out of the area. Already, we are almost at 2 ciphers remaining, with an additional one almost done, and that final cipher at about 50%. So great, great progress here from Ravens, great cipher rush, and again, you know, using that Hermit's abilities against him a little bit, with the cipher speed, able to just decode multiple at once.
Yeah, it looks like
But
we
we
are
are going to
actually.
ooh!
Yes, I was gonna say we are switching off of Blink, which we didn't really get to see utilized as well here. Um, and then cutting
Oh
off this
wow!
toy merchant here, beautiful work. Unfortunately, just because everyone does have the shock, the polarity on them, it does look like she's only going to be taking that chip there.
Yup, and she is going to continue to have all of the teammates have the same polarity right now, so definitely a very good situation for Ravens here. Again, you know, using those Hermit skills against him. And oh, just missing the Terror Shock there as well, but able to get that hit in here, but it's only dealing just a small amount of damage to each member of this team. So definitely a very, very difficult position here for Zen, with deciding, you know, where to stick on a target and how to approach this game in its final moments.
Right.
We are going to see him switch to that Mercenary, but it does look like those ciphers are primed, and yup, they're just going to pop it.
I will say this is not a reflection because Zen has played and does play extremely well. Unfortunately, it is just the matter of the fact that we are in the 4th round. I'm sure everyone is extremely tired.
Yeah, and also Raven's just able to take advantage of the Hermit skills here, and yeah, but we are going to see the Mercenary, even without an item, and oh, he is actually going to have that coffin on him, and that gate is already up. Teleport is up, though, for Zen, but even, I believe, Zen did not bring detention.
No.
That is very unfortunate. But it does look like the Mercenary is actually going to be heading to the dungeon. We will see if that ends up being the case, because he does have that coffin up. As long as the Embalmer does not exit out the gate, we will be seeing that coffin come in handy. But right now, you know, Zen is in a very, very difficult position, unable to change targets here, has to just go for that down and switch to teleport. May still be, because after the exit gates are opened, after that final cipher is popped. Oh no! Stuck in tack recovery, magneted away. You know, I was going to say still has the opportunity there to hit the Mercenary, deals enough damage to down the Mercenary with one basic hit when he's already injured. But unfortunately, having hit that Prospector there, and then with the immediate stun that came after, just secured the 4-man there for Ravens.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful play. You know, it's kind of unfortunate when you lose the Prospector that you got an early down, especially was on his last chair because of that rescue. Unfortunately, it just looks like the Hermit's eyes were just for him to get that.
Yeah, definitely. And I do believe that because it's overtime, are we going to be playing a second round? Are we going to be playing a second match? I'm not quite sure. I believe we'll be updated with that shortly. Yes, we will be going into a second match just because we are still tied. So Strawberry Milk is going to need Strawberry Milk is going to need a 4-man as well on their Survivor side in order to tie this up. But definitely such great teamwork there from Ravens. And, you know, that is the thing with Hermit. He is an extremely powerful hunter, but if you're able to just play your cards right with that teamwork, with that beautiful catapult there to get David onto the boat and just away as far as possible, he's very, very counterable. And especially, you know, knowing how those ciphers work, knowing how that polarity works, any team with communication can very, very easily counter the Hermit. And yeah, shout out to both Mixie and you. I see both of you in the chat. So sorry that this is taking so
This
long. I know
is
that your bracket is almost an hour
yeah.
late, but
Oh
these
yeah.
matches,
I mean they're going pretty
yeah,
hard,
they're
pretty
going long. Thank you
strong.
for bearing with us.
Thank you for being so patient.
Yeah, being so patient and just listening to us talk. These matches have been very, very much something, a force to be reckoned with. And so yeah, just thank you all for bearing with us. Thank you all for bearing with the teams. Thank you again to the teams that organized this, for keeping this stream running and for keeping, all the players in line. Thank you so much. Thank you for this opportunity. And again, thank you all for coming here to watch us, even if, you didn't really expect it to run this long, at least for the first bracket. We do still have more matches later today. We will be seeing LG versus You're On Your Own whenever this is over with. Definitely will be on the sooner side than later, but we are going to head right into the second half with the Antiquarian as our first ban once again. And the Seer as well.
We are going to be seeing a prospector ban as well.
Yep, definitely very, very strong bans. Definitely not want to deal with that prospector, against any hunter, that it doesn't have that stun capability or stunning out of attack recovery capability. A prospector can kind of be shooting himself in the foot. Sometimes, and we did see that in that last match, but overall, a force to be reckoned with and not something that you really want to deal with. But we are, should be seeing that those first couple of survivor picks coming in. Definitely would anticipate that first officer making his return. Would also possibly anticipate an enchantress as well.
Right.
Maybe a priestess, maybe even could see a forward, possibly later in the picks though. But definitely did appreciate that forward gameplay in the previous round. But yep, just going to wait for those to file in.
Love the little waiting game. You know what? I'm really, really excited to just see how everything all plays out because we're in our last match, it seems, and it's definitely super make or break.
Yeah, and it is down to the wire. Any small movement can really just again make or break you. And yeah, there in that last match, I do definitely agree. I would have also left the basement. Literally, the mercenary got there at the last possible second.
Exactly.
And had to utilize all 3 elf pads to do so. Is definitely a very, very unlikely situation. And again, it does speak to the skill of Ravens, but it also speaks to it is what it is. At the end of the day, this is just a game. And whoever comes out on top, will still get the chance. The losing team will still get the chance to fight for third place. But we will be seeing those the Bloody Queen and the Wax Artist get banned. And the Priestess and the Embalmer both getting locked in its first picks. Definitely looking to play that distance game and take advantage of how big this map is.
I mean, not banning that Priestess straight off the bat really opens the gate for really pulling for distance, especially with Team Strawberry Pass. They are a very formidable team when it comes to communication. Seeing them really pull for trying to get distance and support. Really, really interesting choices here. And, the Priestess is definitely really good for the support, and if she is first kite, those portals are really great for transitional kiting, and even buying a little bit of time, because sometimes, when the hunter goes through them, they do have a little bit of a stun to them.
Yeah, and definitely, taking that Wax Artist off the table also reduces the risk. We did see the Wax Artist splash ability sort of coming in handy against those priestess portals, so definitely a good thing to take him off the table. But we are going to see that toy merchant banned again, as well as the mercenary, and we are going to see that forward. Definitely very excited to see him again. And yeah, we've already seen Strawberry Milk able to utilize him very, very effectively. Very excited to see how he comes into play during this match. But yeah, as you were saying, you know, very excited to see how that priestess is able to utilize those portals. Priestess on boat is sort of, or on the big boat, kind of legendary in terms of you know, just not something that you want to chase.
And yeah, for sure. It looks like our last few bands are gonna be that Toy Merchant and the Patient. Those are our last three picks here. You know, always seeing that Toy Merchant in the ban area, it kind of makes me sad. Free her. She didn't do anything wrong. But with a team composition like this, getting a Toy Merchant out of is really, really preferred. Because once that forward runs out of football, you know, you can always toss it. And also the catapults are perfect for distance.
Yep, and definitely considering how we just saw the toy merchant utilized with those catapults, able to essentially, you know, play the role of that priestess with the support portals, but with the catapult instead, taking David all the way to the other side of that boat, pretty much, or at least giving him the space to transition that way. Definitely makes sense to take that toy merchant off the table. But I am very, very excited to see what that last pick could be. Possibly a decoder. We could also be seeing that enchantress come out again if they're looking to go a little bit more on that harassment side. But definitely could be very interesting. We could also definitely be looking at a clerk again.
Yeah, I
with
mean,
this lineup and with the lack of a ban.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, and I mean, with the team composition like this, I'm not really shocked. Wouldn't be really shocked to see a clerk be played again out of the Wolves End, especially just because we did lose that wax artist, and we also lost the Bloody Queen, which are two Lewis main. So it's really just up to him now.
Yeah, could also definitely be a disciple, but we haven't seen her yet. But would definitely hope to see some disciple action. Definitely one of my favorite hunters. Could also be a lizard.
Let's be a lizard.
Chances are low, never zero. Always hold out hope.
You know,
I love
really...
being a very optimistic person when it comes to these picks.
I would hope for a Dream Witch play, but just unfortunately, a lot of these bands really don't fall into play for the Dream Witch ban. Dream Witch play, my bad.
Yeah, I mean, I personally, I would not want to play Dream Witch on a map like this, but I know that she has been very effectively utilized in the past.
Oh, she's really strong on a map
on this
like
map.
this.
Yeah, the only issue is just not having that space to work with the leeches. Humongous map, and having to keep that main body in play. But we are going to see that Acrobat locked in as the final pick. Definitely, you know, great at breaking distance. Very, very, very strong both in the walled areas and on the boat itself. Able to vault off the boat instead of vaulting itself can definitely put a wrench, especially if we are going to be looking at a clerk. Not allowing her to take that recording of the vault can be very, very valuable. So definitely excited to see what Luo chooses to pick here.
I am as well. I'm really hoping for something we haven't really seen today yet.
I would hope for a lizard, personally, if we're gonna see something that we've never seen before, but...
I think you deserve it. You've been very patient, very nice.
Maybe we'll see one in the third place round, because, again, I know I already said it in the stream, but S and I are going to be commentating tomorrow, same time, for the third place matchup. So whoever loses in this match and whoever loses in the matches after us, will be headed to the third place, and then the winners will obviously be heading to the finals. So definitely tune in for those tomorrow. In theory, it will be same time as today, and then the finals will be starting at 3:15 EST. However, just judging from today, I would definitely expect for
sure.
the third place round to run a little bit long. just because, well, obviously
Mhm.
we're all still here. And again, thank you all for bearing with us and
And
for sticking through the stream.
yeah, and it does seem like we are getting our Persona webs, and we both the Embalmer and the Priestess with Broken Windows and the 4 bat with Tide. And then it does look like Luo today is going to be playing that Disciple.
Yeah, definitely very, very excited. And it is important to note as well, I believe Luo only needs one elimination to clutch this for Ravens and to take Ravens into the finals. So definitely very excited to see what happens, and also if Strawberry Milk can pull off that 4-man. Definitely, you know, we've seen proof of that forward being able to harass. Embalmer definitely, and Priestess as well with that global portal, can be very, very valuable in the last stages of a game. And both of them carrying that broken windows as well means that very likely that they will be doing their best to stay alive. So yeah, very, very excited. Very, my apologies, just doing some spring cleaning. Very excited to watch this match, and very excited to see what we have in store, and a little bit of playing with the placements there as well. Didn't realize, Juniper, what hunters do you play if you're still in the chat by chance? But regardless, we are going to be heading right over here now. And we will say goodbye to our friend Weepy in the corner there. But definitely excited to see Neon Vanguard again as well. Um, and yeah.
Neon Vanguard is arguably one of William's best skins. I
Oh, not even
will
arguably, it
not
just
lie.
is.
Oh, for sure.
I'm a big fan of the Quality Abyss 5 skins overall.
Me too. I think it was one of my favorite colors.
Yeah, definitely those skins just get better and better every year. I'm just very excited for when the tournament continues up and we start getting those character shorts as well. But we are going to be heading right into the spawn selection here. We're going to be seeing... yep, it looks like we are going to be seeing the Acrobat spawn near... We're going to be seeing that straight line spawn. So we're going to be seeing the Acrobat and the Embalmer spawn near that small boat forward in that open area next to the boat. Oh, actually, sorry, we're going to be seeing Embalmer in the shack. Near identical spawn to the last match, except for the fact that the Disciple will also be spawning at that small boat. Definitely in line to go for that Acrobat or the
yeah.
Or the Embalmer.
Having that priestess spawn in big boat really does give this team composition a bigger upper hand here. Being able to support from inside the boat really does help. Especially with portals and you know what? Just getting from place to place.
Yeah, very excited to see how this priestess is going to be utilized, but we're just going to head right into it. Again, just to recap, and thank you all for sticking with us. Sorry if it gets repetitive, but we are going to be seeing Ravens hunting, Strawberry Milk surviving. Ravens needs one elimination to win this bracket and proceed to the finals. So it's definitely going to be a very, very strong fight for that 4-man on the side of Strawberry Milk. But we are going to see the Acrobat take the kite almost immediately and already giving up that first hit to the Disciple.
It does look like we are chasing after this Acrobat. Unfortunately, it looks like we are getting the cast on us. Oh, beautiful firebomb coming off of the Acrobat. To the Disciple, you know, closing the distance off really is effective. And teleport is up, but it does seem like we are really going for this chase here.
Yeah. Oh, accidentally running into that cat radius there. Very, very quick down from that Disciple. But Cypher progress isn't too bad. Forward already on his way to that chair with the Priestess and the Embalmer are both hard at work. With the Acrobat on the chair, though, we will be seeing the elimination eventually of one of our tide turners, unless the focus does end up changing from the Acrobat. And, oh, missing that football there to get to the chair faster and taking a hit. Disciple does have presence, so those cats will be returning very, very shortly. But it does look like... Oh! Very unfortunate ball there, not quite getting over that pallet. Acrobat is going to be going down very shortly. But Forward is still in the area and still has more than enough ball to have some harassment go on, especially since Luo has not brought excitement. It's a little bit of a possibly free reign, but with those cats in the area, definitely going to be difficult if the Forward chooses to harass here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we're really seeing the support come in through the priestess here. Even with the world portal, I know we just lost it, but managing to get across the map just so we can better support and better help the acrobat. Unfortunately, it looks like we did get stuck with the cat.
Wow!
Oh, beautiful, beautiful support coming in through here, and it looks like, yes, the priestess is coming in for that body block. Getting some distance for that acrobat, who unfortunately is going to be staying in duo palette here at the broken bow, but unfortunately it just like we are slowly missing this one just a little bit.
Wow!
Whoa, beautiful, beautiful body block coming off of that priestess. Just being able to get that the acrobat going. This is a little bit unfortunate. We are losing a lot here. But it looks like we are slowly.
Oh, and another unfortunate forward stun there, not quite connecting, but enough to knock the Disciple back. Still has enough ball there, I believe, to have one more stun left in him if he's able to connect it. But overall, that Priestess body block, though, it was and just on the edge of that hitbox, you know, very, very blue. And oh no!
Oh no!
Unable to quite aim that forward stun correctly. And we are going to see the Acrobat sent back to Commander, so I do believe that will be GG's. And Ravens will be continuing on to the finals. However, we still have the rest of this match to get through.
Yes.
So
I mean,
yeah, we're just gonna keep rolling with it.
Opportunity for strawberry milk to have at least a comeback no matter what.
Well, I mean, they only needed one elimination.
Well, yeah, but the match isn't over yet.
It's not over yet, so we're still here, everybody's still here, and we're still gonna have fun with it. Forward is going to be seeing that first chair here, still at 3 ciphers, but the Embalmer is still decoding, and Priestess is well on her way to that rescue. And we haven't seen that teleport come into play yet. I do wonder if the Forward is going to get embalmed for that second chair. And that's why we're heading for this first chair to begin with. And it does look like the Embalmer is doing exactly that. Definitely embalming out one of his teammates. Whether it's the Forward or the Priestess, not quite sure. But
the unfortunate play here, the unfortunate thing here, my bad, is that you know, those cats were sent out just way too far. It looks like the Embalmer was going to embalm the Forward, but just did not make it in time.
Yeah, cut off the moment that she picked him up. So definitely a little bit unfortunate there. But we are going to see the Forward on that second chair. I believe the Priestess is portaling over to that Embalmer for a little bit of healing, or just take over that cipher. We're going to see the Embalmer start to transition over, but not quite yet. And Luo over here ready to just break that portal immediately. But the Priestess already escaped to the other side of the map, and we are going to see the Forward be sent right back to that manor.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I have to agree. The bombs not registering anything really did put a hindrance on the acrobat here. But, you know, losing that Priestess, we are seeing her from the other side, way opposite of the Disciple here, as well as the Embalmer. It seems like both ciphers are at roughly 50%. We are watching the Embalmer kind of away. We are watching him transition away just as the disciple does start getting close.
Oh, but she is going to teleport over to that priestess, having seen the Shaken Cipher. And oh, stunned out of a
Oh,
portal there! By
caught
the
just
very
on the
edge of the cat
edge.
radius. Yup, and that's the thing. I believe that Disciple's full presence does increase the range of
Mm,
that stun, so
yes.
definitely able to just take advantage of that, get caught right in the pinky toe of it, and Priestess will be seeing that chair. And Balmer still has a coffin to work with and knows where the dungeon location is, so we could be seeing one escape here on the side of Strawberry Milk. Unfortunately, won't be enough to take them to the finals, but still amazing work and amazing teamwork even throughout this match.
I definitely
Um,
have to agree. The support there was also just wonderful. Being able to have the acrobat live as long as it did.
yeah, definitely prolonging the acrobat. It's just very, very unfortunate that the forward
Mhm.
wasn't able to land stuns. But you know, always room for improvement, always room for upping the sensitivity on that dash a little bit. But forward, you know, forward's a level difficulty level 3 character for a reason. And
It looks
still
like
able to just buy time, and it does look like we
looks
are
like
going to be seeing a little
Lua
bit of a
and
truce
Balmer
here.
are they're emoting at each other. It looks like they're just
They've
having
got a
fun with
little,
it.
yep, a little bit of a truce. Always good to see, you know, when
Mhm.
teams have sort of decided to not take things seriously and not
Mhm.
sweat for that four-man, considering, you know, Ravens has already clutched this bracket.
Really glad that they are able and do manage to get along. Always really nice to see that opposite team.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, I'm for what it's worth, I am very proud of all of these teams
Me
and the
too.
sportsmanship that they've displayed just throughout the course of this tournament. And yeah, I do believe that this will take Ravens as our first finalist in the Checkmate tournament.
Mhm.
And Strawberry Milk will be headed
This
tomorrow
yeah.
to that third place bracket. And again,
Ooh,
I'm gonna just keep up my streak of being able to commentate for Strawberry Milk in every
I
single one of those
know.
matches. S as well.
I'm so
Just thank you so
excited.
much for that. You know, always a pleasure to watch, and also, you know, definitely a privilege to be
Right.
able to commentate for Ravens as well.
And I was
Um,
gonna say, I'm really glad this isn't the last we're gonna see of Strawberry Milk. I mean, and at this bracket, they put up such an amazing fight today.
yep, able to turn things around and take it into overtime. Um, Definitely nothing to sneeze at, you know. And yeah, and also just as sort of a side note, you know, thank you all so much. I know that today there were a few hiccups in the chat, you know. People getting a little weird, but you know, thank you so much
I
for
sincerely appreciate it. I really do.
yeah, sticking up for us a little bit. Definitely, you know, I did hide those people from the chat, so they won't be coming back.
Mhm.
But thank you for sticking up for us. And yeah, you know, we do our best. Everybody who works on this tournament does their best. Obviously, you know, things get in the way. We've had technical problems. We've had people not show up on time. But we make it through. And you know, we're almost here in the finals, and it's been such a privilege and such a wonderful experience.
Mhm.
Just to be able to work with everybody here and to, you know, be able to literally speak for the teams and for the organizers as well. So yeah, you know, even if we do have our moments where it takes a little bit too long, um, where things we have to stall for time, you know, it just happens. And thank you all for bearing with us. I know that we have literally run an hour overtime for the
Way
next
over.
matchup. But, you know, thank you all for sticking with us long enough. And I do hope that you all stay around for the next bracket. I'm not quite sure when the next bracket will be starting, considering obviously we ran over. Um, but yeah, please do stick around. It will be you and Mixie commentating for the next bracket. And oh, as soon as we finish, there will be an immediate changeover.
Perfect.
So please stick around for that. I know I will definitely be tuning in. Um, and it will be you're on your own versus LG. So yeah, thank you all for coming, and thank you for bearing with us throughout
Right.
today.
I had so much fun with everyone today, and it was always so nice seeing faces in the chat today. Um, you know what? Thank you so much. I know we had, like, as Bones said, the few people in the chat. Sorry. Um,
Evildoers.
but I really appreciated everyone kind of sticking up for us. Tournaments are something that aren't fast paced. They take time, so you have to strategize, and you also have to work around the obstacle way. So I really, really, really appreciate today. And thank you so much. Make sure to give you and Mixie the same amount of love that you gave us.
And yeah, we will see you tomorrow for strawberry milk, and whoever does not come out on top in this next bracket, we will be commentating for the third place matchup. And yeah, I have nothing else to say. So I am Bones. This is S. Thank you so much for coming, and we
Thank
will see you
you.
tomorrow.
Bye.
All right, hello everybody, and welcome to the second half of the semifinals for the Checkmate tournament. I will be Myxieneo, and I'm joined here today with you.
Hello everyone, how are we all doing? And of course for today's game we will have LG versus Yo-Yo coming edge. From LG side we will have Joseph, KK, Yora Clownbro and 35 Degrees Hot Water coming out as their survivors. And of course from LG's Hunter side it will be that one idiot once again. And of course from Yo-Yo, the OGs will have Junie, Jogi, Yumi and Seido coming out from our survivor side. And of course their Hunter will be Mu-Sing, the Geisha main from Fusion.
Yeah, really awesome lineup from both teams. I'm excited to watch all players play.
Yeah, it's genuinely considering the fact that, I mean, both of these teams did a really splendid job for the last 2 weeks. We've seen LG's Hunter, the Wax Artist, that one idiot, how he's able to get like 4-man elimination, 3-man eliminations, and of course from Yo-Yo side, being able to get, 3-man escapes, 4-man escapes. Those just little details when it comes to containment times really help the survivors out quite a lot, and of course which makes Mu-Sing's his own gameplays, like he mains Geisha, so it's kind of harder to aim for more. So what Mu-Sing does really is just aim for a tie and leave everything else to survivors.
Honestly, respect to that. I think a lot of teams end up relying a lot on their Hunter, but it's a team-based game, and relying on all of your teammates really evens out the playing field a little more, and you're all in it together. Or as their team is, you're on your own.
Yep, of course, selling on chair. Yeah, you are not rescue anymore. Bye bye. Have a good day. Kind of 5 seconds. Yeah, of course, that's the model of, I guess, our NAEU teams in general. Oh, knowing how rank goes, your randoms in general.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But from both teams, they're both OGs. They're genuinely both old players from both sides. You have, LG with their old survivors. I'd say that one idiot is pretty new coming in from the Hunter side. But from Yo-Yo, every player in there is kind of like from season 2, season 3, season 1, etc.
Yeah, for sure. And I definitely, coming from both teams, I'm definitely interested in what the Hunters in particular are going to be playing. I really like to watch their gameplay from the previous brackets, but from some research, I'm hoping to see some more unexpected picks, less common picks. Of course, you brought up the Geisha from Mushin, but I heard that one idiot does play some Ripper, so I'd love to see some Ripper gameplay.
That's gonna be very interesting to see. And then for a round 1 map ban pick, we'll be having You're on Your Own banning Sacred Hearts, and of course LG picking Red Church for this one. And of course LG Survivor side will be coming out first.
Yeah, really solid stuff. Love to watch Red Church match. It's a pretty even playing field for both Hunters and Survivors, I'd say.
From LG side, I think they're really just trying to get this map out. I mean, this map wouldn't really suit their Hunter who mains a Wax Artist, but I also wouldn't really suit a Geisha.
Yeah, really good point.
It seems like they want survivors to carry. Yeah.
For sure, but honestly, I think it's fair. I really like the survivor picks both teams actually end up having, especially from previous brackets. I'm anticipating some characters that we haven't been seeing all that much. I'd say that there's quite a bit of meta picks and then off meta picks and more exciting picks. I hate to let the bias show early, but I think I might as well because I was in the chat. I'd love to see some toy merch.
Oh yeah.
You knew it was coming, huh?
But... you always knew it was coming. We always knew.
Yeah.
But of course, Toy Merchant being on this map really does suit quite as well, just because of the fact that Toy Merchant can fit in for Priestess's role, in a nutshell.
Yeah, exactly. Now I think we're going to proceed on to the ban and pick selection. Lucky for LG, or lucky for You're on Your Own, they won't be having any Hunter bans first thing.
Yeah.
So there's really lots of Hunters still on the table for them.
But what's probably going to be the most unbeneficial part for You're on Your Own Hunter right now is the fact that I highly doubt that you're going to run a Geisha on this map. Though you're good at Geisha, the survivors are really just going to hard counter you with their team comp.
For sure. And it looks like we're going to get a female dancer ban first thing.
Yeah,
Honestly, a really solid choice. I think we're all pretty aware of the strengths of female dancer, that slow or fast box in play, but it's really good to utilize those boxes within some really strong kiting areas or to get to those really strong kiting areas, because we've also seen some female dancers get their boxes taken out of commission really early on. But if a teammate can utilize it, I think it's still worth laying them out.
And of course, from LG side, it seems like we're gonna give up on the Seer and the Priestess on this map, coming out with an Antiquarian and the Merc first.
Honestly, Mercenary is always a solid choice, but it's really great to see Antiquarian locked in first, because she's been getting banned quite a bit, but when she is able to be utilized, I think she's just phenomenal, both just in terms of kiting or harassing.
Yeah, in all honesty. But then again, at the same time, I feel like maybe Mercy wasn't really needed, especially with the fact that this is a little bit of a smaller map. We could usually leave Rescuers last, considering the fact that you can't... If you ban Mercy, you're gonna have a First Officer. If you ban First Officer, you're gonna have a Mercy, or you're gonna have a Forward coming out. Or
Yeah,
even
for
Wildling
sure.
at times, yeah.
Yeah, it would be fun to see some Wildling. Maybe even Coordinator. We saw a bit of her in the previous bracket.
Yeah.
But really good point. It does look like we are going to be getting that Seer and Entomologist ban next thing though. Pretty good choices. Even though they didn't opt for that Seer early on, taking him off the table is playing it quite safe.
Yeah, for LG side, they need to get their barmaid out if they want to bet on the fact that it's gonna be a geisha coming from Musing. But then if it's not a geisha, it could also become a clerk or a wax artist from Musing's hunter pool that I know as of now anyways.
If I'm remembering correctly, I think maybe we could see some Naiad from Mushin. I would really
Oh
love to see some
yeah.
Naiad.
There was that Naiad. We did see Musing's Naiad from last year for IVT. And of course, Musing's Naiad has done really well against B4U, if I'm not wrong, if I still remember that match.
Yeah, for sure. Pretty impressive stuff. Now we are going to be getting Priestess as our third lock-in for LG Survivors.
Then most likely for Musing here, the last ban probably will become a barmaid, because if you don't ban the barmaid, then I don't see any other good picks, but it does seem like the acrobat will be banned instead.
Interesting choice. We've definitely seen a lot of acrobat in this tourney, and just in general, I think he's a pretty solid pick. So taking him off the table is a good choice, regardless. But it does, like you said, leave room for some barmaid or other choices. If not barmaid, what else do you think we could be seeing you?
If possible, I would say most likely a patient, considering that, well, no, maybe not a patient, maybe not a patient. I don't really see the point of banning an acrobat if you're really gonna run geisha, except for that slow music, except for that fireball. But I guess at the end of the day, it is Musing's own choice right here. Aside from a barmaid pick, the next best pick probably could be, if I'm running through my survivors pool right now, you can have a prospector come out against a geisha.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I'd love to see some prospector. But it is going to be psychologist as our fourth and final lock-in.
Psycho being able to tank that extra hit is nice and all. It's really good against Clerk, but it's not really good against the Geisha main, considering the fact that Musi most likely will be bringing top down, similar to what happened in Sacred Hearts Hospital when it's Yo-Yo against Halcyon. We did see Musi bring that fast spell breaking, so for a psychologist here, it may be a little bit harder for her to contain.
For sure. Really great points you bring up, you. And something that really strikes me while we're still waiting for our Persona Web picks is I find that this team kind of has a bit of a slower healing composition, so that Priestess is really gonna be putting in some work to heal these guys.
Yeah. And I think it's also the fact that allowing a priestess to come out simply means Mercy can take the Lawn Portal. So when the Lawn Portal comes out, it's either the hunter is forced to leave the chair, Mercy gets a no damage rescue, which basically benefits them for getting a tie, a higher chance of getting a tie, or the survivor will be taking the Lawn Portal. Against the Geisha, I don't think it's gonna do much, but we will have to see how the survivor pans this one out.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious to see what final talents they're going to be bringing as well. I know we see a lot of just single tide, and of course that mercenary I'm expecting the Tide, of course, but
Yeah.
everyone
Flywheel, come on.
else.
Come on,
hmm
Flywheel. Be that
Love
random.
to see some triple flywheel or something.
For the Survivor side here, they have their decode. I still feel like maybe Prospector could be a better pick, considering the fact that if you get a Prosy out, he'll have the calibration buff for himself in which he can decode faster. Yeah, against geishas in general, if you can sell, you might as well sell at a faster rate with the Cipher Machine progress.
Yeah, for sure. Really great point. And I don't know, I hope we see something interesting. You brought up the selling, and it just reminded me about how we were talking about rescuers earlier, and how if you sell a rescuer, if they so happen to be chased first thing, their chair time is longer. I'm reminded suddenly of first officer's chair time, but of course mercenary still has pretty long chair time too. And it does look like we are going to be getting those persona webs in. We are going to be seeing that single Tide from the mercenary, of course.
And of course, we're gonna have Ada with Breaking Windows, Anti-Current with Flywheel, alongside the Priestess with Flywheel.
Honestly, pretty solid stuff. I do
Yeah.
like broken windows on Psychologist.
Now then, it does seem like Musin is gonna go headstrong with the Geisha once again. Probably chasing after the Priestess here may be his best choice, considering the fact that after Priestess uses her portals, it's basically a no item survivor with the containments, and all that's really left is mind games around pallets in general against the Geisha.
For sure. Let's hope that whoever gets the first kite against Mujin's fearful geisha is in a good area, or an area that is good enough for maybe some teammates to come and support. I'd love to see some antiquarian support kite, if she doesn't end up kiting herself, of course.
Hopefully. I say Anti-Current spawning in Red Carpet, and then we'll have a Psychologist spawning in Graveyard. Priestess in middle, and most likely Mercy in Shack will probably be the best idea from the Survivor side right here.
Yeah, that'd be some great stuff. I'd really anticipate Priestess setting up Church early on for anyone to come in, or if she does end up being first kite as well.
Yeah, but even if Priestess does become first kite, that's actually alright for her, considering the fact that she did bring Flywheel for this one. Flywheeling Geisha Sid and immediately portaling is one of the best things about Priestess with Flywheel.
Yeah, I totally agree. I'm definitely looking forward to hopefully seeing some successful flywheels. I know it's always hard to get those baited out, or not getting to utilize them.
Yeah, honestly, from Musin's side here, I think going a little bit headstrong on Geisha. Well, I mean, Musin is confident with his Geisha, that's for sure. First Geisha from NAEU for quite a few seasons now. But still, against 4-man teams in general, we've seen how Musin done against Halcyon. We have seen how Halcyon's 4-man team, how that barmaid worked out, and how it ended up as like a 4 ciphers remaining to a tie against a Geisha, this type of Geisha.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really excited to see. I'm kind of drawing a blank as to what to say, but I don't think we've gotten to cover. What do you think? What trait do you think Mushin will be bringing for his geisha this time around?
Please bring excitement. I'm joking. For Musin in general, from what we know about him, as long as Musin can push that anti-current out during balloon rescuing, he can bring Blink. But then if anti-current comes in to harass mid-kites, then it's going to be really hard Musin to even get that excitement out, considering the fact that anti-current would just be body blocking alongside with Flywheel.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely love to see some Blink. I know it's more common nowadays, but I do enjoy my Blink shot. Excitement. We have seen some hunters even in the previous bracket just bring it for one character, so I think it's still okay. But like you said, antiquarian harassment is just brutal. Even if you get out that excitement, if you manage to get it out, you can still keep going.
With the anti-current in general, having 6 staffs on her side, it's basically, I wouldn't say it's a no-brainer kite, but it's considered pretty not hard, not easy. It's pretty mediocre for anti-current. Even if you do miss a swing, a sweep, or a stab, you still will apply the 25% debuff with the movement speed for 2 seconds. Therefore, it basically allows your survivors to make distance between themselves and the hunter for a longer containment.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we are going to proceed to the area selection.
With the psychologist spawning in shock, I think that's a little bit more dangerous. But then again, if Musin does decide to spawn near shock gate, then I guess it'll be
Yep.
he spawned in shock. I guess this will make it easier for Musin to chase after the psychologist, because if Geisha did decide to spawn near that bottom broken or top broken, and the psychologist could just rotate towards the long walls, tall walls near the shock gate, so it'll be harder for Geisha to land anything on her there.
Yeah, for sure. All right, good luck to both teams. This is the first half of round 1 with the LG survivors up against the You're on Your Own hunter.
Then onto the game we go. Let's see, Musin coming and spawning right by gate, and it does seem like the psychologist decided to use her Windows speed buff immediately, trying to rotate towards the middle.
Now we do have the Geisha. Oh, Priestess did set up a really great portal here, but right in front of the hunter.
Gets the immediate hit right there. That's gonna hurt the most for survivors right now, considering the fact that Geisha did bring Blink for this one as well.
Yeah, that's brutal. Good idea of getting out of church. I did notice that the basement was there, but we are going to see it down right here on the Priestess.
Yeah, it's a bit of a blunder here from Priestess's side, because the first portal coming out was for the psychologist to contain, and of course the second portal was stopped by Musin's basic attack. So Priestess was just left with no portal survivor as a normal containment, similar to Lord.
Yeah, for sure. We are going to see Musin break some walls over here, and Psychologist did have to run away. Unfortunately, the Priestess was chaired right by Psychologist Cypher, but it does look like we have the Mercenary hiding, baiting out that Tinnitus to keep Geisha at bay here.
Yeah, though it is a little bit of an unfortunate situation in which Priestess's portals were cancelled, and of course running in towards the hunter right here. You have to give the props towards the Mercy right now for hiding his trail, so then Geisha can force him to immediately rescue.
Yeah, for sure. It does look like Geisha is going to be going farther from the chair though, and Psychologist has started a Shack Cypher. Here we are with the Mercenary.
Coming in with an elbow pad rescue, successfully getting the rescue right here. It does seem like Musin has decided to bring Nostalgia instead, and then going through to the flywheel.
Yeah, really unfortunate right here because the flywheel wasn't able to negate that. But it does look like we have Priestess dropping into the basement.
It seems like Priestess had a shot. Priestess wanted to drop in, but little did he know the anti-crit wanted to come in for the harass. That's one. That's two.
3.
And that's the third one.
Incredible support from the Antiquarian side. We are going to get a hit on the Antiquarian here, but it does allow Priestess to gain some more distance, which Geisha closes in shortly.
Yeah, with the survivor side here, as we do see as well, forcing the blink out is already a really good rebound kite coming from the Priestess.
Beautiful blink right there. Are we gonna get... No, unfortunately, Priestess is going to get sent back to the manor here, and we already have Geisha's next target, the Antiquarian. Wow.
Of course, dashing through the wall. A little bit of an... Once again, it's kind of just Geisha. It's a huge question mark for survivors and hunters. Sometimes you get through the wall, sometimes you get stuck. So I would say that was... Yeah, that's... I'd say really lucky for Musin there for being able to go through. Or else it'll definitely become a pallet stun from Anti-Courier side.
And it does look like Geisha is gonna focus on the Mercenary here, and ooh, basic hit does cancel out that elbow
Seems like
pad.
a double hit right here, though.
Yeah.
Mercy could body block, but also if Mercy does decide to body block, it'll just become a slug game here for the survivors. Dashing through immediately, Mercy getting body block right there, very nicely done. But how long can Anti-Courier rebound kite this Geisha?
It does look like Psychologist is on the move.
Coming in with the body blocks from Psychologist side, it wouldn't be the best considering the fact that Geisha works best, not Geisha, Anti-Courier works best when solo containing. That was going wrong. You know what, fair enough. That's fair.
Yeah, it does look like Antiquarian is going to be put on her second chair, while Psychologist is over here. Oh, wow. Yeah, they were right in the pallet. Mercenary is able to pick himself up with Psychologist moving in for the rescue.
Yeah, a bit of an early rescue right here. Myxieneo already changing towards teleport, and teleport cooldown is ready as well. Did get managed to get the flywheel out though, but Psychologist has to leave this area immediately and start healing herself and Mercenary. Well, again, how does that dash over?
I know, right? That was a really great dash to the wall. And Antiquarian is going to get sent back to the manor here. Really great stuff. This is really, really aggressive match. And it did work in his favor.
Yeah, teleport from here.
Teleport.
I guess Mercy's probably gonna guess luck then if Myxieneo's gonna go in for the Mercenary right now with no elbow pads remaining in sense, because this would be pretty hard for him to kill for a long time.
For sure. He did end up picking himself up earlier, if I don't... There we go. We are going to see the hit on the Mercenary, and I think Myxieneo is going to Soul Departure over to the Psychologist, who is on her way to the graveyard.
Yeah, to be honest with you though, from the viewer side and from the commentator side, whenever we try to do that in Ranked, you just get stuck by the pallet. I would love to know.
Sure.
Yeah, I would love to know how Myxieneo does it. Honestly.
Do tricks, give us a tutorial.
Ah, for God's sake. Lovely stuff. But of course, chasing after the Psychologist right here as well. Psycho being able to rotate towards Dungeon is great and all. But the Mercenary will still be on the ground bleeding for 2 more minutes. So this is going to be hard for an Psychologist to half health to contain right here.
Yeah. Oh, and we are going to see that hit here. And a surrender. Congratulations to on your own for starting things off strong. That is a 4-man elimination.
Yeah. But of course, even though that was a 4-man elimination from Myxieneo's side, you're on your own survivors definitely needs to aim for at least a tie for them to gain a really huge big advantage here against LG.
Yeah, for sure. Let's have a look at these stats. Now, we did have the Priestess first thing. 49 seconds containment along with the 69 from Mercenary, 49 from Psychologist, and 85 seconds on the Antiquarians. And we did get a heal off from Psychologist and 1 rescue from the Antiquarian as well as the Psychologist, with 2 from the Mercenary.
And of course, we'll be having a 100% decoding progress, 214% decoding progress from Psychologist, and of course a 101 from Mercenary, alongside with Geisha Myxieneo with 2 ciphers remaining, 70 strikes and 9 knockdowns. Even though with the Priestess 49-second containment, we did see that there was two ciphers remaining. So if honestly, if Priestess was able to contain for at least 20 more seconds, it definitely would have ended up as a tie right there from the survivor side. It's just more of an unfortunate situation in which Priestess was getting the support portals ready, but little did Priestess know, Myxieneo actually wasn't after the Psychologist.
Yeah, really surprise attack right there. I definitely think that left the Priestess a little taken aback. Same with me. A highlight of this match, I'm still kind of floored by the Priestess Antiquarian moment that we saw in the church though. I totally thought that she was going to go deep into the basement and kind of force Myxieneo down there, but no, it was really strategic with the Antiquarian coming in as the Priestess was getting picked up and was able to get the rescue and a couple of stuns to disarm the Geisha.
Yeah, it does seem like from LG Survivor side as well, the Priestess did want to go down to basement, but it seems like they didn't have any voice comms there from the Priestess or the Antiquarian side, because we did see the Antiquarian came in pretty darn early to work overtime with a harass, so Priestess definitely could have had a chance to rotate very closely towards the window at the opposite side of the basement, and which allows Antiquarian to harass easier.
Yeah, for sure. It definitely would have been fun to see some more Antiquarian support, considering the moments that we did get to see from the Antiquarian this time around. But it was just a really tough match. I really see time and time again why Myxieneo's Geisha is to be feared. That was a really, really intense start and a great way to start off this.
Yeah, and of course, but though there is still some improvements that could be made from LG side, though there was a little bit of an unfortunate mistake. Oh, well, not mistake, but it just happened, I guess. It just happened. Priestess spawning very closely towards the Geisha with that portal right there. But with Antiquarian side as well, she did have a flywheel on her hands with the second harassment potential. So could have definitely flywheeled and immediately either swing sweep or stab the Geisha, considering the fact that most Hunter balloon attack animation is pretty darn long compared to their basic attacks.
Yeah, for sure. We are going to be proceeding to the second half shortly with the You're on Your Own Survivors versus the LG Hunter.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but
That
yeah,
one idiot definitely will be coming out, but the problem is LG survivors decided to choose Red Church in order for their survivors to gain more of an advantage point. But from LG's Hunter side, that idiot did come out with a Wax Artist game one. So Wax Artist game one against well, not against, but like to deal with.
yeah, for sure. Now we are going to get Entomologist and Antiquarian first thing. We did get that female dancer ban. A little unfortunate. I would have loved to see some more female dancer gameplay. I believe we got to see a lot of Jogi playing female dancer, but you know, fair's fair. We did get female dancer taken off the table last match as well.
Of course, from Survivor's side here, it does seem like we'll have a repick coming out from them, but getting the female dancer out, allowing the priestess and possibly the seer to come out first, considering the fact that you're not against chip hunters in general, because LG's hunter doesn't have a chip hunter main.
Yeah, and there
Seer
you
coming
have
out.
it. Yeah, we are going to be seeing that priestess and seer. Um, hopefully we'll still get a situation where the priestess is properly able to put down those portals. I really think it was unfortunate last match with that second portal getting nullified, even though it was nearly finished. But yeah. We are going to have Antiquarian and Entomologist. Oh, I see now. Yeah, they are going to be banned next, taken off the table, which is honestly respectable. We did get to see some good Antiquarian gameplay last match, so it just
It
goes
is
to
what it
show
is.
the potential.
Yeah, but with the Yo-Yo side, they have a lot of options here coming out with First Officer who's be able to decode fast after using one Poseidon watch. Also with the fact that even though you may have already banned all three, well, pretty darn meta supports, you will still have the Prospector who will annoy the hell out of you. And, you know, even if they don't decide not to choose a Prospector, we probably will see an Acrobat or a Patient coming out in this map after all.
Yeah, I think I'm definitely going to. Oh my goodness, we're gonna see some mechanic. Very
Please
happy
ban
about
Merc.
this choice.
Please ban
Please
Merc.
ban Merc.
Please ban. I
Yep,
do not
what
want to see
you
4
said.
S tiers. I genuinely don't want to see 4 S tiers.
The full, the full
Please.
meta.
I don't want the OG S tiers. I don't. I'm just waiting for Max nerf.
Oh my goodness, the past is coming back to haunt you.
Oh my lord, with the new survivors coming out as well, we do see female dancer, anti-queer no sorry, female dancer, anti-queer and an entomologist taking up the bans, and of course the next one comes out with a prospector. If we're gonna have a mercenary coming out, there's no way Hunter can 4-man eliminate this team. It's gonna be way too hard to 4-man eliminate this team.
Yeah, it'd be way too brutal. I am really happy to see a mechanic choice though, and just I like having decoders in the mix in general. I know it's like a little risky because decoders are always the squishiest, but considering the meta-ness of all these survivors, I think it's worth it. And given Mech's recent adjustment with her vaulting,
Yeah, you can't do
I'm
Shocker
really
anymore.
yeah, I'm really glad to see her back in play. I mean, this is coming from a mech main. I know you as a hunter player, so
Stop there now. I don't enjoy mechanics that get eliminated and the doll still decodes 30% of the remaining cipher to pop it. It happens way too often in my games.
Oh, we are going to be getting a first officer as the fourth and final pick. You know, it's no mercenary, but first officer is still a really solid alternative, and he does have the slowest chair time in the game. I know I mentioned it a little earlier. So even if he does end up getting chased to chair, that's a survivor that's definitely going to be left to marinate, as I like to say, on the chair.
Of course. But also with the first officer pick, we'll be it's just gonna be a fast decoding team. First officer, one Poseidon watch being forced out. It's gonna guarantee tie for Yo-Yo. There's really nothing much we can say.
Yeah, we'll just have to see though, and I'm curious to see what Persona Webs they'll be bringing. I'm anticipating at least one tide, of course, but
Yeah, you're gonna need it. Yeah, you're definitely gonna need it there.
Yeah.
Alongside Survivor side, probably like for Seer, it's usually better to bring Flywheel, considering the fact that he only recharges owls during tight containment times. So putting distance wouldn't help them out too much.
Yep. I definitely want to see some. Yeah, there we have it. We are going to. Oh, we're actually going to be having Seer with the broken windows, and Mech with the flywheel, I think. And
Yes.
oh wait, oh my goodness, I don't think Mechanic is bringing borrow time. You know what? Understandable, because
works.
if Mechanic is
works.
going to be the prime target, you don't know if she's going to end up in the end game. So you know what? I'm here for it. We are going to be having Tide Turner from the First Officer and Priestess, however, and of course the Seer with the broken windows. So we are going to be having Flywheel and broken windows for the Mechanic. Fun stuff.
Some good stuff. Some good stuff. Seems like they're gonna go all out for this one, trying to gain for a 3-man escape. But LG coming out with a clerk. Clerk against this team coming in general wouldn't be too bad. We may have mentioned that clerk counters mechanic, but also it's kind of like at the same time, if you chase after a mechanic, you don't really counter the mechanic stall anymore after that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Best bet is that you find the mechanic first and hopefully find her bot in the process, but yeah, it's gonna be tough. And on the bright side, I do think Clerk does get to put a little damper on the decoding, but you're right about the bot. Just having that bot out, even if she's being chased and chaired, that's just another player on the field for you're on your own. So
yeah, with the survivor side here, they've many play styles. Their first playstyle could be just to sell mech on chair. The second playstyle will be giving owl for the first officer to do a no damage rescue, and then sell mech on chair. Their third option is to just continuously body block harass. Well, not harass, but body block support. Along the longer time you stall, the faster the accelerated decoding time will come.
yeah, for sure. I don't know what this is going to be an interesting matchup. Maybe we'll see some seer stalking for that owl. Maybe we'll see some interesting Poseidon watch usage, and of course I hope we can get some priestess support in. Oh, I'm really hoping to see a lot of the bot getting utilized. I think that getting it out of commission, though it would be good for the cleric, having that bot in play makes room for a lot of things, especially like a lot of strategies, especially in a cleric match. And if mechanic doesn't end up getting eliminated, we can see some really great bot stuff at the end of the match. Maybe we could see the bot help with the gate or help with the rescue even. You never know. That's what I love about mechanic.
No, it seems like he should have won Feaster. Well, you made your choice now, sadly. But of course, from mechanic side, if she does decide not to deploy the doll and use it to body block the Merc, that is also another play. 4 hits down, even though it does feed presence, Slifer is probably done by that point, honestly. Oh.
Alright, we are going to the area selection.
Priest is spawning in middle alongside with Mechanic being in Shack and Seer being in red carpet. Joki is on the left hand side of Hospital, but of course here, as they do know from last game as well, Priestess most likely will not be placing at the portal as early into the game, considering the fact that it's probably better to wait for your survivors to tell you what to do.
Yeah, for sure. And it does look like we're having the clerk spawn at those breakables.
Now the problem... Yes,
Sorry.
No,
No, I was going to just say that this is the second half of round 1 with the you're on your own survivors versus the LG Hunter. Good luck to both teams. I'll hand it over to you.
Now then, before we get into the game, the most important decision here made by Mech will be whether she will deploy the doll first or wait to deploy the doll until she's at a more safer area in which the doll will not be hit. Let's see, from Vanilla's side, we're not going to deploy the doll first. It seems like we're going to keep the doll for ourselves for body blocking. It does seem.
Yep, and it does look like Mechanic is the first target here, and she does deploy the bot right before continuing forward.
It does seem like, though, Vanilla wants to go straight towards these two long piles right here, and of course getting the breakdowns, pallet drop, then scroll. So this will be a normal hit.
Yeah, there we are. We are gonna see that normal hit there. Great recording. It was right as she was being recorded too. And there is the doll over there. I'm not sure if the hunter was able to catch sight on that. But the mechanic is transitioning over to the church where Priestess has set up some good portals.
Yeah, not a very long portal here from Priestess' side, and of course the second one joined by Juniper. A bit of an unfortunate situation in which Priestess has to run alongside with the mechanic chasing after the Taylor Priestess. But lastly, recording onto towards Seer right now, Seer definitely could just start looking at mechanic to see if an owl is needed to come out or not.
It does look like Seer is being recorded as well, and there we go. We are gonna see a flywheel, but owl, so...
That's the safest play you can do, flywheel and then owl. What else can I say? The most safest play that we can do.
You know what? It's okay. I'm here for it. And we are going to be having mechanic continue to kite in the graveyard here. We've seen her go pretty much around the world, but charge hit, and it is going to land on the mechanic.
Yeah, it's pretty much decent here from the mechanic side, being able to force this blink out, considering the fact that we can just have someone coming in to start selling, and of course mechanic using her doll to decode.
Yep. We are going to be having that... I believe is that the Sears cipher getting kind of hindered, but we are going to be having the first officer come in, and there's a recording in for a hit.
It does seem like first officer wants to come in to rescue right before half, just so we can utilize Mech's doll as much as possible. But our problem here also would be the fact that if Mech does decide to give that extra free presence, that chip.
Yeah. Great hit on the mechanic. I really liked that maneuver because even though the first officer did have that Poseidon watch in effect, went in for the hit, it was gonna hit the chair, but the recording was able to get that chip on him.
The dangerous part, okay, thank God, the dangerous part really was that it'll become a full presence clerk. If it really does become a full presence clerk, it'll be harder for survivors to rebound kite this one.
Yeah, we're almost there, though it does look like first officer is still in the area with that wanted order, no less, but that mechanic spot cipher is going to get
blocked, sadly. From mechanic spot cipher, it does seem like it's currently at 40%, alongside with Priestess and Seer being almost under cipher, but only one full cipher remaining on the clock. Well, getting in the
That's super unfortunate. Yeah, I don't think the Poseidon watch is in effect. Yeah, unfortunately, we are going to be seeing the first officer downed and mechanic getting sent to the manor shortly. Yeah, I don't think those last two phases of the watch had the clerk in
within the range.
Yeah.
For the first officer here, Sakan has currently done a very good job with that body block coming from clerk side, utilizing the max proportions of the model. But alongside of the fact that he needs to be very careful there with giving the free damage rescue, because if he does, the priestess can just come in and rescue again. This is a tight priestess. Yeah.
Well, I think I manifested it. We are going to let first officer marinate on chair a little bit here, but we are going to have priestess go in for the rescue.
There's no need for priestess to body block here. It's probably best for priestess not to body block, considering the fact that priestess still has to finish mechanic cipher.
Yeah, for sure. And it does look like first officer is going to head over to the graveyard area while priestess is on her way to that cipher.
Yeah, from first officer's side, seems like first officer did manage to pick up the elbow pad, but also not crawling towards the very corner of graveyard just hurts more for Jogi here though, considering the fact that Mech was eliminated on that chair after all.
Yeah, I definitely would have bought more time, but it does look like priestess is gonna move in here, but Seer is gonna get forced off of that cipher.
Once again being forced off to cipher. That's 12 seconds no decoding time, and of course 10 more seconds of invalid. First officer has to do a really good rebound kite right here, or else it wouldn't really end well for the survivors.
Yep, we do have one portal, one elbow pad, and a missed hit here. But we are going to get the first officer down.
Yeah, the elbow pad didn't really come out there, which is really unfortunate. I feel like first officer could have elbow padded away right there, but now they're recording. I thought that recorded on Seer. I thought it recorded on towards the doll.
Yeah, and we do have Seer in the area as well as the world portal. That world portal is gonna get taken out of commission with Seer out of the area as well, but the clerk is on his trail.
Yeah, Yeah, with Priestess here decoding, it's kind of dangerous for Priestess to start decoding here, considering that Clerk does have Blink as well. So after that portal has been used, it'll probably just be an immediate blink down on Priestess's side.
Yeah, for sure. They'll really need to watch out here. Seer looks like he made a round trip going back to that cipher with Priestess on our way over there as well. They'll need to be careful over here.
It seems like we want to try to get the portals out. That's one portal immediately coming out from Juniper, but also with Priestess's side, recording on towards the Seer right there, thankfully. But Flywheel didn't come out. No, there's no Flywheel, it's a Tide Turner. Never mind.
Yeah, we didn't get to see that portal utilized either. This church is becoming a little cursed for those priestess portals.
Getting the blink out here immediately, very discreet moves, wanting to get the blink out just so he can immediately go on to cooldown right after Priestess has used up self heal. Oh, there she goes, she comes back up now.
Yeah. Oh,
Cut down.
one thing to note. Yeah, this area has been totally used up with all the pallets and mechanics previous kite. Second is gonna opt to slug the seer for now, going back to this old cipher. I wonder if bot will. Yep.
Animation. Yep, there goes the bot.
Yeah.
There
Which
goes the
honestly,
bot.
fair enough. We did have a 4-man in the first half, so keeping up a tie really keeps everyone on their toes for the rest of this bracket. Oh, and Priestess just got found.
Oh, with an inspection right there as well. Could there be a long portal coming up from Priestess's side right now? Is the Seer near the... it does seem like there's a Priestess portal coming up, but if Clerk just records her own Tish, it may go AWOL. Would this come out, or would this... This did come out, okay.
My goodness.
And of
Really
course it
big
hit
stuff
down.
here, and yeah, getting hit through the pallet. That was a close one. I was expecting the portal to end up going through, but I understand the pain of it not
It
connecting.
does seem like alarm portals does come out a little bit later when it comes to hunters being near survivors, apparently.
Yeah, for sure. And we are gonna get a surrender here. Congratulations to LG for getting that 4-man. Really great response to the previous matchup. Let's have a look at the stats over here.
Let's see right now. Alongside with the stats, we're gonna have PR second, that one idiot with 2 ciphers remaining, 2 pallets destroyed, 16 strikes and 9 knockdowns.
Yeah, and for the survivors, we did get 55 seconds of containment time from the first officer, 72 from mechanic, 90 from priestess, and 45 from seer, with 2 rescues from the priestess, 1 from first officer, and their decoding progress was mostly priestess with 118 and 197 from seer, my bad, and 82% from first officer and 52 from mechanic spot.
It seems like well, Mexbot was pretty far away from the cipher, so it did take at least 10 to 20 seconds to travel towards the nearest cipher, but also it's kind of just the fact that because First Officer couldn't really make that rescue, considering that Clerk did manage to body block his way through the rescue, that failed rescue cost them the game. The containment was good, the support was good, but the failed rescue is what really hurts against a Clerk who can literally lock ciphers for 22 seconds.
Yeah, that was really such a game changer, and you know, that's definitely one way to use Clerk to block the survivors from something. I know we saw a lot from the ciphers, and you see Clerks fighting over the gate, but using Clerk herself to just block that that walkway and forcing the first officer to go around not only made up for the attack recovery animation, but allowed Clerk to get out of that Poseidon Watch's range.
Yeah, it's really just well played by Clerk. Alongside with you know, the Owl came out for mech, but Owl and the Flywheel coming in probably did hurt the most against the mech. Alongside which Clerk, knowing that mech doesn't have borrowed time, but I guess that doesn't matter. Not borrowed time, doesn't have, what's that persona called again? Borrowed time? Oh, I was thinking of Ty Turner. Oh my god, my brain died. Never
No,
mind.
you're good.
Considering that mech didn't have borrowed time, but it doesn't seem like it mattered that much to Clerk at the end of the day.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, in fairness, I'm sure she would have been the prime target regardless, considering the team composition. But I think either way, it really paid off. We are going to be proceeding into round 2. We finished off round 1 with a solid tie, 4-man eliminations for both teams. And before we get into it, we are going to be having a substitution for You're on Your Own. We're going to be having Bronze play for Junie.
Hi, Bronze coming in for Junie. Have I ever met him in rank is a question mark. No, I have met him in rank, yes. A forward main if I'm not wrong, and a rescue main if I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
Is he?
Yeah, according to my research with the help of Bones, they are a rescue main. I believe, watching previous brackets in this tournament, they may have they've pulled out the toy merchant, so you never know.
But of course, with Yo-Yo being able to pick out their map right now, and of course LG has to ban their map. If Yo-Yo wants, if LG bans Lakeside, then we're gonna have a Chinatown for toy merchant maybe.
Yeah, I'd love to see some Chinatown gameplay. I feel like it gets taken off the table often, and in fairness, I wouldn't want to compete on Chinatown either, but it is fun to watch other people play on it. So, and I definitely think it's a pretty strong map for Toy Merchant, and we're definitely going to anticipate that Priestess ban later on. I think it's kind of a miracle she's been in both matchups for round 1.
But of course, that's only if we get a big map. If the Survivor... Oh no, never mind. It seems like we're coming out with Ever Sleeping Town from Yo-Yo side. And of course, LG did ban Moonlish for this one for round 2 map ban pick.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, Ever Sleeping Town is another solid map. Having it in round 2 is not that bad. I feel like we end up seeing it a lot in round 1, of course, but round 2 is good as well.
From LG's Survivor side, you could consider banning Myxien's Geisha immediately, and of course from Yo-Yo Survivor side, even though they're not going to come out yet, probably banning the Wax Artist compared to a Cleric would be a much better idea. They did well. It's just really that failed rescue that costed them the most for our last game.
Yeah, absolutely. That was definitely... Oh my goodness, I almost said the tide turner, but that's what it was. Like, it really changed the tide of the match. And on the bright side, it did put both teams to a tie. I know in the previous bracket, we ended up getting overtime. And I know it's been a long day, but I would love to see as much as possible from both of these teams.
Yeah. Of course, from their side as well. They're both on even surfaces. I hope, I hope one of them comes out with a lead or something. Because if we have triple ties, it's rare. It's very rare to see triple tie games, honestly, from our EU region as well.
Yeah, but
yeah, you rarely see that.
You never know. You never know. I think it's gonna be fun to see how everything plays out, and from what we know, though, I think every player is formidable in their own way, so I'm sure they're gonna be giving this their all.
Probably wouldn't be too bad overall, but with the Survivors and the Hunter side coming in, the Hunter has done what they need to do, but it's really just a Survivor's mistake that they need to fix throughout these Game 2 and Game 3s right now, or else you're just gonna have the Hunter capitalize your mistake over and over again. You don't really want to stress your Hunter out too much, even though LG's Hunter has done very well. I think the stress gets to you from like Game 1, okay, Game 2, Game 3, it gets to you a little bit too much.
Yeah, for sure. That's a really good point you bring up, Yu. I'm glad you brought it up. Oh, and we are going to be proceeding to the ban and pick selection at the moment. We are going to be having LG Survivors first up against the Yo-Yo Hunter.
With this overall, seems like it's going to become a Priestess first ban, most likely following up with a female dancer if Myxieneo decides to do so, considering that her Clerk will be banned. Oh yeah, of course.
Yep, good call. Another really solid map for both of these characters to be on, though it does give room for some Antiquarian.
And of course, maybe a Seer coming out against a Myxien's Geisha, considering they did ban a Clerk instead. Well, there comes a Toy Merchant.
Let's go! Yeah!
It's a bit headstrong though. If you didn't ban Musin's Geisha, it's really headstrong from LG Survivor side right now. Oh.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I mean, even though we have Priestess taken off the table, who knows? Maybe we can see another Geisha match up against Mushin's Geisha. Maybe we can have some Toy Merchant redemption. I think getting to utilize the catapults as well as the glider could definitely help get some distance. Even if Geisha can break that distance, I think it definitely helps at least transition. We are going to be seeing a entomologist ban and patient next thing.
Looking at these bans, it does seem like Musing just wants to get rid of support and then needs survivors to rely on their solo containment. But coming in with a mercenary right here, allowing the Seer to pop out. Because Musing could come out with a Wax if he wants to do so. We did see Musing coming out with Wax, and of course the last ban will become the Acrobat.
Okay, I see. Let's see. Maybe we could get some. I'm having a look at. Oh no, we are gonna get that Seer. Good call.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was definitely anticipating something else just in case, because I would have expected a Seer pick earlier on. Yeah, I think this team is gonna be a bit of a pain to chase. I'm gonna manifest it. I want to see some tram action, whether it helps the hunter or helps the survivors. I just want to see the tram shake things up a little.
But alongside with this team comp, I guess survivors really do know where they want to spawn. A Toy Merchant spawning in Mansion, the 2-story area. Seer most likely will be spawning probably by School Gauge. Mercenary being in middle, and then you'll have that Antiquarian being somewhere around balcony or graveyard.
Yeah, interesting anticipation. We'll have to see. If that gets selected. But in the meantime, we are going to be getting those persona webs from the survivors before we get to find out what hunter it is. Now, it is going to be a single tie team composition once again, with 2 flywheels from the Antiquarian and Toy Merchant, and then Seer is going to opt for Broken Windows.
Seer coming out with Broken Windows once again. It does seems like Seer wants to maximize on pulling distance instead, considering that Entomologist is not on the field to support anymore. I guess you could consider that as not a bad choice, but Waxar is coming in from Musing right now. We're not gonna come out with a Geisha, sadly.
I am excited to see some Wax Artist gameplay from Musin, though. I wonder if he's gonna opt for a similar build to his Geisha, or if he plays Wax Artist differently. I definitely haven't seen him play Wax Artist nearly as much as some other hunters, but I know there's.
I guess they could change their spawn picks now, considering that the Wax card is coming out. Probably allowing probably allowing a Toy Merchant being middle is better than a Mercenary coming out on middle instead. But of course, from Musing's side, getting out the Wax Artist simply means that you do want to chase after the Seer, but also, at the end of the day, it really depends on what survivors want to run here.
Yeah, absolutely. Either way, it is going to be fun to watch. I really hope that we can see some more support. I'm anticipating that maybe the same player will be playing Antiquarian. I want to see some more support from the Antiquarian's end, as well as the Seer. I know you can always save your all for later, but you never know. Sometimes that Seer can help extend First Kite for so much longer.
Yeah, maybe baiting out the Owl there would be a better choice for Musing, but even if you do want to bait out the Owl, it wouldn't be easy if you're not chasing after the Seer. Honestly, the only reason why Seer has not been banned when it comes to Wax Artists in general is because Wax Artists wants to chase after that Seer first.
Yeah, for sure. And honestly, taking that Owl out of commission will really help here. And we are going to proceed to the area selection. I'll hand it over to you.
Seems like we're gonna be having Joseph spawning in graveyard. We're gonna have a balcony toy merchant. That's not a good spawn from Seer. I'm sorry, but that's really not a good spawn from Seer, going straight into mansion instead of staying at the outside of mansion. And of course, UGG spawning by middle right now. The problem with Seer spawning straight into mansion is the fact that you're gonna spawn at the very back of that area. Therefore, it simply just means wax artist can keep playing mind games with you and land as much wax as he needed on you before landing a hit first.
Yeah, really solid stuff. It does look like we're gonna get the wax artist spawning by the gate here.
Yeah.
We might end up seeing that Seer, like you mentioned, it's gonna be a tough area for Seer. I know, not a fan of this selection, but we'll have to see how it goes. All right, this is the first half of round 2. LG Survivors versus the You're on Your Own Hunter. Good luck to both teams.
Yep, good luck to both teams. And of course, we'll be going into the match right now with Myxieneo coming out with our 8-tier skin, Wax Artist. Let's see where Seer spawns right now. Seer spawns at the very back, of course. Depending on which way Myxieneo wants to run, Seer probably just has to stay in that area until he sees where Myxieneo is. Thankfully,
Oh, there
basement
was a
isn't
little
here.
bit of... Yeah, that's really lucky. We did see a little bit of trail, so...
That's a free 50 wax. That's a free 100 wax. Never mind. That's a little bit way too fast there. Of course, getting the hit immediately. 35 seconds left until blink time.
Yep, Seer's gonna really have to watch out here. I think his owl just came back. I heard it.
Yeah, the owl coming back right now, but would it do much against the wax? That is a good question.
Yeah,
That's oh
just
lord.
get the vault in,
Oh,
but there's a... Yeah, the free
Yeah.
no attack recovery hit. Unfortunate.
The problem with spawning inside mansion compared to spawning in near Geisha is just the fact that as a hunter, if you do spawn near the entrance of graveyard, at least the survivors has the opportunity and the time to pull distance in towards 2-story and then place that pallet down in order to not allow wax artists to land as much wax as possible. But of course, if you do decide to spawn on the very inner side, it's gonna hurt you the most. But of course, Myxieneo getting into no damage rescue right there. Probably shouldn't be body blocking.
Yeah, he did also utilize an elbow pad to get to the chair. We are gonna see Mercenary get a hit here and head out.
The problem with body blocking in this time and age is really just with the fact that yes, here over
Oh.
oh, Blake! Whoa, Mercenary! Ah, well, lovely.
Well, we did get the trap action, I guess.
Didn't get the hit there though, a little bit unfortunate. Once again,
No.
vaulting down here from Seer's side. You probably couldn't be able to loot the waxers anymore considering all the pallets here has been utilized. No, there's actually one more, but that is a block down.
Yeah, and we are gonna see Seer go down a second time.
With the ciphers, Seer has done a really good job allowing two full ciphers to be done, 2 ciphers at 50% and 1 cipher remaining at full. But of course, with this time and age, you need a merc to come in to rescue, because even if Toy Merchant does come into rescue, you're basically forced with a 90% wax to close towards 100. Hot wax open, immediately hot wax half health, and of course immediate hit down from Myxieneo. So it's gonna be really risky if anyone wants to come into rescue right now.
Yeah, for sure. And unfortunately, Toy Merchant did get her cipher locked up until now. And Mercenary is in the area. He was baiting out that tinnitus, but unfortunately, we are going to be Seer getting sent back to the manor.
Yeah, with Toy Merchant pulling as far away possible right now, Mercenary just double checking where the hunter is. With 2 elbow pads on his hands, as long as he used them sparingly, we still would be able to see a tie game here coming from the survivor side.
Yeah, it does look like we are going to see a target change over here, and we are going to get that wax on Toy Merchant, but
very
great
nice
flywheel.
100 packs. Wow, but of course that's going to be
the
an
hot
80
wax.
wax, 88, and immediately pops down to half. Oh, it does see the anti-curry in the middle. Mercenary opened the extra cipher there in the mansion.
The cipher is nearly done, but great diligence on blocking it off. We are gonna see Antiquarian utilize the bamboo, but gonna get frozen here and a hit.
Yeah, problem with anti-current hits, if she does decide to rotate very closely towards middle, we're just gonna see a teleport coming
Oh,
out
teleport
from
on.
mercenary, yeah. Oh, very nice palette. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. How?
Nice palette stun. We are going to have 85 wax on the mercenary.
Able to dodge all that wax right there. Very successfully done by the Mercy. And of course using that tall area, but it does seem like Wax Artist doesn't want to play with you anymore. Immediately waxing down, gets the hit on Mercenary, and of course Anti-Current has been pretty good.
Yeah, and there's our hot wax to finish him off. We are going to be getting those heals in. Oh, and they were able to pop that middle cipher, so they are at 1.
Yeah, but they're
Problem is, yeah, and this chair is right in between both of the ones that have been started.
Problem here is Anti-Current coming in to rescue is more risky, because allowing a Toy Merchant to rescue instead simply allows you to get towards the chair without landing too much wax, but if it's an Anti-Current it'll be a whole completely different story. It does seem like Anti-Current wants to rotate towards Mercenary Cypher right now, but if Survivors decides not to rescue right before half, Lucy here can basically wait for his phase 2 wax to come out and then start locking Anti-Current Cypher. Like.
Oh, we are gonna see Toy Merchant utilize that catapult and glider combo really close.
Yeah, that didn't come out properly. Oh, that hit the chair. Oh, that didn't hit the chair!
Oh, she got the rescue win! She got the rescue win!
Okay, 77% Cypher right now. Okay, this is where the hot blooded is gonna come in right now. Even if you get the hit on Mercenary, there's a perfume!
Where did that? Oh, from Toy Merchant, of course. But we are gonna see a teleport on the Antiquarian. She is at full health, however. This is the final cipher. Unless they're gonna...
The problem is Wax Artist still doesn't have hot wax anymore, considering that she did use it on the Toy Merchant. And of course Toy Merchant healing the Mercenary right now. Both sides has to heal as much as possible. So Mercy comes decode and then... Oh no, they're opening a new cipher?
Yeah, I think that was Mercenary's old cipher. It only had a little bit, but we are going to have the Antiquarian kite this Wax Artist out over by Dancing Geisha. Nice.
Hot wax coming out immediately right here. Anti-Current has to be very careful. Do we see the flywheel? The flywheel did not come out, sadly.
Yeah, but Mercenary has already moved in.
Yeah. I mean, good news, honestly, from our side is the fact that Mercenary is already in, as Mixie has said as well, and they're very far away from that cipher, so there's no way Wuxing can lock the ciphers anymore. Oh, 78% cipher. Oh, that really depends.
Yeah, they're gonna have to be really careful if he can get Antiquarian off that chair. Yep.
I mean, I say it's still okay, considering the fact that Mercenary still needs 2 hits before going down, so even if you do get the hot wax, it doesn't matter. Oh, lovely. Oh, seems like we're chasing after Mercy.
Really?
Oh, popping the
they
cypher
are
here
gonna
immediately.
go for the pop.
Yeah, probably is a better idea considering Toy Merchant is closer towards the exit gate, but of course getting a hit right here immediately on the Mercenary, teleport being ready on Wuxing's side.
The problem is that Mercenary is going to get sent back to the manor here, so we are gonna see Antiquarian move from that gate, but it does look like Mushin is gonna go to Toy Merchant's. Able to get on the trap.
Oh, just on time as well!
Yes.
Wow. Oh, imagine he didn't get on. That's gonna be so sad. That would be so sad. Good news really is from Toy Merchant side, there is a catapult landed in middle, so it depends on if Toy Merchant can flywheel this wax, and they manage to be able to do so. At least it's not a 4-man elimination.
Yeah, for sure. We do have Antiquarian at the gate nearby. She does have that slower decoding speed, but I'm sure she can get that gate open.
Yeah, of course. Tram Senpai coming in to support the survivors as well, allowing the Anti-Current to have more time to open that gate just by blocking off the Wax Artist's way. Let's congratulate the 3-man elimination from losing side though.
Yeah, for sure. Congratulations. That was a really fun and intense match to watch. We aren't gonna get a hold of those deduction scores at the moment, but I guess we can kind of highlight there was a Seer as our first kite and some rescues off from Mercenary as well as Toy Merchant. I think we saw a lot of patience from both the Mercenary and Toy Merchant. We saw some tinnitus baiting even if they did end up selling Seer on the second chair, and Toy Merchant did give a good time of decoding time. before she went to rescue that mercenary. That was a really, really tight rescue. I'm surprised but glad that she was able to get it, because there was the
She
almost
wouldn't.
not quite. Yeah, there was the
Yeah.
almost not quite chair hit. It's a miracle that she was able to get hit right after the rescue, but it made way for some really great plays. So
Yeah.
GG's.
Considering how we all thought it was going to be a 4-round elimination right there. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Very nicely done. Very nicely done. My god. Yep. The horrors of playing Hunter and Survivor. There is oh, it didn't it hit the chair? Did it hit the chair? Wait a second, I'm quite sure it hit the chair. No, never mind. Toy Merchant definitely panicked there with the rescue. Definitely panicked there. Definitely thought that, oh yeah, definitely hit the chair. Nah, Musi coming out with a face laugh. But of course being able to get the rescue right there and successfully changing target on chair. And of course the perfume coming out as well. My lord, that was a lot of support from survivors.
Yeah, that was really good. I'm really happy to have seen Toy Merchant in general, but the player behind her was really great. That was just really good. I think it was like kind of funny because I feel like both Toy Merchant and Wax Artist had like a kind of like what moment at the chair.
Yeah.
But yeah.
It's like it's kind of like wax. You can imagine it as this way: wax artist laughing at the toy merchant after getting hot waxed, toy merchant laughing at the wax after thinking that he hit a chair, and then yeah, it's a huge back and forth right there. I mean, this is what they
Yeah.
say: mind game above mind game.
Exactly. And of
Lovely
course,
stuff.
I gotta give MVP, since we didn't get to find out who's MVP. I'll give it to the tram for hitting someone.
We'll give it to the tram. If the tram left like 1 second earlier, there's no way that the wax artist would have been able to catch up towards the toy merchant right there. It's so close, but so far away from a toy merchant.
No, yeah, really great point. Like, she could have easily just gotten out at Dancing Geisha, catapulted to the gate while Antiquarian was opening it, and would have been GG's, but
Yeah, very close to the tie, but of course, it's really with just that, Seer before blinked down, the body block coming in from the mercenary. Even though I did criticize it, we all thought, the one that today we all thought it was going to be 4-man elimination, but the survivors has done very well from LG side to bring us at least a 1-man escape, which does bring the pressure down quite a bit for the hunters.
yeah, for sure. Now we are going to be heading over to the ban and pick selection for the second half of round 2 for the Yo-Yo Survivors and LG Hunter. And LG Hunter is going to opt to ban Female Dancer first thing. And Priestess.
Female Prince or Priestess. Yeah, they love banning their female dancers. I would never ban female dancer first pick. It's a no for me. It's a no for me, honestly.
They are gonna ban the Wax Artist though, which fair enough.
Yeah, it's his main after all. And
Yeah,
of
for sure.
course, coming out with the entomologist and the Seer, I guess, trying to counter that cleric once again. But from LG side, there was a hermit, if I'm not wrong. I mean, yeah, Seer counters hermit, so that doesn't matter anymore. Entomologist counters hermit, well, that also doesn't matter anymore. Ripper?
Yeah.
Nah, wouldn't work.
No, I would love to see some Ripper. I know Bones mentioned it, but like that one idiot, if you're out there.
Yeah.
We're waiting to see a
We're
Ripper.
waiting. Maybe game 3, considering entomologist is out right now, but yeah, we're waiting for that Ripper.
Yeah, for sure. I'm glad to see Entomologist on the table. I think she was banned in the previous round, but I think it's gonna be great to have that Entomologist and Seer support potential in this match.
Yeah, really, what matters here from Yo-Yo is probably spotting out Embalmer Mech. Just get Mech or Embalmer, one of them out, and somehow get the tie. It does work, especially in big maps like this in which you can pull distance. Even though the Hunter breaks your doll, you're kind of like, you won't get caught if the Hunter breaks your doll, considering you're already putting up so much distance. And of course, if you do time it well, maybe you will have Tram coming in to assist you with your containment time as well.
Exactly, our favorite MVP. We are going to see a Toy Merchant ban, unfortunately, but that's okay. It still gives room for a lot more survivors. We are gonna get Embalmer banned as well. Another pretty solid choice. We haven't seen him too much in this bracket, but we did see him in previous brackets before. Even just the one previously with Ravens and Strawberry Milk. I definitely remember seeing a little bit of Embalmer there.
Yeah. that Embalmer endgame. Apparently, Embalmer now for 4-man teams in general is you either get a tie or you either get a win. You hardly lose against Embalmers nowadays.
Yeah, it must be nice to be teamed up with people who can get Embalmer. I know we were talking a little bit about rank earlier, but I know when I load in and and someone plays
Don't worry.
Embalmer, I get scared.
Yeah, don't worry,
The
it
pain,
happens all the
but
time.
it happens.
Never places
I think,
coffin down.
yeah, I think
Yeah,
he's got a lot of potential, and
yeah.
of course, we still have other survivors on the table. I'm curious to see. I would love to see some more decoder from Yo-Yo. They could go with a decoder and rescuer last pick as well, kind of like they did
Yeah.
before.
Getting a mech out here wouldn't be too bad as well, considering that Yo-Yo has done very well with the mech last game, except for that rescuer. That rescuer part was just the unfortunate part, but mech has done very well. The Sears Owl did come out, but allowing the blink to come out, it's kind of what Sears Owl basically needs to do in a nutshell. Because if you don't blink on towards the survivors, the ciphers will just get decoded ASAP. So you need to be very careful on that side.
Oh, we are gonna get that mercenary out. I definitely think that if they had gotten mercenary out in the previous round, it would have compensated for the Poseidon Watch situation right there. But yeah, good to have mercenary on the team. It does give room for mechanic, as you've said, and we've seen from their players that they're capable of having mechanic on board, and just the risks that come with her too. I really liked the persona web they brought for her.
Well, there goes mech.
Oh, never mind. I mean, it gives room for other decoders or just other. Let's have a look at our research for a second. I mean, we could see just another containment type survivor. We could. Oh wait, Jogi's playing, right? We could see something interesting from him. We could see some weeping clown, some magician. I don't know. I'll put that out there to manifest.
Yeah, Jogi, actually, Magician is a high likely chance of coming out, considering the fact that Jogi does play Magician quite a lot, but it seems like we're coming over with an Acrobat instead, apparently. Oh, well, we're gonna gain. I mean, with this team comps in general, Acrobat does seem a little bit off, considering the fact that you have Seer support, Entomologist support. Acrobat with his own solo containment may allow you to contain for a long time, but overall, the next best option really would be anti-current, considering that that idiot didn't really ban the anti.
Yeah, for sure. Really good point. I think overall though, this is gonna be a bit of a pain to chase this team composition, even if like they themselves can get some pretty serious distance on you, but helping each other is gonna be tough as well.
Yeah, it's most likely going to be more important for the survivors to let Seer stay in Graveyard instead, because Acrobat and Entomologist can basically make their own decisions in who spawns near Geisha to rotate in towards 2-story, but overall, it probably would end up as the Acrobat running in towards 2-story and the Entomologist staying on Skuge or Espada, considering she does pull distance pretty darn fast.
Yeah, for sure. And we are just waiting in for those persona webs before we get the hunter pick, but I'm sure it's safe to say that we could be seeing a double tie to play things safe. We did see it last time from Yo-Yo, and of course we have that mercenary, so that's a guaranteed at least one tied. But yeah, would love to see some more flywheel. I know it's been kind of a 50-50 in this bracket, but when it has been utilized, I think it works out really well. I don't think we got to revisit it, but I think that flywheel on the not the hot wax, but the wax, the 100 cold wax,
wax on
from
toy
the toy
merchant.
merchant. Yeah, that was really good.
That was brilliant. That was brilliant. But of course, from LG's Hunter side, the Waxar is being banned. You can't really play a clerk on against this team pump as well. Ripper wouldn't be much suited. So, if I'm not wrong, Hermit would be the next best option, even though you do have 3 survivors that still counters your team comp. But at the end of the day, I mean, if you do consider Hermit is like, you get someone down in 60 seconds. As long as they do 1 rescue, it can still become a tie.
Yeah, for sure. Really great points that you bring up, you. I did. Oh, we are gonna be seeing a sculptor from LG. Exciting. Ooh. Oh, for you. We did get the persona webs, so I'll have a go over them before we proceed to the area selection. But we are gonna be having that double tide with the mercenary and acrobat, followed by broken windows from the seer and flywheel for the entomologist.
Yeah. No. Unless that idiot can prove me wrong, I'm gonna say Survivor 1.
Really? Oh my
Unless
goodness,
that
you're
idiot can
seeing
prove me
into
wrong.
the future.
No,
Call
because
you
the problem.
seer because he's
No,
already calling the shots.
no, because the problem here is as long as Survivor just takes normal hits, as we do see here on like this team comp in general. Acrobat one fireball against like Acrobat, just like Acrobat being graveyard. Screw it, he can rotate there for like she can loop there at least 5 times before the hunter hits him, and then you just have an entomologist spawning by the entomologist spawning by Schoolgate, and of course the seer being very close towards two-story. As long as you dodge statues, landing the 3 hits wouldn't really be easy on Saken's side.
Oh, it does look
Yeah.
like we're getting we're getting some messages in the chat. The stress
Yeah.
my team puts
Oh,
on
yeah.
me.
You see,
Such is
this
the
is what we
life.
have to deal with. This is what we have to deal with.
Yeah,
Yeah,
go show your hunter mains and your hunter
Yeah.
teammates some love.
Oh yeah, my lord. But honestly, from Saken's side here, it's gonna hurt the most for him if the survivor just takes normal hits. And of course, with the persona webs, as Mixie has said as well, we have double tie turner. So Acrobat definitely has a spawning graveyard for this to be fully utilized with a tie turner, because you can't let Acrobat spawn in somewhere near like an open area for them to expect him to loop. Honestly, graveyard's just the best option here for Acro right now.
And honestly, good choice. I think we didn't see much of Graveyard utilized, if at all, in the previous matchup. So
Yeah.
maybe this lineup can show us what it's all about, because it really is one of the strongest areas in Ever Sleeping, if not the strongest.
Yeah, for the sculptor right here, running Insolence would be a better option comparing to no Insolence. It's really just with the fact that everyone here is a 3-hit survivor, so it's gonna be hardly likely that you're gonna be able to get a blink down immediately once blink comes up. But of course, even if you do manage to blink down the survivor, you're just still gonna get cypher-rushed. Sorry, not sorry, because you can't land statues, even if it's a rebound cut. You can't expect to land your statues 100% all the time.
I see. Alright, we are going to be getting in, and just to reiterate, we are going to be having that double tie situation with the mercenary and acrobat bringing it. Flywheel from the entomologist and broken windows from the seer.
Yeah, honestly, with all this, honestly, being second seer is a huge dedication, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, ban 20%.
I wonder. Yeah, I was gonna say. I
How?
wonder.
Nah, I mean somehow.
Oh, no one is spawning in graveyard.
This simply allows the survivors to maximize their distance pulling against Gala early game. Yeah. Oh, Saken spawning a graveyard entrance. It's game.
They're making a thumbs down. All right, good luck to both teams. This is the second half of round 2, with the You're on Your Own survivors up against the LG Hunter.
Yep, and before we get into the game, let's hope the best for each team, and let's hope Sculptor doesn't get bullied too much. That's all what I hope. That's all what I hope.
Let's go. You can send your love in the chat. I know I saw some supporters for both teams early on into the stream, so be sure to show both teams your support. All right, let's get into it.
Spawning right by graveyard entrance, it does seem like Saken wants to rotate towards the Seer first, but Seer, of course, knowing who Seer is... Yep, seems like we want to go after Seer first, dropping down the pallet right there, and of course Tramkun coming in with the help as well. This is why spawning near Geisha is better than spawning anywhere else. You have a roller coaster to help you, you can rotate any easier, you won't get suffocated.
Yeah, and it does look like we are going to get this pallet broken early on. Seer did get a drop down on that pallet, but it does look like he's gonna utilize the rest of this area in the corner house.
And of course, you're getting that speed boost as well. Successfully dodging all these statues is what matters to him the most. But not being. Ooh,
Oh,
did
we did get a
there,
chip.
though. Okay, did manage to get a chip there though. Should be able to
And
get
we
the
are gonna
normal
see the
arrow.
owl.
You shouldn't be. Okay, you could wait there, but Entomologist coming with a support a little bit earlier on. As long as you doesn't get chipped. Yeah, wait.
Oh my
Okay.
goodness, we did get that chip.
Okay, this is gonna be a blink. Okay. Okay, never mind. Second,
We are
putting
gonna
the pallet
close
right
in
there.
and... Alright.
No, thank you. It's
Yeah, we didn't get
not
that
good.
blink out. Honestly, good on the sculptor.
Yeah, that's just nah. Don't risk it. Just as long as Acrobat stays out there, it's still a guaranteed type for Sculptor as of now. But not being able to utilize the blink right, not being able to force the blink right there probably hurts the most for the survivors right now.
We are
it's no
going to see
damage rescue.
Seer rescued and nice fireball. We are going to get the hit on the acrobat, but it does allow Seer to get some distance on the sculptor.
Being able to rotate out right here, but still having nostalgia on the side of blink being forced out right here.
Yeah.
That's all we need. Oh wait, that's our max presence.
Oh, and we are going to revisit this acrobat at the cipher right here. Managed to dodge those statues, but we are going to get Seer on that chair shortly.
What matters most here is we genuinely do need someone staying in middle to basically force the sculptor to not leave the chair, as we do see as well the mercenary coming in. Now, Entomologist healing the acrobat as well. Oh wait, there's a wanted order island so that's not going to be as easy.
Yeah, for sure. Though on the bright side, they do have a decent cipher progress with 2 ciphers remaining, but it does look like Sculptor is leading the chair.
Deciding to heal right there, chip on the Entomologist, and of course Acrobat being at 81%, I think forcing it right here is a little bit too much!
Oh yeah, that's super unfortunate. We are gonna get Acrobat going down here. That chip really negated that heal in, and then the additional just basic hit right here.
Yeah,
It's a
push
tough
back at the moment.
situation.
And we're still missing.
Oh, Mercenary also got chipped.
I think really it's just a matter of fact that Seer getting that rebound chip there after vaulting over that pallet, allowing Sculptor to become max presence to put the survivors more, and a terror
Oh,
shot
and
down.
we are gonna see a terror shock on the Mercenary.
No, just pick the mercy up. Screw it. No, it seems like we don't want to pick the mercy up, but of course the Acrobat standing still right there, just a little bit. Entomologist getting the body block. Does it matter? No, everyone's a half chair to mercy. That's what you want to do. That works, and that's a nice dodge.
Great usage of the bees to block this area right here, but we are going to see Acrobat get chased next. Oh no, we are going to see Mercenary on the chair. Really unfortunate because he was close to picking himself up.
That chip. Did that chip?
I don't think so. It was close, but we are going to be having Sculptor move into the Entomologist decoding at Corner House. She is going upstairs though with Acrobat close by.
Yeah, the biggest problem here is that someone has said in the chat as well. Merc should have rescued instead of wasting. Merc should have saved, to be honest, with her wasting statues trying to get the chips on them. It's kind of true, because you do need to. Cause wait, Joki's just standing there. Oh, Joki's getting the ball ready.
Yeah.
But like, it is kind of true. It was quite funny to see, but it is kind of true. What? Nani?
Let's see. Gotta watch out for the blink.
I don't even think the blink is needed.
Oh,
Very nice.
nice chip hit on the Acrobat right here. Now all that's left is the Entomologist.
With a needle on her hand, I mean, yeah, you could heal up to max and then somehow no, you can't rebound kite. Sorry, the max presence Scala, and you have no items on your hands to contain, so it's gonna be harder for you to be able to do anything right here. But Entomologist going in towards that very inner corner. My lord, not gonna really matter much though, is it now?
We are gonna have Sculptor check all of these ciphers for the entomologist, though. Unaware of entomologist being in that corner. And where is the acrobat? Oh, crawling just out of distance from this graveyard.
Yeah, as long as really, honestly, as even if Saken does decide to leave this acrobat, the sculptor still has trump card to immediately teleport straight towards the shaking cipher when chasing after the entomologist. So for the survivors here, unless they just decide not to get up anymore. Oh no, never mind.
Oh,
Find an
we are
entomologist.
gonna find the entomologist here.
Yeah, this is.
Oh,
Oh,
she...
okay.
Yeah, she primed her heal. Honestly, a good call, because she would have gone down to a chip. But we are going to have her chased next.
Oh, very nice double chip. Here goes Ento. Fast fingers. Joki's staying on ground right there, deciding not to use exit path anytime soon. But of course, from Saken's side, if he does decide not to pick up Joki, then Joki most likely will just bleed out. But I hardly think that it's gonna happen. They both haven't used exit path just yet, so it really just depends on what they want to do right now.
Yeah, they'd really have to play the waiting game. I mean, dungeon is located, but I'm sure both teams are well aware of it. Oh, it's a really tough situation to be in from the survivor end.
Yeah. From what we've seen here as well, it does seem like Vanilla crawled very closely towards the dungeon right here. But Joki not trying to get up at all. Throws the chisel out, does not see where the fallen acrobat is. Even if you do get those chips out, it wouldn't really locate a fallen survivor.
Oh, really? I thought the nobility statue would work. I see.
Yeah, it only works when you're within Tinnitus, right?
Oh, this is gonna be brutal. Like, I don't think the sculptor will let acrobat bleed out. I think if she's able to find the acrobat will just get put on chair.
I mean, it's 60 seconds left until this acrobat's gone, but of course acrobat on 98% regen there, as we do see as well. Even if he does get it out, I think what acrobat wants, like their plan here is allow himself to reach 99% bleed time, and then acrobat uses self-heal, let entomologist stay on the ground. If entomologist decides that she wants to use self-heal, that'll be only the case when acrobat gets down. But of course, from Saken's side here, he can't really allow the entomologist to bleed out, because that would simply just mean acrobat will decode ciphers, and when 2 ciphers are done, we basically see backspall acrobat running for dungeon.
Yeah, interesting stuff. I am impressed with the amount of things you could do even in a tough situation like this. To really try and salvage as much as you can is pretty smart, because if you let the hunter get that 4-man elimination, that's 5 points to their team.
Yeah,
and it would definitely give them the lead. Yeah, I'll hand it over to you now.
We do see that from entomologist's side. She's trying to crawl away from the from the dungeon as far as possible, just so she doesn't get shared to allow Joki to kite as long as possible. But here we do see as well, being trapped inside graveyard, Joki is pretty darn far away, but of course Vanilla, if he could shout out the hunter's location right now, doesn't seem like he's able to do so, because Joki's running back in towards graveyard right now. Does see Joki's footprint, and it seems like we have located where the acrobat is. They're not in VC, that's unfortunate.
Oh, that is really unfortunate, though. It does look like we're gonna have the sculptor on the acrobat right now.
Yeah, we do see entomologist healed too early. I'm sorry, too early. Could have waited, my man. Could have waited. But it does seem like they do have a plan to go for a one-man escape here with the dungeon. But if acrobat, what he needs to do here is skip the hit. There we go. He got baited. Entomologist. Oh no, the base!
GG's.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Right.
We are gonna go into a tie situation. Honestly, GG's. We aren't able to pull up that deduction score, but really great discipline from both sides, especially towards the end. That was a really intense match.
Yeah, it does seem like Jogi managed to bait Sakin there with that hit, because if Sakin decided not to hit, it'll be an immediate teleport towards the Ento instead. But very nicely done. This is going to be a new strategy which all of us commentators are going to suffer from. Imagine bleeding out for 3 minutes and then we have to think about something to talk about. Imagine. I can't do that. Can't do that. It's too much for us to deal with.
No, it's alright.
Oh.
I'm here for it. I think it's funny. Maybe it's just because I'm like one of those shitty survivors that'll reach for that'll go for that dungeon. But I like to see it happen even more so when they're able to have that efforts pay off.
Yeah, honestly. We did talk about the scenarios as well, and of course, being able to fully utilize that moment right there. Yo-Yo did grasp the opportunity pretty darn well. Honestly, pretty darn well. But, it's just a little bit sad. It was supposed to be a formal elimination. Once again, haha, once again. Who gets the last laugh? It's the survivors from Yo-Yo's side.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun to watch. I mean, good on the sculptor. I was really impressed by their plays. I know you were definitely in favor of the survivors. Like things were looking on the survivor side, but really impressive stuff from the sculptor. I was really impressed.
I think it's more like, yeah, it's okay. They didn't get the formal elimination. My point is still valid, even though it's not. Yeah, it's really just the early game chip on the Seer right there kind of did hurt, because all of Seer's chip is basically a rebound chip when Seer puts down the pallet. It's not even like immediate chip when the statues gets generated. It's the chip when the statues come back. So I would call that more as either an unfortunate timing, or LG's Hunter's just on another level. No, Yo-Yo or LG. No, LG's Hunter, yeah, is just on another level right there.
Yeah, I think both can definitely coexist with one another. I'm really excited to see how round 3 plays off, and who knows, maybe we'll get that overtime view. I know it is kind of late for you though, right?
Oh yeah, and my neighbors don't want to hear me scream. We'll keep it low. We'll keep it low. But yep, we'll see how round 3 goes. If round 3 does end up becoming a tie once again, we'll be going on towards overtime. But of course, once again, we will still be waiting on for our next map ban picks right here. From last game overall, Seer has done a really good job. Survivors overall has done a really good job, but it's really just that wanted order that killed them. It's that wanted order on the entomologist.
Yeah, really good point. They were able to get caught in their healing too, and even just pushing for it, that was a really big risk that ended up getting Acrobat down before he could really try and kite that sculptor off. It does look like we did get our map pick at I think it's Arms Factory. Yeah. Interesting. I was definitely gonna say, if we got to bring it up, I definitely wanted to see a bigger map, but Arms Factory is fun, especially in a later round. I think a lot of characters will get taken off the table, so we're bound to see some really interesting stuff, even in terms of composition.
For LG's team to pick Arms Factory, if you get Arms Factory out in game 3, I guess yeah you do ban 2. But if you come out with Arms Factory, that means it just means Ripper's coming out. It's definitely Ripper.
Let's go. No excuses anymore.
No excuses. There's none. But it does seem like Myxieneo will be coming out first, though, from the Hunter side. I guess it could be a theory, but LG probably did get inspired by FAF Science 7's Ripper in Arms against, what was that team? Against WL, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, like we could see a Ripper coming in from that idea, but I'll hand it over to Mixie right now. Well, I will be back in 2 minutes. Sorry about that.
Yeah, for sure. Take your time. It does look like we are going to be having Antiquarian, Seer, and Female Dancer banned for the LG Survivors first thing. They've chosen to opt for a Clerk and Geisha ban. Honestly, really solid choices, considering we've seen just how threatening Musin is with that Geisha as well as Clerk. It does give some room for some other picks. Maybe Musin will surprise us and show us a hunter that we haven't gotten to see him play as much. I think I mentioned it earlier on in the stream, but I would definitely love to see some Naiad. I think it's a great map for her. I'm definitely anticipating some. No one's here to stop me. I want to see some Toy Merchant. We saw it last round, and with Antiquarian taken off the table, I think it's a okay choice. More than okay, really. We are going to kind of keep waiting for that. I apologize. It's only gonna be me. You're stuck with Mixie for now, but uh, since it's Arms Factory, a smaller map, I definitely think that we could have some room for some more decoders. I'd love to see some decoders as well. This is the downside of having me alone. I get to say whatever I want and no one can stop me. But I'm definitely going to vouch for some biases. But here we are. We are going to be having Entomologist and Acrobat as our first Survivor lock-ins. I mean, we did see from the previous match. I think we could definitely get some redemption here for some Entomologist and Acrobat plays in terms of getting to see them utilized more. It would definitely be fun to see Acrobat get chased a little more. I think both Acrobat and Entomologist in the previous matchups were kind of in an unfortunate position up against the Sculptor and having all of those pre-existing chip hits or being at half health or so on, or really being on that last sliver of health. But they are really solid characters. You can utilize the bombs and the bees to not just help yourself with your own kites, but your teammates as well. And on a map so small like Arms Factory, it's not that hard to go run over and support, especially if you're on top of that Cypher progress. Now we are going to be seeing a Mercenary and Patient ban next thing. Other really solid choices, of course, we are going to be having a First Officer as our third character lock-in. Another really great character, really great as a mercenary alternative. We have seen the downsides, however. Of course, nothing will really top that Mercenaries, Shell Shocker, delayed damage, but we do have the Poseidon Watch from the First Officer. This First Officer player will just really have to stay on top of the Poseidon Watch's usage and limitations. In the previous matches, in the previous rounds, we did see a little bit of First Officer, but it was unfortunate because that tide couldn't quite get kicked in because the Hunter was out of range of the Poseidon Watch. But he does make for a solid teammate, and of course, another character that you can really let marinate on that chair. He does have the longest chair time in the game. We are going to be having Enchantress as the last ban here. Interesting choice, and welcome back, you.
Thank you. Sorry, but it does seem like we're getting pretty much a lot of biases, commentator privileges from what I've been seeing in chat right now while I'm gone.
Just a little bit.
Oh yeah. The Toy Merchant again, or is it her humor this time?
Toy Merchant, please. I
Yeah.
can never get enough. And you know, she hasn't been banned. And I mentioned in the previous bracket, don't forget this. Every time Toy Merchant gets banned, an angel loses its wings. So just putting that out there. Stop banning her.
To be fair on that part. But of course, with Toy Merchant should be able to come out here pretty darn well as well. Because the Ink Factory, there are holds for
Oh my
survivors to
goodness,
catapult
yeah.
through. Yeah, that's annoying to deal with, honestly.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely remember the one around the tri-palette area on the outside where the Cypher spawns sometimes. That one's a brutal one. You use up all the
Yeah.
pallets and then you just go through.
Genuinely, yeah. But from Lucy's side, banning the Ench simply means that he wants to come out with a chip hunter. That's most likely what's gonna happen from what I'm seeing right now.
We are going to be having Barmaid.
Solid pick overall, considering the fact that Barmaid doesn't really get countered by Sculptor anymore, but definitely gets countered by Bonbon. And the points right now are 9-9. So
Yep.
game 3, either we get a tie or we're going on to extra round.
It's pretty neck and neck. Both teams have been doing amazing, and yeah, I'm really glad to see the barmaid pick. You brought up some excellent points, and I know he was vouching for some barmaid in previous rounds. I'm surprised she's only coming out now in this bracket.
Does seem like LG. There's a chance that no one actually plays barmaid in their team, but also at the same time, it's kind of like she's a little bit underestimated. Because you can basically run her with anything in general, considering that she has a speed doubling for herself as well to utilize at any time.
Yeah, absolutely. And just another character that you can utilize to help your teammates. I am going to manifest for this match. I would love to see barmaid try and help heal someone mid-kite. If she doesn't get chased herself, I always love it when that happens. It's a really risky play, but it can definitely be really rewarding.
Yeah.
It's round 3, and they're really gonna have to try and break off this tie. So you can either play it safe or go big or go home.
Yeah, honestly. But as Mixie has said as well, if we do manage to get the mid-Dublin support, we'll definitely be needing that entomologist piece coming out as well, just for that animation to be able to pop out properly. But, oh, Gala coming out.
Oh, Galatea. Before we got Galatea as our choice, we did get those Persona webs in. It does look like we're only going to be bringing single tide for the first officer, and then everyone else is gonna opt for that broken windows.
I mean, overall, everyone else bringing broken windows simply just means that they want to create as much distance as possible from the hunter. I mean, it's also with the fact that it's the safest bet, considering that you don't know what Myxieneo will come out with in this type of map.
For sure, they're just gonna have to be extra careful. I mean, we saw it in the last match, not so much on the vaults, but just in general, with the power of those statues, you can easily get chipped on those window vaults or the pallet vaults as well, since they've combined the knee-jerk and broken windows.
Yeah, with the survivors here in general, as long as they don't take 2 chips, they can just take a normal hit and then utilize their knee-jerk reflex as much as possible to basically force the sculptor's blink to come out. Because as long as your blink comes out, at the end of the day, that's all what it matters for the survivors. Whether you come in for rescue for a rebound kite or just decide to stealth, it's just easier overall on the survivor side. Less pressure with the containment. You don't have to think too much about merged statues. You just have to think about, okay, let me put a pallet down, let me take a normal hit, and then let me create as much distance as possible. Meanwhile, my teammates are decoding.
For sure. Yeah, great analysis off of our favorite sculptor main Yu. We are gonna head over to the area selection.
Ruby spawning by Big lovely. Ruby spawning by Rig Rock. Barmaid spawning in Factory, and then we'll have Acrobat spawning by Emperor Runes, and of course first officer in middle. Oh, he took
Oh my
the
god,
base.
he completed the formation.
He completed it. But it's still a little bit of a bait here on the sculptor side, considering both targets spawn pretty darn far away from the Gala, so they're able to pull quite a bit of a distance. Joseph should be able to pull in towards Factory Gate Runes, and of course Acrobat should be able to pull towards Shack if needed to do so. But Entomologist being at Rock Rider should allow Barmaid to heal up no problem at all.
For sure. Alright, this is the first half of round 3 with the LG survivors up against the You're On Your Own Hunter. Good luck to both teams.
It does seem like our Musi wants to rotate in towards Emperor Runes right here. Acrobat containing here is gonna... It's really strong for Acrobat to contain here, but then Mind Games himself right there does not see what the footprint is, as the Trails has... Oh no, does he see it? He does see it, thankfully. Acrobat so far away though.
Ooh, I don't think we've caught sight of the Acrobat quite yet, which is really tough, but it does look like Sculptor is gonna opt to go for a different target.
Entomologist needs to be on the move right here instead of touching the cipher, fitting the calibration right there just so she can see where the sculptor is as of now. But of course, very nicely done right here. Entomologist coming back once again, not taking your mind game, and it's currently 60 seconds into the game. Well, 50 seconds into the game.
Oh, and we aren't getting the chip quite yet on this Entomologist, but she is gonna take the vault into Shack.
good news about knee-jerk reflex is the fact that muscle memory is a thing, but putting the distance towards herself, towards the sculptor there a little bit is a little bit unfortunate, but she doesn't be, it's okay. Nothing wrong with that. Taking a normal hit is better than anything else. Of course, the bees here being maximized here, just so sculptor can't do anything. Sees what entomologist is. Entomologist forcing the blink out. Bit hasty there from Moosing side.
Oh, we are gonna get a chip to force her off the bees.
But also,
Oh,
Acrobat should have came out to support. Acrobat should have came out to support with Mudball right there, considering that Blink has already been utilized from Entomologist's side. But Ento doesn't want to continue Acrobat with her fatal mistake right there.
for sure. This is a really unfortunate situation now that Acrobat has been forced off and is leaving the premises. We are gonna get a graveyard on the... Oh, we are having the first officer close in for that rescue. But yeah, disrupting the decoding was good.
Yeah, but at least the good news from first officer's side is the moment that he rescues, as long as he pulls away, he can do the first officer's cipher. Now they're getting a chip right there. It should not allow a double down. Entomologist needs to leave. She can't rebuff right here. If she does give any more, it will be very bad for her. Yeah.
Nice hit on the entomologist to get her off that tide.
Biggest problem here would be if you do decide not to save your bees anymore, then that means that you're going to be sold. But it does seem like Entomologist decides to take back her bees in order for us to get a second rescue, most likely coming from first officer side.
Yep, he's still got one more Poseidon Watch to utilize, although kind of risky. We do have some wanted order on the first officer as well.
Yeah, more or less for now. If first officer can manage to go straight towards the chip without getting chipped right here, it would benefit him the most, but it does seem like the charge attack doesn't land! Oh.
That was a really great bait on the first officer's end. Ooh, that would have been... Oh,
Yeah,
oh, they're really cutting it close here.
Gets the rescue, but
Nice.
yeah.
Yeah,
It's still okay though. It's still okay.
definitely an insta-farm, but impressive rescue. Entomologist is gonna get sent back to the manor, but it does look
Machines are
like... Yeah.
Yeah. It's just first officer doesn't have items on his hands right now, and Entomologist is on the last cipher. If we have Acrobat decoding the Ezekay, it wouldn't really be that good. So for endgame right now, survivors need to find items, but it seems like we're gonna pop immediately.
No, it does look like we have two targets that are options, but Sculptor is gonna opt for that Acrobat by Shack.
Oh, getting the chip right there. I mean, it wouldn't really do much. Yeah, it wouldn't really do much. Of course, teleporting immediately right here. Speed building! Nice.
That was close, especially with that charge hit.
That was scary. as well.
Yeah.
Oh, now that another doubling has been utilized to heal that chip, it does seem like Barmaid will probably getting another speed doubling would be the best choice, but getting baited a little bit right here, which is a bit of an unfortunate situation. At least the good news is, oh, survivors weren't on catch. Oh, they just started decoding.
Yeah, unfortunately it is going to be Acrobat with the decoding debuff on Kate. First officer did manage to pick up an item, but unfortunately it is a syringe.
Yeah, it wouldn't be enough, sadly. And of course, that chisel didn't really do much, but it does seem like the chill will be landing on towards the Acrobat right there. Having one statue left on his hands, first officer, he has to be very careful in which how he plays. Because as long as Acrobat opens that gate, it's still tieable, but it seems like Sculptor is going to commit to this right now. Oh, that's not good.
Oh my goodness, it doesn't seem like that gate is open yet, so we are going to have Acrobat get chased right here.
Yeah, I think it's also just with the fact that the tension's nearly over.
What a big risk, taking that window vault to get that broken windows, but the statue and the hit just really put Acrobat in a bad position. We did get the barmaid rescued by the first officer, however.
At least the good news for survivors here is they still can't tie, but barmaid staying at half health right there. Even though you want to get the gate open, it always has 76%, but one chip left until she goes down, and of course teleport is ready on her hand. Ooh. Successfully dodges that, thankfully. Barmaid's gate should be open. AD. Here's where first officer is, gets the chip right there, and we have
detention is out.
teleport. We do have teleport though.
Oh my goodness. What a
Army
big risk right here.
gets that ship, but of course cannot take the dungeon at all right now. The place C crouch was a little bit unfortunate, I guess. I mean, it was a good idea, but not running towards the gate right there was more of an unfortunate situation. But we seem to be able to get a Tremon right here. This will become a Tremon elimination, which is a little bit unexpected.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely hiding like that was such a big risk and it did not pay off. And I guess that slight hesitation, if I'm not mistaken, towards the end, I definitely think that if the gate is open, you should run for it.
Yeah.
But what can you do?
Especially when the tension was out as well. But I guess at the end of the day, it was a stressful call there. Survivors not knowing what to do, not knowing what the right decisions was. But of course, it will be a 3-man elimination. Yeah, 3-man elimination going towards Myxieneo. Survivors now has to aim for a 3-man escape within 8 minutes, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I mean, congratulations for pulling off the 3-man and getting the lead for now. We still have the second half of round 3 to continue, but things have been pretty solid. It's been really intense, my goodness. But yeah, definitely they're gonna have to aim for that 4-man if they want to emerge victorious from here on out. Or else we'll get
extra time? Oh no, we'll get extra time. No,
if we get tied. If we get another tie, then we'll get into overtime.
Yeah. Depends on how that idiot decides to play for this one. But we do know that Yo-Yo Survivor has done pretty darn well last game with their own slug performance.
For sure. Even if things are looking grim, it's great to see survivors pull off some great strategies to salvage what they can, and yeah, it's gonna be a tough situation. I look forward to it. I hope that we can see some picks from the Yo-Yo survivors that we haven't gotten yet. I think just because we get so many bans and survivors taken off the table, it gives some room for maybe some pocket picks or just characters we haven't gotten to see from them in general.
If Yo-Yo wants, well, I mean, Yo-Yo could just ban the Ripper. Might as well get out of the way, get the tie. But,
I don't think they should do that because
well,
because there are people here who are really wanting to see that. But fair enough. Who knows? Maybe we could see something else.
Yeah, if they want to take it home, they can just ban it and get it out of the way, I guess. But really depends on how you decide to play for this one, especially with the fact that we will have 6 survivors banned coming from the hunter side. So survivors doesn't really have much to play except for the map they're in right now.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, it does look like we are going to be proceeding to the ban and pick selection with Antiquarian as our first survivor ban.
Followed up with a female dancer as our second one. We're most likely going to be waiting for a third one coming out from LG side, as he is still hesitating on who. Oh, he banned Ento, never mind.
For these ladies, I mean, in fairness, they are pretty solid. We did see Entomologist just in the previous match. But taking female dancer off the table, I know you're not a fan of those types of bans, but I think this is a really good map for her, so it's fair game.
It is, but also allowing the Entom to be banned, I guess we're going to have the possibility of Ripper, but it doesn't seem like LG knows banning the Axe Boy. Has LG come out with an Axe Boy before? I have not seen.
Sculptor. Interesting choices. I mean, I wouldn't want to go up against those hunters on this map either. But it does leave room for some Ripper, so that's something to look forward to.
Yeah, honestly, yeah. From LG side right here, if the Ripper really does want to come out, I guess the Seer ban is a must. But it depends on if Yo decides to pick Seer first or not, as they still have not selected their survivors as of now. There's still a Mercy pick though. Mercy, Seer, Barmaid. Oh, Mercenary coming out first for that guy to rescue.
Yeah, always a solid choice and definitely taking... Oh, we're gonna go with Prospector. great choice. I know we did see him banned quite a little bit in a match or two throughout this bracket, but great to see him on the table. I know you mentioned the decoding benefits of Prospector with those extra calibrations. It can really boost your cipher decoding a little bit, but I also appreciate that Prospector healing as well. You know, kit aside, I think support aside, I think that it's nice to
Sort of
have.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice to have characters who can heal faster, especially with characters who heal slower, like Mercenary.
But if we do play along with the rules of IDV, I don't think Prosy can do much when it comes to balloon rescuing against an invisible Ripper at the end of the day. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, we are going to be having Acrobat and Mechanic banned. Unfortunately, we aren't going to be seeing that mechanic again, but
Embalmer is still a pick, I guess.
we did see Embalmer banned previously as well, and I think that's another solid choice, but we are going to have Psychologist as a third lock-in.
Coming out with a little bit of a more ish team, I guess it does work well against the Ripper as well if the Ripper decides to bring Peepers instead of Blink. But now then, on towards our last ban from LG's side. Most beneficial part would be banning a Barmaid if they don't want the Barmaid to come out from this heavy duty tank team. But once again, it's up to that idiot, yeah.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to seeing these picks and how everything plays out. I'm wondering what these survivors are going to end up choosing as well. We always get the survivor persona webs before we hear about the hunter. But yeah, I mean, we are going to have that guaranteed one tied, but it does give room. I think it gives room for some flywheel. I think we saw triple broken windows in the previous match, so I would like to see some more flywheel.
Most likely, I think Flywheel will genuinely be the better choice, considering the fact that you can Flywheel Ripper's Foggy Blade if the Ripper really does come out. But overall, in this team, the Prosy definitely needs that Flywheel, considering that there are lots of lockers in middle and near, pretty. I think they're scattered around everywhere instead of like Red Church, in which like it's only at one part of the map.
Yeah, for sure. There's definitely a lot of lockers to choose from on ARMS.
Way too much. Well, LG side here, last one, seems like he still has not decided just yet. Probably looking around the book right now to see what survivors would be best to ban. But of course, once again, Barmaid is your choice, or Patient coming from that idiot side.
Oh yeah, really great point. If we had patient on the table. Oh, but we are gonna have postman. We did get a patient ban, so that explains that. But it's gonna be really great to see some postman, even though he has fallen out of that popular pick, considering the adjustments he's gone through. But always a pleasure to see characters that you don't really see much anymore.
Yeah. The one problem with Postman is this is a relatively small map, so we definitely won't be seeing that movement speed of letter coming out from Postman immediately for survivors to pull away from Ripper. So I guess a decoding speed buff may work just as well, but then at the end of the day, Postman will be forced to bring knee-jerk reflex instead of flywheel, considering that he can't really tight kite unless he has his vault letter buff.
Yeah, interesting points. We are going to be waiting on those persona webs shortly, followed by the hunter pick. But yeah, definitely they're gonna have to watch out for. I know we're anticipating the Ripper, and I feel like we're gonna get slapped in the face. But
It would be nice to see Ripper coming out, considering that the entomologist was also banned. But no seer picks coming from the survivor side right here. It seems like they want the decoding as much as possible, but that could potentially lead up to their own demise, considering Ripper can double hit a mercenary, so he can't decode anymore after that.
yeah, really great points.
Still waiting on LG. Still waiting on LG right now. It's just the last game, the 10th of the last game. We have seen the 4-man eliminations game 1, LG coming out with, the 4-man elimination once again. LG's Hunter getting a 3-man escape. Well, not a 3-man escape, a 3-man elimination. No, sorry. Musin getting a 3-man elimination, and then LG once again getting a 3-man elimination. Now it's up to him whether he can get a 3-man or a 4-man here for them to win the game, or getting a tie for them to take it home, not take it home, to go home. There's nothing left on their hands.
Yeah, for sure. Now it does look like we did get our Persona webs in, and we are going to be having that single tied with the Mercenary, of course, followed by Broken Windows for the Psychologist and Postman, and Prospector with the Flywheel effect.
Prospector with Flywheel, I guess at the end of the day, it seems like we'll be coming out with a clerk.
Gotta say, I was still hoping for the Ripper someday, but it's gonna be really great to see some Clerk gameplay. I like to watch Clerk gameplay on Arms Factory as well, so I think we're in for something really intense here.
At least the good news for Yo-Yo Survivor is everyone here can contain. Even a postman can contain us against the clerk as long as the dog bites on towards her.
Yeah, that work is brutal sometimes.
But I mean, like, just look at the team. Postman getting chased for a psychotic, coming in for 1 body block, 2 body block, 3 body block, allowing a rebound kind of 90 seconds at least. And then you have a mercenary who probably won't be decoding, who probably will be decoding as a mercenary should, and a prospector who won't be decoding because you know, you just have a clerk looking out, inspecting, and unlocking the ciphers from time to time. But if the clerk does decide to do that, you're gonna get rebound kited till no tomorrow. So at the end of the day, clerk pick here may hurt Sakin quite a bit, unless once again slaps me in the face. But I guess you just get used to it as commentators.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, in the previous bracket, I'm pretty sure the majority of the matches were literally Wax Artist. I was surprised that he wasn't getting banned as much, and then I would say there was quite a bit of Clerk as well. And that's just considering the matches that have happened today. It's been a long day, but on the bright side, it has been really fun. We're really going for longer than anticipated, but such is to be expected in the semifinals and with such great teams competing.
Yeah, now then we're just waiting for Sakin to conform, and of course we'll be going on straight towards the waiting room to see what what survivors of Hunter will be coming out once again. But for Sakin here, the pressure really is on that clerk to aim for a 3-man elimination. Gonna be pretty darn hard.
Yeah, the reman would push them to overtime, I believe. It would...
Yeah.
Why did you target ban my axe?
Lovely. Lovely. I mean, allowing the axe boy to go, it's not too bad, Ben. I guess if they do allow the axe to come out, probably everyone would just bring Flywheel instead.
Yeah, and just to recap, we are going to have the single tie from the Mercenary, 2 Broken Windows from the Psychologist and Postman, followed by Flywheel from the Prospector.
Yeah, this will be a clerk game. Running clerk against Prosy. I mean, if Prosy wasn't there, then I would understand. But allowing Prosy to come out here simply just allows survivors having more time to decode, less time for survivors to stay on chair. But of course, Juniper spawning. I mean, if Juniper wants to spawn by that corner, that's a really good bait, considering you spawn out of a pretty bad area if you really do go there. But of course, we'll be seeing a Vanilla spawning in middle, Jogi spawning being between Emperor Runes and Factory, and of course the Psychologist is Ash Big Rock.
Yeah, and oh, okay, so we're gonna get. I don't know what the shape is. So Jogi's nearby. I mean, they were manifesting for Jogi to be first target. I think it's because he sang the Merc song. But we're gonna get right into it. The second half of round 3 with You're on your own. Survivors versus LG's Hunter. Good luck to both teams.
Now then, onto the game we go. It does seem like Clerk will be once again spawning in Factory. Now, good news about this is if Mercenary and the Postman both rotate in towards Emperor Runes right now, at least Mercenary can hide Tinnitus for the Postman to use, but it does seem like Mercenary wants to rotate in towards Shack instead right now. guess you're on your
Ooh.
own once again. Yeah, they did up to their
And
name.
yep, we are gonna catch sight of the postman right here. It does look like he is going to be our first kite.
Getting
Already
the
on the recording, but
Ah,
oh,
here
there
comes
we
Wick.
go with the wick.
Yeah, better now or never, I guess. Now then, Clerk Scroll will be finished right now, but should be able to get that window vault. But at the end of the day, wouldn't really do much against the postman, considering that there's more windows here to utilize and more pallets as well.
I do believe the clerk was able to get a recording though, so postman will really have to watch out for that. Like right now. Oh,
He vaulted over that though.
yeah, maybe it came in a little bit too late, but postman's doing a pretty solid job at the moment, transitioning over to this double pallet area. But we are gonna see the charge swing that connects.
Yeah, at least the good news is Blink has been out for quite a while right now, and Wick is back and ready to go. So as long as Joki here can take another window speed boost or land the dog, that's all that matters right here. He's trying to bait predict the Blink, but it seems like we will not be doing that anytime soon.
Alright, so we are gonna have Postman chaired shortly, but they have some decent cipher progress. We did get a little decoding letter for the mercenary, but it is going to be short-lived as he transitions over to take this rescue.
Yeah, as of now it's only psycho decoding, but at least the good news is there's 2 ciphers near the psychologist. Mercenary will be forced to use quite a few elbow pads right here just to get towards the chair. He needs to be able
That
to
was
make
our
it on
first
time.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Psycho.
Oh, unfortunate placement of the elbow pad landed mercenary on the other side of this wall. Oh, able to get that rescue just at the halfway point though.
Oh, but the Wick didn't bite on that, sadly, for that rebound kite potential. And of course, Joki locking the cipher right there from second side. Couldn't vault, should be down in the corner right now. If Prospector is here right now, we could see a potential harass, but at the same time, Joki will need to go back towards that corner.
Oh, and we are gonna have Clerk at max presence here now with the extra hit. We did get Postman go down in this corner and is going to be chaired in the same chair shortly. It does look like Mercenary is getting a whistle on him.
Yeah, at least that's a good sign right here. We do see that Prospector has nearly finished his cipher as well, but it seems like Prozzy is still on the cipher. No, he's not on the cipher anymore. What Prozzy has to do here is to leave his cipher and then go decoding factory, go open a new cipher or something. But Mercenary getting the force hit right here should probably be forced to rescue.
Yep, and we are gonna get a rescue for the Postman right here. So, getting ready to launch that wick. Oh, but unfortunately it misses. Great dodge by the Clerk right here. And it does look like Prospector has moved in, and excellent stun.
Yeah, Mercenary just has to leave now because if Mercenary stares at nearby, then it's only the Psychologist who's going to be decoding. But did it get hit on the Prospector there, thankfully? Flywheel?
Nice
Very
flywheel.
Postman's pretty darn far away. God. Yeah, this is why we want Prospector, guys. This is why he needs to go.
Yeah, really great stuns off of the Prospector. Great discipline, and we are gonna see one last one. It is a little bit short because of the sandbags, but Postman has been able to make some great distance transitioning over to Factory.
Yeah, putting down the pilot right there. Most likely will be vaulting that window just to gain that speed boost. But if Postman decides not to do that right here, then the dog doesn't bite once again. It's
Really
too easy
great
to beat you.
dodges.
Yeah.
Blink.
Blink coming out. Prospector should have Magnet ready in 5 more seconds, but that's it's a little bit late.
Oh,
Right now,
oh, a
gets the
balloon hit! Oh, double down! Oh my goodness. Alright, this is a really unfortunate situation. I mean, definitely a huge risk, but it really bit them in the back
Yeah.
because of it. High risk.
No reward, sadly.
Yeah, we are gonna see Prospector chaired right outside the factory gate. They are still at 3 ciphers remaining, which is almost 2, but this is a really tough situation. We are gonna get another whistle on the mercenary, it seems like.
Mercenary coming for rescue. At least the good news is Prospector Cypher. Ah, no, record onto Psychologist once again. Psycho can't decode for another 22 seconds.
Oh, and we don't have another elbow pad from the mercenary. He does have a magician's wand, but this is gonna be a really hit situation. We're also approaching that halfway mark too.
Ooh, gets a hit on the Mercy though. Mercy needs to leave now and go towards that Cypher. No, Mercy needs to finish Prospector Cypher, which is a 95%. Oh yeah. Body blocking here wouldn't do much. It wouldn't really do much considering that Cycle will just be locked non-stop. Vanilla right here taking the speed boost. Thankfully the charge attack hit doesn't land. Puts the magnet down right there, but the magnet didn't do much. Flywheel is out
great
just
flywheel.
about time. Seems like Prospector will be going down here immediately. Yeah, the Cypher machine definitely could have been primed there. If Mercenary decided to finish at 95% Cypher at the gate. Oh, Psycho Cypher is also at 90% right now, but the problem is we're going to charge the Mercenary first instead, forcing the Psychologist to come to rescue. Seems like this will be a 4-man endgame right now, unless Venom wants to stay on the ground forever.
Really tough stuff. And the unfortunate situation here is that I don't think we can be seeing that sort of dungeon maneuver because Prospector is getting chaired right in front of it.
Yeah, and it doesn't seem like I'll take the bait once again. Probably is predicting where the Psychologist is, but probably does see the he saw. Never mind, he saw. Yeah, nodded his head for us and all. Yep, he saw. Well, Blink is ready. That's another 4-man elimination right here.
The charge hit did not connect right there.
Of course. Right, 360. Lovely. Let's congratulate LG for winning against Yo-Yo right now.
Yeah, congratulations. It was a really intense match, and I mean, this whole bracket with all these matchups have just been really intense. They really cut it close. We had non-stop ties up until now, but congratulations to LG for breaking the record. Now, we can have a look at the deduction scores before we wrap up. But great on the Postman, 113 containment time. We got 75 from the Prospector, especially with that support. 82 from the Mercenary, as well as 14 from the Psychologist over at the ends here. We got 3 rescues from the Mercenary, really doing his duty, and 243 decoding from the Psychologist, 91% from Mercenary, and then 149% for the Prospector. I'll hand it over to you for the Clerk stats, you.
Clerk, we will have 2 ciphers remaining, 2 pallets destroyed, 15 strikes, and 7 knockdown. Main turnover of this game should have been a tie for Yo-Yo, but of course with the Prospector risky maneuver with the harass right there, getting a double down right there definitely does hurt the most, considering the fact that Clerk also did not have Blink ready enough to go to down the Prospector. So sadly, it definitely could have been a tie, is what I've seen it as of now, but you know, it is what it is at the end of the day. It does seem like Yo-Yo wanting to play a little bit more risky right there to test himself, how well they do against, you know, risky situations. But of course, Sakan being able to fully utilize the survivor's mistake, getting that 4-man elimination right there, will carry them towards the semi-finals right now.
For sure. I think we are gonna actually have LG advance to the finals. So we're wrapping up the semifinals here and now, which is we are going to be seeing Yo-Yo go up against Strawberry Milk, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And then tomorrow, we'll have that matchup as well as LG versus Ravens. So it's going to be really fun to watch.
Yeah, and of course, this is all what you're going to get from me and Mixie. We will all see you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you so much. I've been Myxieneo and I've been with you. It's always a pleasure commentating with you. And I'll see you guys next time. Please continue to support these teams, both all the teams that have been competing so far, and as well as the teams that are going to proceed into the finals round as well. Please anticipate it and show your support. And same with the staff. The staff has done an exceptional job really helping this tournament get together. All the commentators, all of the moderators, and of course, Ali, thank you so much for hosting this tourney. It's been really great. We are going to be wrapping up here though, so I'll hand it over to you.
And there's no more handing over. We'll see you tomorrow.
Bye! Thank you so much.